When I awoke, at first I thought I was blind. Everything seemed fuzzy and unclear. I rubbed my eyes, but to no avail. I looked towards my rough hands and could see them clearly. I knew then there was nothing wrong with my eyes. I stood up uneasily. I had slept rough on the streets. I had no home, no fixed abode. I suppose you could say I was a tramp, a traveller, a wanderer. Whichever verbiage best fitted, that was me. I took another look around me and noticed that the reason things were not clear to me was that a fog or smoke was shrouding the city. At first I thought there must have been some major fire somewhere in one of the important buildings nearby. But I looked to the ground to see the earth charged, and there was a smell about the earth. I couldn't recognize it. It seemed alien to my sense. The whole environment seemed queer, unsettling. I started walking and noticed the sound my feet made on the now gravel-like ground. Maybe it was ash from a building. The other thing in time I noticed was a sense of confusion within my mind. I would pick up weird smells from my childhood and memories of burning fires and other such weird things. White flashes would come across me like a bright light in the eyes. It was as if the wires in my mind were being triggered or altered in some ways. Maybe I thought at the time it was the smoke I was breathing in was altering my blood count and causing disturbances in my frontal lobes, much like morphine and other such drugs can do. I placed my hands out in front to warn myself of objects coming my way, but there was nothing. A sense of fear came across me. For as someone who had wandered these streets, they had become like a man and his home. I knew every corner, every little crevice, and yet this landscape now seemed alien to me. Where were all the obstacles that should be in my way? And it was then, as I reached the end of the fog, high up I could see down upon the city. There was nothing to be seen. Nothing. Where had all the buildings gone? The trees? Everything was gone. The whole city was shrouded in some kind of fog. As I looked across, I could see other cities with their lights in the distance and hear the noises of cars and trains and the horn of a boat. Everything as far as my eye could see seemed normal except for the city I had just come out of. I looked back again at my city to try and see if I could spot any more people like myself, but there was none to be seen. What had happened there? Again I felt a shot in my head like lightning, and tears began to roll down my face. What was happening to me? All these emotions I was experiencing, but for why? It was as if I entertained that I had indeed knowledge of what had happened, but that it was deep within the recesses of my mind, like a long-forgotten dream or nightmare, perhaps. It was strange. For the first time in my short life, I felt afraid, alone. I found this an odd feeling to be felt by someone such as me, who was a man who had no one all his life, who wandered the streets. More often than not, I had been abused. People would cry out at me, "Get away from me, tramp," or such words, and yet then I was surrounded by life which rejected me, which would never ask of my help, and now I found myself alone and afraid. And yet, what was I afraid of? As I looked down upon the city, I received yet more images inside my head. I could clearly make out some shapes, but they were unclear to me. I could not entertain what they were, but they seemed manlike and yet not. They had about them an almost menacing shape, taller, wider, and less curved, straight and blunt, dark in texture. I could only see that of darkness, no light about them. Each time I tried to get my mind to focus closer, a white flash would streak across my brain, causing me immense pain. What were they trying to tell me? Or was it them that had made this city disappear, whilst the rest of the world carried on about its duties? I knew that I should walk out from my city and to the city that seemed alive still. Maybe I thought I could get help, but to whom would help be needed for? It was only I that seemed to be alive there. And I had to find what had happened, what was trapped within my mind, what had happened to this now dead city. Walking back down the hill into the dead city, I felt a sense of uselessness in what I was doing, almost self-indulgent, as if I was giving up by returning, for there was nothing to be done. Maybe I wanted to be found, and I always wanted to be found. Alone on the streets at night, people throwing used lighted cigarettes at me, or drenching me in wine whilst I slept. But they had no knowledge of why I had taken the life as a tramp. Maybe it didn't really matter. It certainly didn't now. It is strange how one is sometimes made to question one's life. We live it second by second, day by day, and then suddenly we stop and look all around us to ascertain our location and situation. Long ago I had pondered over the meaning of life. Long ago I had a family and a wife. Then it happened, those long dark nights of the soul, times I choose not to remember, and yet now as I walk back into this dead city, they come flooding back to my mind. And yet I still choose to forget. Sometimes certain memories are too painful to remember. They have no benefit to man, and yet for that reason they seem to linger in the back of the head, waiting for them to be addressed. But now was not that time. Down back on the streets so familiar, I began to see again my world. The fog seemed slightly lighter. Maybe it was dissipating. Maybe it was just the light of day that was breaking through. Soon people gathered from the surrounding cities would come to its rescue, but as ever it would be too late. Whatever carnage had taken place was long ago, and nothing and no one could undo those things. I walked through familiar roads, streets, the pavement, past shops, left empty and open. Inside I gathered some tins and put them in a bag. I didn't take too much, as I knew these shops were full and their location was known to me like the back of my hand. And whenever I felt hungry, I would visit there. I got inside a red bus. The keys were still inside. The engine was still warm. It had been running ever since whatever happened. I put it in gear and closed the doors and began to drive the route I had often taken. I passed the deserted roads. Some house doors I noticed were open, some lights on in the bedrooms. I thought when I had finished my drive about the city, I would investigate them one by one, on the off chance of finding others like myself, or perhaps to get items I might need, or rest in the warm. How strange I thought that would be, me a tramp alone in the cold nights, able to choose any abode to sleep now that this city had met its terrible end. I drove past through a narrow road that led to a patch of green grass. I stopped the bus for a while, took out the key, and gave the engine a so much needed rest. I opened the double doors and walked out the exit. Funny how routine remains, even when there is no need for such formality. Outside the wind blew a small breeze, and the autumn trees lost their leaves. They seemed the only living thing in this city now. How funny, like the canvas, the scenery always remains the same. Just the people change. I sat on the grass for a while and slept. I awoke maybe a few hours later. It was still very bright, but it was not the sun that had awoken me. It was a faint noise of laughter I could hear. Where was it coming, I mused. I got up and brushed the leaves and grass of my grubby trousers and pulled together the rope that had held my jacket across my waist. I followed as best I could the sound of the laughter, and behind some trees, in a somewhat darkened area, I could smell that of burning wood, and indeed there met in front of my eyes a fire burning in the middle of the ground, and around the embers was 3 such vagrants as me. I wandered up to them and sat by them. They didn't say a word. Leaning over nearer, I could tell why. Their breath smelt of liquor and meths. On the floor beside one of them was a needle. I tried to speak to them, but they just laughed aimlessly. I tried to shake one of them to get some sense out of him, but they would not react. Later on, as night crept in, I found a quiet spot under a tree, as with the leaves right above me, I fell to sleep whilst the other tramps continued their merriment. My sleep was very much disturbed, but strangely I never seemed to awake from it. I had the strangest dreams. They seemed unclear, but were filled with violent colours and sharp shapes. There was no clarity to whatever I was seeing. I knew, though, that whatever it was some kind of mental translation of whatever happened to my city. What I could not gauge is how long this process of disaster had taken. Was it merely one night that I had slept, or had I slept longer? Had I been made to sleep? Why was I and the other vagrants the only people alive in this city? Why this city? What did it all mean? I felt my mind was asking the questions that needed answers, and I felt I was on the verge of something when all of a sudden I was brought out of my dreams and my eyes shot open to see the hands of my friendly tramps wrapped around my neck. The other two smiled and grinned, armed with two very sharp knives. I tried to pull myself away from the first and shouted and pushed, but it was to no avail. It was then I noticed for the first time his eyes. They appeared in the same fixed position as they had when I was talking to them earlier at the fire, as if they were completely transfixed and showed no sign of anger, even now when he was trying to strangle me to death. There wasn't one muscle, one facial moment that expressed this. He pressed his fingers closer into my Adam's apple. I could feel the pressure as my air pipe began to close. I began coughing, and then I could breathe no more. I could feel my lungs trying to expand. But he had a tight grip of my throat. He was fighting the pressure, and I could feel myself slowly descending. Feeling terribly hot and foreboding, my sight became less clear, my eyes twitching as the blood lessened to my muscles. I tried to breathe. I tried, but I couldn't. My insides began to ache, and in my ears the sound of my heart began to beat louder and louder, slower and slower. I thought that was it, that I would live no more. I could feel the very life drifting away from me. I could only liken the feeling to that feeling one gets when one is asleep and is trapped within the body, but one's mind is awake. The head begins to pain and you feel a sinking feeling. That was the very same feeling I felt. I began to see darkness shroud around me. These, I guess, must be my final seconds, when a bullet rips straight through the air, my captor's head splattering his blood over my face. He fell to the ground, and similar 2 more bullets flew past as the other tramps tried to make a dash for it. But they were in no condition to do so, and they too fell to the ground. I imagined I might be next, but no more bullets came. I drew breath as quickly as I could. My lungs ached as if someone had punched them 1,000,000 times. I think I lay still for over half an hour, as my body caught up with a life that had been deprived of me. In this time, the owner of the bullets to which I owed my life came. "Are you all right?" she said as she bent down to see me. "Yes," I coughed, still gasping for air. It wasn't at first that I registered the great significance of our meeting. It was as if it were normal, but it was far from it. She helped me up when we made our way back to the red bus I had earlier acquired. "What happened here?" I said. "I'm not sure. I was hoping you might know." "All I remember is waking up," I continued. "There was a fog. I couldn't see anything." "Yes, same here," she added. I looked from the hill but could see nothing. It was all covered, but the cities further on seemed untouched. "What's your name?" she interrupted before I could continue. "My name is James." "Mine is Jenny," she returned. "Where did you learn to shoot like that?" I asked. "My father taught me when I was a kid. He was a policeman." "And the gun?" "There is an army lorry abandoned up the road. Found the gun and some other stuff there. Put it in my bag just in case I needed it." We sat talking for hours inside the red bus as slowly the sun set. We both seemed unaware of what had occurred here, where all the people had gone. Why had some of the city been completely wiped out and other areas left untouched? What were the visions and dreams all about, the white flashes, the strange sensations and feelings, which often occurred throughout the day? Why did those tramps want to kill me? And all of these questions and many more eluded us, but by merely being two, we felt more comforted even without those answers. We drove the bus down the road a little, looking for a house we could stay in. We pulled up outside the biggest house on the street. Conveniently, the door was wide open, but so many seemed to be. It led us to believe that whatever panic took place, that we seemed unaware of or not part of, people had time to rush outside before they seemed to have disappeared or, as I was fearing, dissipated. For the charred ground that we walked on, the gravel I first thought, because of its noise, could well be that of human flesh and bones disintegrated. We walked inside the dark building. Inside, the lights were often not working. Jenny pulled out a torch from her pocket and shone the light in front of us, revealing a long hallway. We both looked at each other before entering and closed the door behind us. Why we did so I'm not quite sure, as we both knew that we were likely to be the only two people around, and yet customs and traditions of our life, as once we had lived it before, continued. But for how long these customs would last, I was unsure, for man by his very nature adopts and alters with time. Without this facility, we would soon be cavemen. The house was quiet and still. It reminded me when I was younger. In my youth, I and a friend had entered a dark house that was being demolished. The floors creaked and dust was everywhere. There was no glass in the windows, but it was not the aesthetics that caused this memory to remain. It was the feeling of the emptiness of the house, and yet devoid of human interference. It also seemed more alive than a house lived in. It had a kind of dark character, full of mystery and secrets, and this feeling was again conjured up as I entered this house. I left Jenny to the downstairs whilst I braved the upstairs. I held tightly onto the banisters, as I had no light to see with, only Jenny had the torch. As I creaked slowly up them, my eyes started to adjust to the darkness that surrounded me, to which I was walking blind into. Once again I was left outstretching my arms so not to walk into anything. I walked across the landing into a room that I guess must have been the bedroom. The door was wide open and I could see a bed there, and a chair and a table, but no sign of life, other than unopened letters and bills, I presumed. Having found that the bedroom was empty, I went to the next room. The door was closed. From the glazed window outside, I assumed this to be a bathroom. I slowly opened the door, and it was then that I was greeted with a dark shape scattered on the floor. It took my eyes a few seconds to piece together what the shape once was. As it was then, I was struck with a deadly fright, as that which was in front of me had once been a human body. Now, in its present horrific state, it was left decaying on the floor. I called Jenny upstairs. Why, I didn't really know, as it was probably best for her not to see it. I bent down closer to the fragmented body. Its hand was left hanging onto a rail of the side of the bath. It was caked in dry black blood. I referred to it as it, as I knew not what it had once been, male or female. This seemed hardly to matter. What I was more concerned over was what had caused this death, and more so that it was the first body that I had come across since my awakening. Its face showed that of absolute terror. Its eyes seemed slightly ajar from their sockets, as if those last moments of life, in the transition that every creature must make from life to ultimate death. The scream had been so violent as the pain that his eyes had ajarred. His teeth also showed these signs, as they seemed to be further out than was normal. On the floor lay a clue to his identity, a man's golden wedding ring, still firmly attached to his finger. What must the moments of death have been like? What had caused this terrible pain? The walls were covered in thick black blood. It would seem as if it had been splattered. This fitted with the way the body was now presented, like shattered glass. Both Jenny and I looked at each other. She held onto my hand tight. In that moment I felt a sensation which had long been dormant within me. How strange, I thought, to feel a sense of unity now when everything around me had gone. I consoled her and closed the door on our victim to rest in peace. We both went downstairs to the kitchen and sat eating from the contents of this fridge, of which had at some stage been that of the owner of this house, who lay dead in the bathroom. It was with an uneasiness we ate his food, but there was no other choice. I felt an uneasiness at sleeping within this house, quite well knowing that such a horrific death had taken place, and knowing that the body lay right next to the bedroom. I lay looking up at the ceiling, pondering of what possibly could have happened to him. Maybe, like me, he had been attacked, or maybe whatever had caused the city's decay had been responsible for his death. There was no real way of knowing, but it caused shivers down my back every time I thought of it. Why was I alive? Why was Jenny alive? Those tramps that attacked me, what was wrong with them? Why did they want to kill me? And this man lying in the bathroom, what was his connection to all of this? I couldn't sleep, so went downstairs and unlocked the back door to a small garden. I looked up at the sky full of stars and felt a surreal sense of wonderment. Looking above at these familiar signs seemed to make me rest assured. I came back in from the cold and went up to the bathroom to take another look at the body, now that Jenny was fast asleep. Up close I could find no marks or wounds. It seemed as if the body had ripped itself apart. The skin from the stomach area to the legs was ripped. A long piece of skin dangled, like when you pull something apart. It wasn't cut with a knife, but pulled apart. How this could have occurred I do not know, but it certainly fitted with the expression on the face. I removed the hand carefully from the bath rail and found no skin or hair or anything to suggest a struggle had taken place. I now knew from all of this that it had not been attacked, that something had happened from within, but what I still did not know is what caused this human combustion to take place. I closed the eyes of the victim and returned to bed, but I confess I did not take much in the way of sleep, as my mind kept trying to understand a situation that seemed without understanding. In the early hours of the morning, Jenny and I were awoken by a colossal loud sound. Immediately we recognized the sound of an aeroplane, but it must have been flying so low. We quickly ran outside. The plane was high up in the sky, but it was not flying horizontally. Quickly Jenny rushed back inside the house to find some binoculars, but couldn't, and came back with a camcorder. I quickly turned it on and zoomed straight into the plane, and what I saw I could hardly describe. I could see the windows of the plane, I could see people screaming and people clambering on top of one another where there was no escape. I could see children crying and hands smashing on the glass windows. One of the windows broke and out fell something from the plane. I followed the object down, which only after rewinding and checking later, I found it to be that of a woman who'd either jumped with desperation or had fallen out of the plane. I moved the camera further down the plane, and it seemed a whole different picture. There was no movement, and then I noticed on the window blood. As I moved back up the plane, I saw more blood and the same motionless movement, but just a few seconds ago there was no movement from the window that was broken. I now saw blood dripping from this plane. It was as if the plane had been okay until it flew where the fog had been, that this fog had been more than it seemed, and death came to those that breathed it. I had no more time to look as Jenny tugged at me. Moving my eye away from the camcorder, I realized the plane was heading straight for us. It was going to crash in the dead city. Both Jenny and I started to run, ever looking back behind us as the plane seemed to come right above us. I couldn't help thinking as we ran for our lives that at least we had a chance of survival. What must have been going through the minds of men, women and children aboard that plane as it plummeted to the ground, being trapped in a tin can, unable to escape, merely awaiting one's death. The plane flew right over our heads and crashed a mile or so in front of us. We quickly ran to the plane, but it was too late. Flames engulfed it, and maybe it was for the best, as inside I could hear the screams of people as death was realized. I carried on filming the plane, quite why I'm not sure, as I am not a voyeur, but I felt it necessary, as I could not look now upon it, but later on I might need to. On the floor lay a man who had fallen out of the plane on impact. His body was crushed, and he was on the last moments of death. He was covered in blood. I could see his eyes staring up at me, but I was unsure whether they were alive or dead. Through the camera I felt an uneasiness, so I stopped and looked with my own eyes. I felt I owed him that at least. The flames of the plane kept burning till late, fueled by the bodies inside. Their terrible screams had ceased, and all now that was audible was the occasional crackle like that of a barbecue. Jenny and I stayed by the plane, ironically kept warm by the heat. "How can we continue to live like this?" said Jenny. I knew well what she meant. How we preyed upon the food of victims, kept warm as they burned slowly to ash, and yet we were forced to make this choice of life or death. Several times I felt sleep take me over, but each time I was awoken by the screams of passengers of that plane as they burnt alive. Those images kept haunting me. I would see the plane and imagine myself inside it. As the chaos began, as they sat normally in flight, and then suddenly something invisible, unknown came upon them, and their world was changed. Death was their best friend. The plane descending sharply, causing screams and mayhem. Panic as the passengers at the back started to cough out blood, their bodies full of unknown lesions, bodies combusting and sending the blood and infection further, body after body, whilst mother held their children close so they could not see this torture unfold, full well knowing death was the only option left, either by the invisible bacteria or the plane meeting its untimely destination, the sound of roaring engines, those that took their own lives, or the lives of their near and dear ones. Oh, dear God, set me free of these visions and sounds. I looked at Jenny as she closed her eyes to sleep. I didn't really know whether she was asleep or not, but it gave me comfort to think that she was able to sleep. I lay down beside her, facing her, as her hair would wisp on my face with a small breeze, and gazing at her, my mind found a distraction, and I gently fell to sleep. The morning awoke. The plane was black and charcoal, with half of the top burnt away. Jenny was already up and searching through the wreckage. I yawned and stood up, receiving yet another white flash. I looked towards Jenny, and she looked back at me. No words were spoken. Everything was expressed within the eyes. I walked towards the plane and looked at the remains of the bodies, half burned, the head and shoulders missing, just the stomachs and legs remaining. The feet and knees burnt off too. Bones covered the plane floor. We both sat and watched the video footage of the plane as it was up in the air. "What do you think happened?" said Jenny. "See, at the back of the plane there." I forwarded the tape. Blood splattering and then again further up, as if something was happening, like the man in the bathroom who seemed to have combusted. "What do you think? A virus? Do you think it was a virus that killed them? Everything started when that fog came." "I think so. The plane must have been okay when it took off, and when it came within this city, then it started to dive and people breathed in the bacteria, and then it crashed." The tape came to the moment I dreaded seeing, the dead woman who fell out of the plane, her eyes looking straight to the lens before I moved the camera and switched it off. I pondered over what I had said to Jenny. Had it been some kind of virus or bacteria that had wiped out this city? But then I thought, what had happened to all the bodies? We only had found a few so far, and not everyone had died. We were both very much alive. Jenny took hold of my hand. At first I was taken aback by this gesture. I looked towards her sad, forlorn, big eyes as a tear rolled down her sweet face. I felt my heart melt and my soul sink as I gazed into her eyes. I felt as if I would fall into her deep eyes. They seemed so alive, and yet cried tears. I tightened my grip on her hand and tried my best to reassure her, but deep down I knew there was little reassurance. Our lives, whatever they had been in the past, were well and truly over, and all that awaited us was oblivion. Jenny and I both got back into the red bus and travelled further down to a different part of the city, still trying to find other survivors, if there were any. But it came with a sense of unease as well, for we did not know whether all that survived were the same as us or those who attacked me, whether this disease, whatever it was, had various outcomes, whether anyone else was immune like us, and what had made us immune. The night was calling in, and we stopped the red bus outside what looked like an old hospital. The doors flapped in the wind and paper flew down the street, which, like all the city, was most quiet and still. Inside the hospital was unlit. We felt this would be a good place to rest for the night, and we could get some supplies which we might need in an emergency. Jenny turned on her torch and lit the way. The corridor was long and branched off into two directions. The sign above read Outpatients Waiting Room. We looked around the rooms there, all empty and untouched, even half a cup of cold tea on a desk, a pen without its lid, and a tap dripping endlessly. It felt odd to be in this hospital all alone, and it was strange to see it all abandoned. These buildings without life seemed to themselves to gain some kind of character. Maybe it was just that these buildings were all that remained from our lives, the only constant, the fixed point. And yet, walking down long corridors, empty rooms, empty lifts, empty surgery rooms, all the machines flashing and beeping, but no patients to treat, it felt like being a kid exploring a place that where only adults are, running down the corridors and up the stairs, through wards and wards, beds empty, as if it was an abandoned building waiting to be torn down. We both sat down in one of the wards. It was strange that all was empty, we thought, but looking at the condition of this part of the hospital, it seemed that it must have been unused for some time now, even before the great calamity had hit this city, removing any possible need ever again for any kind of hospital treatment to take place. Jenny told me of her childhood, how different I thought it was of mine. She told me that she had been popular and well-liked, that she married at a young age, but that didn't work out. She never thought about trying again. She told me that she had a daughter who would have been 5, but said when she awoke in her bed a few days ago, when this whole horrible thing had started, she found her baby dead in her arms, bleeding from the nose and ears. She said she buried her in the garden by her favourite swing, put a rose to mark the spot, and moved on in search for someone that she said is when she found me. I took Jenny's hand and held it tight, and wanted to say something meaningful, wanted to reassure her, give her some hope, tell her that I was here for her. But who was I, and what was I here for? I wanted to tell her how I felt, that even though we knew each other for such a short time, that I loved her, and yet I could not speak. I said not a word, as if my heart was sealed from the mouth up, yet inside I knew that perhaps this was not love, that perhaps I felt only this natural urge to stay alive, that she was the only woman there, and that we'd been thrown together by fate, and that these feelings were nothing more. I told Jenny of my childhood, and how I hated school, and joked that as a kid I used to say that after I left that school I would go back one day and blow it up. Jenny laughed and said to me, "Why don't you?" I laughed, but on seeing Jenny's enthusiasm and forgetfulness of her own problems, I decided, why not? In the morning, we'll find some explosives and blow that bloody thing to the ground. Jenny and I were just getting into the hospital beds when we heard a pane of glass break in the distance. We both looked at each other. The hospital. It must have been from the building next to this one. We quickly rushed out of the bed and down the 3 flights of stairs to the main entrance. Across the car park was the other wing of the hospital. High up, maybe the 7th floor, the lights were on. "Then there are patients alive over there," Jenny said. "But we don't know what state they're in. Maybe they're like us. Maybe they're not." We had no time to make a clear decision. We bolted down the car park, slid open the electronic door to the hospital, and entered the lift to the 7th floor. The door slowly opened. We walked out of the lift to the opening of the ward, and there was greeted by rows and rows of patients, wailing and crying. We walked down the pathway looking left and right at all the beds. Some of the patients were dead. Blood-stained sheets covering their bodies revealed that. Doctors and nurses lay dead on the ground by their sides. Some patients must have been on their last gasp of life as their medicines ran out. How long had they gone there without treatment? "Why are they strapped down?" inquired Jenny. What did she mean? I looked at the bed I was next to, and indeed the patient was strapped up. Then I quickly ran to the next bed, and it was the same, and the next, and the next. All of the patients are strapped up. Something's wrong here. But before I had time to grab Jenny's arm and run out, a group of men dressed in doctors' white coats revealed themselves from the far end of the ward. I turned to run to the door, but they were there too, and one of them had hold of Jenny, a knife to her throat. Whilst he held the knife close to Jenny's neck, the patient by myself was convulsing, jumping up and down, pointing her finger, trying to say something. I want you, it shouted as it threw up some blood, its voice rough and husky. I knew now what was going on. These patients were being experimented on or tortured by this group. What say you? Quipped the man with a knife to Jenny's throat. What do you mean? I said. Are you a patient or a doctor? Only two choices, he chuckled, grabbing Jenny closer to himself. If you mean am I affected, no. The man laughed. These aren't all affected. Most are. That one there, he pointed to the woman. She's infected. She will die soon. Look at her. She disgusts me, trying to speak and spitting out blood on me. Then he spoke directly to the woman. Look at you. Just look. I don't even understand what you're saying. All that wailing. Then he returned to me. But not all of them are. But to find a cure, you must have bodies. So that's what you're doing, finding a cure? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe we're beyond a cure. Who cares? Beyond me now, all a bit of fun. You want some fun? Do you mean do I want to torture and tie up these patients? Torture. That's such an antiquated word. Besides, most of them aren't human anymore. Not like your friend here. She feels very human. Leave her alone. Or what, tramp? Yes, I know who you are. I remember you on the streets. You didn't even beg. Who are you? I am no longer me. I think you mean who was I. I used to work in the building where you used to sit and fester, the insurance company. You were asleep most of the time. Then why this? This is a pastime. We need something to do. We can't let all the infected ones die around us. You do know how they die, don't you? They blow up, just like that. And some say if you drink their blood or get close to them, you can become affected too. So all of these might be carriers. You want to take that risk? This is life and death, my friend. Life and bloody death. Sleep well, do you? You ask me that? Yes, bloody right I do. I sleep like a log. First time in my life. Why, you see, now things are in my control. I have the power with my friends here. We run this city. We make sure what's what. No more easy street. No more tramps. Not in my city. Let Jenny go. Why? She's yours? Jenny looked at me with her big eyes, and at that moment seemed to last forever, such a moment that if it were alone, who knows what could have happened. Let her go. I think she might be infected. She might need some of my special treatment. What do you think, lads? The lads, as he called them, laughed and glanced at each other with glee. Why are you doing this? Let her go. And to my amazement he did so. Jenny fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. I jumped down to pick her up. She held on to me so tightly, as if I had rescued her from a pack of lions, and yet all I had done was reason with him. But it was not my effort that saved her. This man had no need of her. He had all his toys in his hospital. What pain he was putting them through, I have no idea. We left him to his devices. As we left, I turned around to see him leaning over that woman. He took out a surgical knife from his pocket and cut a hole in her throat. She coughed and choked until she spat out the last bloody air that her lungs had previously inhaled. We ran down the stairs straight across the car park. Above, from the broken window, we could hear the laughs of the doctors, the screams of the patients in their agitation, locked up, unable to escape, and here we were running, leaving them behind. We got back inside our red bus, and Jenny immediately started to cry. I held her close to me, my head on hers. I could feel her long, silky hair on my chin. We both sat inside the red bus driving away from that hospital of horrors, contemplating the horrible sights we had seen. I stopped outside a shop and brought a few things. I knew what I had to do. I knew there was no other alternative. I got back inside the bus. Jenny never said a word. She knew what I was to do. We had joked about it earlier, but now it had some sense to it. I drove the red bus back to the hospital across the car park, right up to the hospital wing, and got out. I told Jenny to get ready, as we would need to drive off quickly. I ran inside the hospital, the explosives in my hand. I started to place them on the ground floor. I went to the lift to the basement and placed them there. Each floor I went to, leaving as much explosives and petrol bottles I could. Then I got to the 7th floor. I crept out slowly, placing a trail of petrol from the lift to both doors. I opened the doors slightly and peered through. There I could see the doctors in their white robes. Each had surgical equipment and were operating on the live patients. Blood was pooling to the floor, running into the petrol I had laid. It seemed quite apt to me as I watched them butcher their way through innocent people, screaming and dying, that their blood of their victims and the petrol would send them straight to hell. Then I could contain my anger no more as I saw them operate on a little child. I was coughing up blood. I burst open the door, dropping the petrol cans and explosives, and charged right up to them. "What are you doing here, you bastards? Look at you! Is this what you've become? This?" The doctor who had held Jenny turned around violently as he severed the life artery of this child in a fit of temper, allowing me no chance to save it. "You want it? You have it!" He picked up the child and threw its lifeless, brittle body into my chest. I moved my arms to grab it, but it was too late. It fell like a thump to the ground and bled on my feet. "You deserve this." I took the match out of my pocket. The doctor turned to stare at me. I pulled the match out. The eyes of the patients, restrained, glanced. I lit the match and threw it straight to the floor. The flames lit up the engulfing room. The doctor leaped on me, forcing me to the ground as the flames followed its trail. I kicked and punched and managed to free myself from him as he slipped on the petrol and blood like a helpless seal. I kicked him in the stomach whilst the others tried to put out the flames, but it was too late. I heard the lift explode. I heard the floor below, the windows smashing as the chemicals and explosive materials reacted to the flames, and any other chemicals about the hospital. I ran towards the flames, jumping straight through them, and fell headlong down a flight of stairs. I picked myself up at floor 6, running down the rest. I could hear the explosions going off, and charged as fast as I could. How I managed to escape, I will never know, but I did. I jumped into the bus, and Jenny and I sped off as more of the explosions went off. The building was lit up a brilliant orange. More windows of the hospital smashed, showering glass everywhere like flower petals in a strong wind, but also too the sound of screams of those who I'd chosen to die, a sound that would haunt me forever, as to my conscience. Was I right to kill them all? Could I have saved them or done something else? Were they already dead, merely I sped up their time, or saved them from the torture and painful death that those doctors had chosen for them? It was a question I would never have the answer for, but it was a pain that I would always suffer. I sat on a desolate beach we had found. There was no one, no seagulls, nothing, just the sounds of the waves whooshing and the pebbles being dragged slowly back into the sea as the tide went out. Jenny swam the ocean blue, and I just stared at it as the waves came in and out, another ever constant in a world that had lost its meaning. Or had it? To the world, this was back to normal. Maybe it's the time with humanity that was the odd bit. This must have been like that time when man was in his infancy and nature was still flourishing. The skies above were dark and blue as the sun set in the corner. Bright orange was the sun today. But as beautiful as this scene was, it could not help lift my weary spirits. All I could think of was one action I had carried out a few days ago. In my mind I could still see that hospital as the windows exploded. I imagined the fires burning alive those strapped down patients, the agony they must have been in as slowly their legs caught alight, and slowly the wicked flames would creep up their bodies like a spirit in the night, until they were fuel burning bright, I could hear the distant screams over these images as we drove off in the red bus for miles. What had I done? In a fit of rage, had I done something that at given time I would not have done? The guilt had taken over my personality. I felt like a condemned man, and yet it was I who was free, and they who I had condemned. The waves crashed in again. The small trickle of water wetted my feet, as I imagined what those doctors had done to those patients, all the gruesome operations they must have performed whilst they drank and laughed. How can it be that man can inflict pain on others and not feel it himself? How does one disjoint his conscience from his actions? Maybe if I knew, then I could do this and believe that what I had done was for the benefit of those patients. Yet I cannot help wondering, as they burnt alive, as the whole bodies were engulfed from their toes to their eyes, whether they thought me their saviour or executioner. Jenny had joined me and dried herself off, placing her wet body on the dry sand, and saw that my face was less than happy. She tried to lighten the situation by her jokes, but my heart was too low to be lightened, however much I tried to show enthusiasm. She asked me what was wrong, and at first I did not answer, but then I thought, what was the point of keeping it in? So I explained the situation. She knew it anyway, and tried to reassure me, but in her eyes I felt too that she had thought what I had done was wrong. Even when she drove the bus, as the glass shattered in her eyes when first mine caught hers, I saw a change, a look of almost horror mixed with shock. She tried to move the conversation onwards and began talking about where we were going to eat today. She said she had seen a restaurant not far down the beach, which she said might be nice. I agreed, but what we would find there would be another thing. As time was playing a big part in our survival, the food we found was almost always off, save that found in tins or in refrigeration. Soon we would have to move on from the city, which seemed to have taken longer than necessary, but once out of the city, we would be safe. As we strolled down the edge of the beach, the stars lighting our way, Jenny talked about her daughter, how she enjoyed playing with her, how she missed her and wanted to put flowers on her lonely grave. As she spoke, I went off into a dreamlike state. I thought of how we had once had so much, however insignificant it had felt. We had life all around us, and able to do so much, and now that it had all been taken away, every dream or desire gone, all we had now was survival, to live another day, unsure really of what we were living for, whether life would ever be the same again. It made me think how man is very selfish of all that he has been given, all too often ready to verbally throw it all away, as if it were nothing, and yet it is indeed the most precious gift, but only seen once it is gone. I told Jenny of my past, how I had become a tramp, how that once I had lived like her, like any ordinary person, that I went to work, had a wife, but she was killed, murdered. It was a Tuesday, and I was unusually late from work. I opened the front door, and already in my mouth was what I was going to say to her. I was going to moan, as I found myself doing so much. Something she had said to me the night before, but before I was able to, I saw in the dark light of the room her body laying on the floor, a table fallen, covering her face. I could see the blood. I rushed over to her, instinct, nothing more, for she must have been dead for some while. I slipped on the bed, picked up the table, and there was her once beautiful face. I could have died there and then if it was my choice, but my body took what it saw, my heart never did. Her face was battered, broken. I could see her nose bone sticking through, her tongue was slit, at first I thought by a knife, but it was wedged between her teeth. Her face and eyes especially looked straight towards me, with extreme pain. Oh, dear God, dear God. Her face, it was so painful. Whatever was done to her, she bared it till she died. I don't know what she thought in those last moments, whether she wished her murderer would leave, whether someone would come up, I would phone, and her attacker would leave, whether she gave up and wished for death, or hung on, hoping that someone would come. Someone had heard her attacker. I don't know whether she had thought as she died that this was it, that she would never see me again, whether she had forgiven me our arguments, whether she did love me in that moment and wished just to hold my hand and gaze into my eyes one final time. All I was left with was her painful eyes protruding, staring straight up at me, lifeless and yet full of emotion, full of pain. Her hands were dug into the carpets. What creature could have done this to her? Why? Why? Just then I realized where I was. I saw Jenny and I'd stopped walking, and the waves were soaking her feet. I was crying, my face all red with anger. Jenny, this is why I left my house. I sold it, gave it all away, everything, left my job and went to the streets. I couldn't take it anymore. The police never found her murderer. They never gave me any answers, any motives, nothing. I was left with her death, the last thing imprinted on my life. From thence onwards I was just dying, ever so slowly dying. Jenny took hold of me and hugged me. Even that reminded me of my wife, and I broke down and cried, my tears dropping to the sea below as the tide came in and washed away the lost souls that it found there. After eating at the beach restaurant at the end of the pier, we decided to treat ourselves to a movie. It had been years since I'd seen any film. How strange to think now I would be seeing a flick in the city of the dead. Outside we were greeted by a bolted door. Together Jenny and I ran at it and broke it down. Inside we found the light switch, and for the first time in what must have been close to over a week, this theatre was lit up again. Inside we treated ourselves to the establishments, drinks and popcorn, which most of it ended up on the floor, as neither of us were experienced in their machinery. Then I went up to the film gallery and attempted to thread a film through the projector, which after a few attempts I managed to do. The ticking sound of the projector started, and I ran down to join Jenny sitting midway in the cinema, and the film began. It was David Lean's The Elephant Man. I must have put the last film can in as the film started towards the end. We both sat there and watched as the character Merrick was enjoying himself. Then it came to the part when he chose to die and lay down. I looked towards Jenny, and she caught my tear in my eye. The cinema went dark again as the film finished, and we both just sat there for a while. No one said a thing or moved, as if we were frozen. Maybe the moment we were in had finally settled in. Eventually we got up and left the cinema and back to the red bus, which was running out of fuel, so we went to a petrol station and filled her up. Then we were off, this time to where I used to work. I hadn't been there since I resigned, but I felt I had to go there one final time, as it was also on the edge of the city, the way we were going anyway, on our way out of this hellhole and back into the real world that lay beyond this city, oblivious to what had taken place here. I stopped the bus outside my workplace and Jenny and I went in. I swiped my old pass card on the door scanner, which still worked, and we were in. The lights were still on and the factory noises were still humming. I guess they must have been working that night when our world ended, the day before the great fog descended and I woke to this new dead world, which had ironically woken me up from my self-chosen sleep. I walked through the DC to my office. On the floor, a layer of dust had built up, but I couldn't remember whether that had been there all the time. The health and safety officer spent most of his time smoking than actually doing his job. It's funny looking back on it now. Maybe he had the right attitude, as he was now gone, his life finished. I carried on to my chair and found my table was no longer my table. What did I expect? It had been a few years since I had left. It must have been replaced several times. It's strange how, in life, men come and go, and the job is the only perpetual thing ever replaced, and yet now even that motion had ceased, and had been replaced by this new dawn that had risen on this dead city. Jenny, who had wandered off to the canteen area to see if there was any tinned food or food left by the workers that night, screamed. I quickly ran to where she was trembling. I placed my hand on hers. She jumped and turned to face me. Her bottom lip was quivering. "What is it?" I said. "Look in there, look, it's horrible." I walked past Jenny and opened the door that she had come from. It was an ordinary room, a changing room, but inside I could see rows and rows of statues, but they were not statues. They were men and women. They were the workers who had come in that night. They all stood in a row like some macabre scene. I switched on the light that was to the left of me, and then I was even more horrified. Their faces, their overall body, like wax. They looked as if they had melted. Their faces had no features, as if someone had remodeled them and flattened everything out. Bits of flesh hang down from what must have been a chin. It was as if I had walked into an oven, a chamber of the dead. I walked past through each one, all lined in a row like a massive game of chess. Each was exactly the same, slimy like a slug. Each melted. What could have happened to them? I even found one of my old managers standing for what must have been the first time side by side with the workers. He was exactly the same, melted, his arms by his side, as if they had been exposed to some great heat that had lightly melted the outside of their bodies. On the floor, too, was some of what must have been melted parts of their bodies, which like candle wax had dripped down, making the floor incredibly slippery. I braved a touch of the manager's face. My hand went straight through, just like soft wax. I quickly pulled my hand out and was left with a coating like petroleum jelly, a mush of human bone, blood, and flesh. I went to wash my hands in the toilets. The water, I remarked to Jenny, was still incredibly hot. As I had said, the health and safety guy had more of a penchant for smoking than his job. We both sat in the canteen and ate some food we had found there, got a drink from the tea machine which as ever tasted oddly familiar, and idly looked through an old newspaper that had been left there. How strange how all the technology in the world could have foreseen whatever had taken place here. Now this very same technology had been a boon for us, was now more like a museum piece. Back in the bus, we drove right to the edge of the dead city. It was late, so we found a suitable house, broke in, helped ourselves to some food, had a shower, and found some new clothing. It felt odd and very uncomfortable wearing someone else's clothes, full well knowing they were dead, but we had no other choice. In the morning we awoke and had some breakfast. Again I tried the phone, but it was completely dead. The TV too had no picture. We left this house, 3 Crescent Road, and decided to take a walk down the street before finally leaving the city. It was almost as if we were cleaning ourselves of the past week, putting on new clothes, ready to rejoin the world in the next city and to explain to them what we had experienced, hoping they might also explain to us what had actually happened here. Down the street we found a place of worship. We both went inside and were surprised when we saw 3 people standing there, a man and a woman who was heavily pregnant and stood together holding hands, whilst an oldish man stood in front. Delighted to see other survivors, we rushed inside, not even considering whether indeed these were friendly, but this time we were lucky. It turned out the man and woman were already married and were redoing their vows. The old man was a survivor they had found. He had taken the part of a witness, and Jenny and I would make up the numbers. It felt peculiar as Jenny and I sat down and watched this spectacle unfold. Here we were watching a wedding, when man and woman had died indiscriminately, and here man and woman were displaying their union, man's greatest strength, faith, and love. The couple looking so happy together, and I couldn't help for reflecting on their happiness and thought of Jenny, who watched them intensively and cried many times. We had seen so much horror. To see some joy was an escape, for however little time it would last. I watched Jenny, and I wished I too could hold her hand and be the one for her, but whilst I knew in my heart feelings were stirring up, I did not see them from her. I felt like a young boy again, just wanting to find love, fearing rejection, not being able to speak, watching love pass me by like the day does night, and like the day that is gone, you can never bring it back. I looked at the woman, her stomach out. She must have been at least 8 months pregnant. I started to ponder how amazing life was, how it kept on going. Man dies, another is born, and so the circle ever continues. How inside that little stomach was life. How from one small cell it grew and multiplied, from something that man couldn't even contemplate, as life, into a baby that could only scream and cry, not able to think or talk, that would have to learn all that was around it. How amazing God's creation is, How now alive I am. I see and think, breathe and feel, and yet before I was in a womb, and just one single cell before it divided and life began. And when I die, a new creation, as unbelievable to me as my first, will I approach. As I pondered over man's creation, the old man came and sat by me. He didn't even introduce himself. He just started moaning about how his home had been destroyed by a gang of tramps. Maybe they had been the same ones who had tried to strangle me. He had red hair and a wild stare in his eye. He seemed like something out of Dickens rather than real life. "Look, all I'm saying is, we can't stay around here all day. I've got a stomach to feed," he said. I didn't dare interrupt. He continued, "I haven't eaten for a good 3 hours. And if I don't eat, then I shall be full of gas. I can't stand being full of gas. It's not good for you. I told the wife. I always told the wife. She never listened. Guess she won't now." I heard the words he said and expected him to go into some mournful expression, but he continued as if she had just gone to bed, as opposed to, I guess, the grave. "I need my food, I tell you. If you're going to hang around with these two lovers, then I'm going to go it alone. Not like I need them anyway. All they do is stare into each other's eyes. Nothing can be done around here. Staring into each other's eyes is not going to feed my stomach, I tell you." The two lovers he referred to turned around and told him gently, "Okay, let's find somewhere nice." "Somewhere nice?" he started. "There won't be somewhere nice here. It's all gone, I tell you, all gone. All we got now is bloody tin cans, bloody baked beans. It gives me gas, terrible gas." The three of them walked outside. I took hold of Jenny's hand. I deeply wanted to say something to her, to ask her if she had ever considered remarrying, if she felt the least bit of love for me, if I could have some hope from her. Maybe it would make this whole terrible mess easier to cope with. But before I could even think how to say it, she looked at me. I felt she was just about to say the same to me, as her eyes lined up with mine, but all she said is, "I know." Could it be that she had thought the same as I? I know," I stuttered unexpectedly. "Yes, I know. They are weird, and we shouldn't go with them, but we don't have anyone else, and the company would do us some good." "Oh yes," I stumbled in as quick as I could, making her believe that was what I had been thinking, and she took my hand and we left, and followed out the 3 new strangers. Outside the place of worship, as we got into my red bus, we introduced ourselves to each other. The couple were Mr. and Mrs. Overgate. The man with the red hair was Mr. Jeremy Harkin. It was, to say the least, a strange introduction, as it was much like a roll call on a school bus. It was the roll call of the last survivors of the dead city. We found a restaurant, and surprisingly, maybe not considering his excessive talk of his stomach, Mr. Harkin was able to cook out a delicious meal. It, I can say with all honesty, was the best meal I had had for a long time. But he was still less than happy with it when it was all over. I think he could have sat there and eaten for days on end. Maybe this was his way of coping with this disaster. It is strange, as we all showed different signs, he with his couldn't-care-less approach, the married couple with their optimisms, and Jenny and I insular. We decided to get some sleep. We pulled away the tables from the restaurant floor and slept there, with a view of the blue night sky reflecting on the big front windows of the restaurant. "It's strange how many things we have done which we wouldn't have if not for this," said Jenny. "I suppose so," I said reluctantly. "Yeah, but is there much point to it all, lassie? I mean, I'd much rather be sitting in my favourite chair with a fag watching the footy than sleeping on this rat-infested floor." And with that conversation drawing to a discreet close, silence once again ensued, and sleep beckoned. When we awoke the next morning to the screams of Mrs. Overgate, she was clenching her stomach wildly. We rushed to the bus with the exception of Mr. Harkin, who strolled there complaining about not having any breakfast. I drove to the nearest hospital, which wasn't easy to find, as I had destroyed the last one we came to. There was definitely no going back there. Inside, Mr. Overgate and Jenny rushed, with Mrs. Overgate still in pain, to some maternity wing or other. I had to chaperone Mr. Harkin, who was already looking at signs of the restaurant.
You'd think they'd have food near the entrance.
It's a hospital, Mr. Harkin.
Yeah, I know what it is, Sonny. I'm not senile. Whenever I came in for something, I'd always go for a bit to eat. They always keep you waiting. My stomach doesn't like waiting, see, so I have something to eat, and I've found you can tell from the food how good a hospital is, so I'll be able to see the chance of that lady. Mind you, I think she's gone already. I mean, having a baby and all this happening too. If she starts bleeding, there's nobody stopping it. Now, which way for breakfast? Left or right?
I left Mr. Harkin as he wandered off, my mouth wide open with surprise at what he had uttered, the very matter-of-fact way he talked about a fellow survivor. I found myself inside a corridor that led, according to the sign, to the intensive care unit. Inside, I was horrified with what I found. It was a room that in my whole life I had never seen the likes of. There must have been at least 15 beds lined up side by side on both sides of the wall. On each bed there lay a patient connected to a bleeping machine, cables, wires, and tubes everywhere. I walked the whole distance, and on my return I threw up onto my hand. They were dead, well, almost, machines keeping them alive. Some moved a little as I walked past them. Most only the noises of the ventilator was all that was heard as the machine pushed air in and out of the lungs. The faces of them too, their arms covered in scabs and blood and pus pouring out and drying on the floor. They had caught the disease, their condition leaving them vulnerable. When all hell broke out into the city, they were left and could run nowhere. Most could not even utter a word, unconscious. Maybe this was the better way to go. A few of them had already started to decompose, their bodies dehydrated to the point of death. I could not even imagine what they had gone through, just lying there, unable to move or do anything, but being kept alive, waiting to die. I started to look at the charts that were left at the end of the beds. Most were printouts, but on some were handwritten notes, which I presumed a doctor must have written. Afterwards, as they detailed in layman's terms what was wrong with each patient, one had a car crash, one a severe allergic reaction, the third patient, a Lloyd Driscoll, had jumped from a diving board into a swimming pool and had been in a coma for 30 years. I looked at him, unable to even speak, his eyes just rolling up to the sky. On his chest lay a card. It was from his mother, maybe the last one, a message he probably could never understand. She had simply written that she loved him, missed him, but would see him soon. She had written almost as if for someone else, that she had thought he had tried to commit suicide, that when he dived he kept himself under the water and suffered a fit or stroke, that she was unable to switch his machine off for 30 years as she was his mother and loved him so. My eyes filled up with tears, and I reached over to the power button and switched him off. I began to switch them all off. This way their deaths would be quick. I got to one of the patients as I hovered over the button. He woke startled and started to shout, "No, don't switch me off, help me, help me." But he could not see his face was covered with lesions. His stomach was already opened and blood pouring to the ground. I pressed hard on the button and the lights on his unit went dim and off. For a few seconds he was still alive. "Bastard," he said, "you bastard." And then he died. I switched the rest of them off. There was some wailing, but it didn't last long. I turned off the ICU light and left the unit that now had become the hospital's last mortuary. I told Jenny of the incident and the rest. Harkin laughed and repeated the dying words of that man. "You bastard, you total bastard," he said, and laughed into his drink, spilling it down his cheeks. "You know, it's not the first time I've heard a story like that," Harkin continued. "Once someone told me that there was this plane that was hovering high above. It got a hole in it. The whole plane and cabin depressurized and the passengers were starved of oxygen. As fate would have it, the plane descended and oxygen started to enter the plane, although some say an object covered the initial hole and the plane's oxygen kicked in. But they say the passengers recovered, well, vital signs anyway. But they were brain dead, all of them, sitting there, unable to move or speak, but conscious enough to know as the plane hit the ocean and the lungs filled full of water." "What is wrong with you?" I said to him. "Me, sonny, nothing. Just a story, nothing more. You don't want to believe it, don't. Just telling it, that's all." "I think I prefer you when your mouth's full," said Mrs. Overgate, who was feeling much better now,
And then from behind us came a voice, a familiar voice, but I couldn't quite place it. It said, "What say you?" "What say you?" repeated the voice. Before I could turn around to see the owner of this voice, the figure had swiftly darted across and grabbed hold of Jenny by the neck. I turned to face him. It was the doctor from the hospital. History was repeating itself. This was the second time he had hold of Jenny. Well, here we are again. Well, minus a few of my staff, which you burned to death, along with my patients." I could feel the eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Overgate staring straight through my head. "What?" they said in horror. Mr. Harkin spoke with a smile permanently on his face. "He's been busy. Not only has he turned off the life support of some critical patients, he's also set fire to them and the doctors too." "It wasn't like that," I interjected, but even I did not believe that argument. "It all seems rather academic now, doesn't it? You see, one of the doctors," I jumped in. "You're no doctor. You stole those jackets. He was torturing the patients there." He pulled out a long surgical knife, one might imagine it used to split open stomachs. He placed it right under Jenny's long, supple neck. "As I was saying, one of those doctors you burned to death was my brother. I saw him burn as I left after you. My own brother melt in front of me in balls of flames, writhing about the floor in agony, screaming out. His insides burned, his heart burning with heat until it was no more, but as you can see from my face, it's no picture any more. I suffered from your meddling. Look at me." He pulled the knife closer to Jenny's throat. I did. His face was dark and purple-reddish colour, with flakes of grey skin peeling off. "I came to this hospital for some painkillers, you see. It hurts like hell," he shouted out, his eyes staring wide at me. "Whilst there, I started my recruitment process. A doctor must have his staff, and with all that is going, it's been terribly difficult to keep up the standards I'm used to, but you were glad to know I've enlisted a matron to make sure everything's clean. Wouldn't want you catching anything," he laughed. The matron was a stocky-built man who didn't fit well into his matron-style uniform. He had a cigar firmly between his teeth and would occasionally spit something out from his mouth. The other was just as aggressive-looking and even more out of place than the doctor, who continued his speech. "And as luck would have it, here you are with your little girlfriend. You see, I gave her back to you once, but this time I shall have my revenge. Why should you worry about this black girl anyway?" I could see Jenny's eyes staring up towards me. She didn't utter a word, just gulping slowly, so that the knife wouldn't cut her throat. I looked back at the doctor. I returned his racist comment. "Do we not bleed the same blood?" He smiled back at me and gently slid the blade from left to right across Jenny's throat. She let out a yelp and slumped to the ground in a pool of her own blood. The doctor licked the blood off the knife. "Oh, yes, you're right. We do. Oops, sorry, too late." I quickly ran to Jenny, placing my hand on her throat to keep the blood in, but she had long died, probably inhaled and suffocated on her own blood. She was dead. "Oh, how rude of me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Valentine. Nice to meet you. Sorry about the circumstances." There he was, towering above me, my heart filled full of rage for the death of Jenny. I launched myself straight at him, sending him to the floor, and started to beat his already frazzled body to a pulp. But with ease, even in his condition, he still managed to overturn me and leave me on the ground, his foot straight on my face. "What was it about stamping on the face? Forgotten now. Must seem like déjà vu to you, Mr. Bishop." How did he know my name, I thought. "James Bishop," he continued, removing the pressure from his foot, allowing me to stand up and face him. "Déjà vu? What do you mean?" "Oh, of course. You don't know what I did. They never caught me, did they?" "Caught you for what? What are you talking about?" "The murder of your wife." "What are you talking about?" I squared him up. "It was me. I killed your wife. Now I've killed Jenny, your little piece on the side. That's déjà vu. You didn't kill my wife." "Didn't I? How do you know?" "I remember her last words as she lay on the floor bleeding to death, but I've forgotten them now. I suspect they weren't important. Well, not to me, anyway. Shame. I suspect they would be to you." "You're lying, you bastard. You could have read that in a newspaper." Yes, I could, I guess, but I suppose the point is that you'll never know whether I did it or not. I suspect this will eat away at you, much like the death of my brother will. Me, I suppose to a man of equality, that will seem fair and just. We shake each other's hands and have done with it. What are they called, those little things? Bygones be bygones. But you see, I'm not a man of equality. He grabbed hold of Mrs. Overgate, knocking Mr. Overgate, who tried to struggle, to the ground. His other thugs grabbed hold of me and Harkin. The matron looked towards the mess of Jenny and back to the doctor and frowned, saying, "Not more mess." Valentine pulled out a clean surgical knife. I saw him insert it like a hot rod through hot metal into the heavily pregnant Mrs. Overgate. I turned away. I couldn't watch. I could hear her screams and the sounds of flesh being ripped apart, and the sound much like when a baby ewe is born out of its sack of liquid, the squelching noise. I even thought I heard one baby cry. When I turned around again, there on the floor was a mutilated baby, still attached by cord to its mother. Mr. Overgate, unconscious, awoke to find the carnage and rushed to his wife, bleeding to death on the green grass below her. She didn't say a word, just stared towards her lifeless baby, resting on the ground, buried before it was even born. "Oh, don't be so surprised. I performed this operation many a time, usually in a professional capacity. Termination of life, you see. There really is no future at all. And I suppose you should have tried to stop me. Wise you didn't. I'd only have killed you. But of course, I suspect I will you anyway. Just at my choosing. Time is such a precious gift." He took out a gun and held it out. "Now, let's all move." He fired a warning shot close to Mr. Overgate's feet, to show him that he was prepared to use it. Mr. Overgate, myself, and Harkin walked in front of Dr. Valentine, along with his thugs, constantly looking behind us as we left Mrs. Overgate to slowly bleed to death. As the night drew in, Valentine stopped us all next to a cave opening where we were forced in. As time passed, I found myself by the entrance of this cave, looking down below at the city, charred and dead, where no man no longer belonged. Above, the sky dark and red, musty in colour, as if the heavens were angry with what it saw below it. I sat there for hours just staring out, watching the night further descend into hiding. A small breeze passed me as drizzle began to rain down upon the dead city. It pattered on the outside of the cave, but this rhythmic noise just set my brain into a daydream, as I recollected the last time that Jenny and I had spoken. It was the moment when we met the Overgates. I remember her face as it turned towards me and spoke, but the words I could no longer hear. Even her image was beginning to fade away from me, as even my memory robbed me of her existence, as Valentine had already done. I felt as if I'd been robbed of time, for in that place of worship I also wanted to tell her how I felt, and now I was alone and she was dead. How had this time taken place? It made no sense to me, as if the container where sand falls had been shaken violently, and more sand had fallen than would normally, and now I had to pick up the pieces of a time I wished I could turn back the hands of. I stared towards the dark red sky as the rain started to fall on my hand, but it was no rain from the sky above. It was dripping down from my cheek, as my eyes cried tears of immense pain. I saw the ground beneath me open up, and I thought to jump. I recollected when she saved my life, the time when we spent together alone, all those quiet moments that I dreamed would blossom into a love of my own, that I would not find myself ever again alone at night, with no one to hold me tight. I felt the cold breeze of the wind as my heart chilled my very soul. I had been left with nothing. There was no one out there that would bring me warmth. I felt the pain well inside my body, the bones of my body aching, my eyes burning with salty tears as my veins pulsed with anger, and I let it out with a roar of pain that cut through the very quiet dark night. My lungs exhaled every effort that my body could muster. I put every single pain that I'd ever had into that scream that I had retained as long as I could. My face turned hot and red, but I continued until my voice gave way and I fell like a bag of bones to my knees.
My scream rang out across the dead city, but it fell on deaf ears, for not even an echo was heard. No one came running. Even the rain stopped. It didn't bore hard on the arid earth in sympathy with my pain cry. I was left alone, relieved of the pain until it welled up again and needed releasing. The loneliness I felt was indescribable, but worse still was the fact that there was no one to answer my pain. Why did it have to be this way? Why did it have to be me that is left with this sorrow that rots my inside out? My mind even now cannot make a reality out of the nightmare. Still fresh in my mind is Jenny's eyes, as Valentine held the knife to her neck. How still she was. What must she have thought as she looked towards me? What was going on in her mind the moment when the slit was made in her throat? Her panicked eyes as death claimed another victim. How did this happen? How fragile is the moment, ever moving, ever changing, never constant? I sat there as night became day, my eyes red raw, as was my fragile heart that wondered how long it had to last, for this pain I felt had no ending. I sat there as night became day, my eyes red raw as my fragile heart that wondered how long it had to last, for this pain I felt had no ending. I wondered whether it would ever. How long would I grieve upon something that never was, the love that never was, for only I ever loved? Eventually the tears dried up, and there was no way for my heart to show its suffering that it felt. I was as I was, body and soul, but only from the outside. From within I was empty and lost, and the confusion was everlasting, trying to put the pieces of this puzzle back together again. But the pieces no longer fit, and the picture not the same anyway. Once before I had lost my wife to a tragedy, and my life as it were ended then, but now there was no life left for me to end. So what was to be my conclusion? For it already felt as if I had died, and all I had to do was lie down and breathe no more. And so I did. I lay down and closed my eyes still, awaiting the final pangs of death to take my soul towards you, my love, who waits for me now. I call out to you to take me back again. Take me back again. The universe spanned that night, the stars shining so bright, as man stood firm on the ground that drifted through space. From far away life looked the same, and maybe that was the way it should be. But for I and Mr. Overgate, our worlds were no more. I had lost the love that never was, and he had lost that which is the greatest of man's emotions, love. I looked back at Mr. Overgate, who had not seen only his wife slain, but his future too, for she was carrying child, and Valentine slaughtered both as he lay unconscious, and woke to find his wife bleeding to the ground. Now he suffered images that would never return. He never had the chance to see his wife die. He was robbed of any last moments that the two could have shared. Even the last glance that love has to offer might give a man enough to find the strength to muster on, but he had been robbed of even these. Mr. Overgate kept speaking as if his wife was still next to him, for the pattern we all live are not easy to give up. He touched the floor beside him as if he had held her hand so dear. He stroked the floor as if he was reassuring her. Maybe this moment was one which was special for him to relive, a moment where the love between them was ever so special, ever so sweet. He spoke words of love so softly, his head would sit on its side as he stared into open space where his wife's eyes would have been. He gazed as he did. I saw slow tears fall from his eyes, but no expression came on his face, no anger, as if like a film he was living out this scene. As the watcher too, he was crying at the flickering images that transposed on the back of his mind. When Jenny and I had met the Overgates, they had renewed their wedding vows, only now to find themselves separated between life and death. The love to us seemed so special and filled us full of warmth that faith and love has to offer mankind. Their dreams became our dreams, their ever-constant search for true love, which keeps man and woman warm at night, that keeps them looking straight into each other's eyes, long after others' loves would disappear. They gave hope to us all that love could be held onto, that it was the easiest things, that there was pleasure to be found in an everlasting romantic love, that once seeded would always grow and grow, blossoming like a beautiful tree with streams running beneath it. Mr. Overgate moved his head towards and kissed the air between in front of him, and settled back and with a sigh of relief smiled, as if that moment had ended, a special perfect moment of which you occasionally have and wish would never end, a moment he had chosen to remember his dear wife, who would never speak to him again, would never rest her body on his, would never take comfort in each other's simple company, would never look upon each other. For what is the difference between the living and the dead? For everything appears the same, but that which sparks life in them is gone, and they are left empty and cold, no longer talking, like an endless sleep. I could well imagine that this couple's love was one where they would never spend a night away from each other, where any argument would be left with the night, where they'd spend hours just staring at each other's eyes and holding each other's hands and never wanting to let go. A love so close, sweet, and special that a poet would turn it into a sonnet for all to share. But this was their love, that they had actually lived every moment they had was treasured. And now only trinkets were left to polish. The box was closed, never to be opened again. Mr. Overgate sat back and put his head into his hands and began to sob, as he remembered his visions was only but that. And now he was back in the real world again to suffer the pain of having a beautiful love taken away from him. He sobbed over and over again, Why? In love, they say, it is important to be able to lose to win, but in his loss there was nothing left to win. Still inside the cave, one of Valentine's thugs woke myself, Mr. Overgate, and Harkin up. Glad to see you've stopped wallowing in self-pity. All that crying, it can get to a man, Valentine began. Not you, I snapped. Oh, Mr. Bishop, please, I'm just a man as you are. I just have different ways of seeing things. You see, I see living as precious, but there are so many people out there who squander it, and I just elevate them of this fruitless existence. Believe me, it is far better where I send them than that which they live in. Take you, Mr. Bishop. After your wife's demise, you left everything to become a vagrant, walking the streets, sleeping near the sewers. What a waste! But I guess I already knew that. That reminds me, your wife's last words. They came back to me last night when you were crying your pathetic little eyes out. I believe she said, Stop. Sorry, I believe they were her last words to me. How indiscreet of me. Yours were after that. I think it was something like, In heaven we meet. Ring any bells? It was a phrase we used to say to each other before we went to sleep. But how could he have known that? I did not answer him, I just stared. Maybe I had mentioned it to a policeman or a journalist or someone else. It was implausible to think that he had killed my wife and then came looking for me. But I imagine there wasn't a soul in this city who didn't know of my wife's tragic end. I left it to that. Harkin started yawning, followed by a rumble of his stomach. When are you going to let us go? He started. I've got nothing against you, you neither me. I've got things to do, people will see I'm a busy man. He smiled, I believed, in all seriousness. You have nothing to do any more. Now sit there and be quiet, or I will have no choice but to end your miserable little life. Mr. Overgate, called Valentine. Mr. Overgate gave no answer. Oh, come, Mr. Overgate, it's not that bad. People die all the time. How many people have died in this disaster? You cry over one individual? How incredibly selfish and self-centered of you. Spare a thought for all those others. But Mr. Overgate did not move. Leave him be, spoke out Harkin. Oh, well, I wanted to give this some build-up, but as none of you are in the mood, matron, bring her in. The cave was shrouded in darkness for a moment, as Matron and whatever he was carrying on his back filled the hole where the sun came in. He threw his load on the floor right in front of Overgate's feet. Overgate's eyes immediately lit up. It was Mrs. Overgate, and she was alive. "You brought her back to me," cried Overgate, scrambling from his squatting position next to his wife. "Darling, darling," he spoke, but Mrs. Overgate gave no answer. Harkin looked at the woman there, a scar on her stomach, stitched up by what looked like rope. "What have you done to her?" he said. "Matron has a dab hand, you see. That's why I enlisted him. He was bored, and so I let him practice his medical skills on her." I looked at Mrs. Overgate. Her stomach looked full again, as if Matron had put her dead baby back inside her stomach and then sewed her back up with rope. Overgate continued to try and get a response, but there was none. I can only assume Mrs. Overgate suffered some kind of stroke or blood loss to the brain. "Isn't this romantic? Love reunited," smirked Valentine, but this was anything but. Mrs. Overgate had been returned, but maybe it would have been better if she had died, for she was there in body but not in spirit. She just dripped and quivered her lip, but not speech. No eye movement came, which Mr. Overgate could recognize as his wife. But Overgate was so pleased to have her back again, it didn't seem to matter much to him. He continued caring for her, touching and stroking her hand gently, as I had seen him play out the night before. My heart melted with the image of love. Then I looked to the scaly, burnt face of Valentine and felt such hatred for him and his way. His evil ideology made me sick. He was a man who cared only for himself, who took joy from the suffering of others, and yet he had been given such a position to exercise this power with that little piece of metal he held in his hands, and it was only that which divided the strong from the weak. I rose up, ready to put my life on the line, but Valentine saw me immediately, cocked his gun and placed it on Harkin's head. "Go on, Mr. Bishop. Run, kill me. What care you of this miserable man's life? By all rights, he should be dead anyway. You're all going to die anyway, so why not get it all over and done with? Run, you little insect, be a man." I looked at Harkin, who shivered with fear, his eyes burning straight at me in horror, perspiring like I had seen no man do. "By all rights, we all should be dead," I corrected him. Valentine laughed. I sat back down and he withdrew the gun from Harkin's sweaty head. "Now I think it's time we moved on. Is everything ready, Matron?" The Matron nodded. Two of Valentine's thugs manhandled myself and Harkin out of the cave, holding us tight from behind. Valentine and the Matron followed. "What about the Overgates?" I said. "I have no use of them. These lovers can stay together here." I looked towards Overgate with some hope that at least out of this suffering he had been given the chance to maybe nurse his wife back to health. But before I could say anything else, Valentine pressed a button and 2 tiny explosions on the roof of the cave went off, and mud started to rain down upon the Overgates. But they didn't move. They lied motionless in the same position we had left them, just staring into each other's eyes. Mrs. Overgate started to wriggle a little, but no words were spoken. Overgate didn't even flinch, just continued to stroke her hand and gaze into her eyes. "Overgate!" I shouted. "Quick, get out of there, quickly!" The mud had now covered half of their bodies and was still raining down. "Get out!" I screamed. "Get out!" But he didn't move, didn't even turn around, and then a mound of solid mud fell on top of them both, burying them alive as the rest of the mud rained in and filled up the cave. "How touching," said Valentine. I turned around and launched a fist straight at his face, catching him square in the jaw. Blood spat out from his mouth. His thugs regained my arm and pulled me to my knees. "I'll let you have that one. After all, you let me have your wife." He paused with a smile and continued. "And Jenny, I wouldn't worry about the Overgates. Mrs. Overgate wouldn't have lasted long under there. She would be dead by now, and Mr. Overgate would be holding on to her corpse as he slowly inhales the mud into his lungs." There was a noise not too dissimilar to coughing from the pile of mud. "Ah, see, that will be the mud getting stuck in his throat as he breathes in, causing him to vomit. Won't be long now, and then he will be no more. As in life, they will have died together." Valentine's thugs pushed me and Harkin onwards, and we moved to the edge of the city. High above we could see the rest. "There is your future," shouted Valentine. I looked towards the city. It had changed since I had last looked. I had thought that only the city was infested with this disease, but it had spread through time to the cities beyond. When I had last had the chance on the first day to look, I could see lights and life, but now there was no lights in the distance. I could see the same clouds and fog that I had awoken to as this disease spread about the land. Valentine was cruelly right. There was no future. This was the end. My hope of leaving this city and getting back to normality was gone. Normality was gone. The dead city was only the beginning. Out there was the end. "But how?" I said. "How what?" answered Valentine. "How did this happen?" "I think Mr. Harkin should answer that question." "Harkin? What's he got to do with it? He's just a fool." Valentine smiled. "You know, it's quite ironic, you two walking together. The man who would save the world and the man who ended it." Harkin started to laugh, but this time his laughter was different. It was not his usual jolliness, but the type of laughter one does when one is afraid of being found out, a nervous gesture. "You see, my dear James, the man you have shared such intimate moments with, the man to whom owes you his life, is the same man who took so many. He is responsible for this dead city and all the dead cities you see around you, and soon he shall be responsible for the dead earth." I turned to look at the red-haired man crouching on the floor weeping with laughter, and back again at the flaky face of Valentine. Was it another of his tricks? And yet I did not believe so. I pushed him further. "What is this you speak of?" "Tell him, Harkin, or end your life I will." Harkin stood up and rubbed his hands together. "Sorry, laddie. Was me, I'm afraid. It was all meant to be secret, you see. I worked at a military base, working on chemical warfare. It was late and I was watching the TV. I was checking my lottery numbers, and I had just the first number, then the second. I couldn't believe my luck, and then I had all six. I was a millionaire. I jumped up and down. I looked towards the room where some of my colleagues were testing some of the chemical reactions. Then I sat down. I couldn't believe it. My life was to be so different. You see, I'd always had to work so hard, so hard. My wife had left me years ago before, 'cause I spent so much time at work, but she didn't understand. Anyway, there I was sitting at my desk, a panel of lights and buttons in front of me. I don't know what happened, some alarm, I think, went on. It wasn't that unexpected, but with all the excitement, I'd forgotten the order of some buttons I had to press. Now it seemed so trivial how just one button pressed out of sequence could cause so much chaos. The next thing I knew, I heard a massive explosion. I turned to the room behind the glass and saw a green vapour in the air. I could see the faces of my colleagues as the faces began to melt, as they placed their hands on the glass, banging for me to let them out. I was so afraid with what I saw, what I'd done. I bolted it. I was gone. I jumped in a lorry, drove it some miles away and got out, still clinging onto my lottery ticket. When the white fog surrounded the city, I heard more explosions. I looked at Harkin, and for the first time he had made some sense. I now began to understand how he had become the fool who bumbled about his busy life and his rumbling stomach. I looked at Valentine, who smiled wryly, and then back to Harkin, who in his hand had produced the winning lottery ticket. It flapped about the wind, until he let go of it, and it floated off. "No use to me now, I guess." Valentine continued the story. "You see, Mr. Bishop, I told the truth, and you stopped me from killing this man. Do you regret it now? Oh, don't answer. I think it's far better you keep such thoughts to yourself. But there is one more thing you need to know. Maybe this will heal over your wounds, your pain of losing your dear Jenny. The chemicals that have seeped into the atmosphere were genetically modified bacteria with nuclear potential radiant, meant to be used in warfare. The only problem is they were only meant to target the enemy. But this work hadn't started as yet, so the genetic pattern it has is mankind. So slowly and surely it will wipe out every living creature. But you and I and Harkin are all okay." Valentine smiled again. "Oh, Mr. Bishop, ignorance is such bliss, is it not? What makes you think we are all okay?" "I've already seen those affected by the disease." "James, dear boy,
said Harkin. It was a bacteria which was genetically modified to attack at different rates according to the DNA structure it entered upon. The fog had already been breathed into your lungs and entered your system. His work has already begun. Some would have died instantly and burned alive. Some would appear to melt inside out. Some would have the visual radiation poisoning and die slowly. And some would live as if normal, able to pass the disease on. You, my friend, are a carrier. But your death will come.
How will it come? I tentatively inquired.
The disease attacks the genetic structure of the body, slowly altering it. Sometimes it happens within seconds, some hours, some weeks. The disease makes its way to the immune system and through the body's water. It causes lesions most time, and then it uses the body's natural source of acid from the stomach to cause the body to combust. A living, breathing time bomb. Attacking, inside out. But this disease is random. By its own nature, it's living, and its death has many different names.
You see, Mr. Bishop, why I've chosen to end the lives of those dear to me. Perhaps in their death I can see some hope for myself when my eventual death takes place. This is not a mercy to end someone's life before illness takes them over. You and I are alike, Bishop. You killed my patients out of mercy, and so I do the same. You show mercy. Can a man be so warped about his own image as you are about yours? What say you, Mr. Bishop? You want a demonstration of my absolute mercy? There is no mercy that I know of that a man like you could possibly show. Valentine whipped around, withdrew his gun, turned towards his thugs, and shot the matron straight through the head. There, you want more proof? He screamed, with a demonic look in his eye. Before I had a chance to say no, he emptied the gun into the rest of his thugs, who ran but fell like animals in a hunt. You're mad, absolutely mad, I said. Look who's talking, James. Madness is such an alternative to sanity, that's all. And when the world has lost all of its, why should I hold on to dead traditions? Then we are doomed. There is no cure, I said, looking hopefully to Harkin. None, laughed Harkin, before returning to his tears. Why so pessimistic, James? We have life. Just now we know that it is precious. Surely this point I have given sufficient proof of. We have a limited amount of time. Is happiness measured merely by its longevity? You see down there, the city there, I have already been. There is a people who have formed together. They call themselves the Scrags. They have abandoned our way of life as we know it, and live a life as they see fit in these desperate times. Then I will die.
We'll all die, laddie, replied Harkin with a sense of guilt in his voice. I turned my thoughts to the view in front of me. There, as far as my eye could see, was the fog drifting to another city. There was not one single sign of civilization. All I could glimpse was the end of mankind. I stood looking down upon the world I once knew below me, but all that had ever been was gone. In its place was the dead, and soon I would join them. I looked towards Valentine, who still had a smile on his face. My mind raced with all sorts of thoughts, but none were to do with me and my future. But Dr. Valentine, my anger grew deeper and deeper as his smile grew across his face like a Cheshire cat. I felt my blood boiling. I knew that any moment I would burst, and all of the energy of the killing of Jenny and the Overgates would overtake me, and I would be left only with the consequence of rage unleashed. Before I had time, maybe Valentine had read the upgrowing rage in my eyes. As my body prepared myself, like a rocket ready to be launched, he took out his gun and placed it straight for me. Harkin saw the gun and started running down the hill to the city below, but Valentine didn't flinch. He wasn't interested in him, but in me, the man who had killed his brother. He fired. In a millisecond moment I moved my head, and I felt the air that the bullet pushed brush past my ear, and then I launched myself straight at his body, and we both went tumbling down the hill. The gun flew into the air, and then it was gone. Valentine and I grappled for one another. It was not long before our hands were covered in mud and blood. I laid a firm fist with all my force to his face. He screamed with agony. I felt my blood boil, and a sense of well-being came over me, as I transferred my anger into the man who had ignited it. This is your time, Valentine. This is your time. Now I shall give you a taste of your medicine. You will reap the rewards of your mercies. Meet your death, Valentine. Meet it well. I laid another punch into him, but he moved his body, leaving my fist firm in the ground. He stood up and retrieved a long knife that looked more like an axe than a knife, and launched it straight at my back, of which it firmly implanted itself. I screamed out with pain. Harkin was still running, shouting and screaming, whilst Valentine and I battled each other, for only one of us would survive this onslaught. One of us would be of the living, and the other would return to the soil from whence it became. He pulled the long knife out of my back, my blood dripping from the shiny, spotless blade. I turned and charged straight at him, knocking the blade into the air. He fell to the ground. I looked up and placed my hand upon the falling blade. It slid through my palm, but I had a firm hold of it. Like symbiosis, it had become part of me, and I raised my arm up above his head. For the first time, his eyes lit up in fear. "Bishop, no, Bishop, let me live, let me live!" But the balance of my arm had only one direction it would fall, and with the full force it came slicing down upon his head. It cracked his skull, and then like jelly it oozed as it penetrated beneath. He yelled with agony. As he did so, my mind brought an image when I had killed a rat in my garden some months before. It had been injured, and unlike usual, I was able to creep up to it, and with a handy broom I banged the full force of my arm down upon it. It squealed in pain, and then transfixed at the pain and what I had done. I paused before I put it out of his misery. As those images came back to me, I saw Valentine's face reeling in pain. I tried to move my hand from the blade, but we were all conjoined. We had become one, I, the blade, and Valentine. What had I done, I thought, as I moved my other hand to try and hold his head back together, but the blade, like a hot knife in butter, was splitting it open. I tried to pull my hand from the blade, but as I did so, another crack came. Valentine screamed a high-pitched noise like an animal in distress, and grabbed hold of my arm to keep me in place. "I knew you had it in you," he said, as his last cry of pain was cut short, and he was dead. I tugged at the blade, trying to pull my hand free, when a hand came from behind and held the blade, allowing me to slip my hand away. It was Harkin. I stood up and dusted myself down, not noticing that my clothes were painted with the blood of Valentine. In full view of Harkin, I looked at his face and looked down upon my clothes to see what I'd done. "You killed him," said Harkin. I didn't answer. All I could think of was Valentine's last words. "I knew you had it in you." What had he meant? But it was all clear to what he had meant. He knew that he was a carrier, that his death would be slow and painful, and had come back to me in order that I would kill him quickly, as death was the only one thing he was certain of. Even in his last act, he had his last laugh. Jenny was dead, the Overgates, and now Valentine. Harkin and I were all that was left. We returned back to the place I had left the bus, and took some explosives that Jenny had got from the abandoned lorry that I now knew Harkin had left, and planted them around a school nearby. I lit the touch paper and ran back to the bus where Harkin sat waiting. He said to me, "What have you done?" Before I had time to answer, the building blew up, and bricks hit the roof of the bus as I started the engine and we drove off. I had done as I said I would to Jenny. I did it in her memory. The fiery red furnace burned away as the embers rose to the sky, as the soul does the body. We said goodbye to the place where we had lived, and were set to move on to the next, to meet the Scraggs that Valentine had talked of. But what our hopes were I am not sure, for Harkin had said there was no cure for the disease he had let upon this earth. And so we drove away from the dead city, which had once been my home. The night had fallen. Harkin slept in the bus, but I could not enter sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I would see visions of death. The death I had seen, the death I had inflicted. I felt shadows over my soul. I could feel the darkness surround and engulf me. I opened the red bus doors and walked outside. The darkness of night was my company, that long and lonely night. Above was the pure white stars that shone above me, out of my reach. Around me was the sharp branches of the trees ready to pluck out my eye.
the dirty soil below which I waded through. I felt like a man who had lost his vision. As if blind, I wandered about this earth, unable to ever touch the brightness that shone above me. Even the moon was shrouded above by clouds that kept the beams from reaching my soul. This felt like the end. If my life was to ebb away this day, I could easily let it happen. I would put up no fight. All my energy, my hope, my desires are gone. The death of those around me had robbed me of any chance of a life of happiness and joy. Now all that remained was that sour taste of sorrow and disillusionment. It felt as if the stars had gone out above, and the darkness was swallowing me up, and soon my blackest soul would merge within the bleak blackness, and I would be no more. I could feel the world moving, the universe swirling. I felt my insides burst as if a pain that had long kept itself tight in a box had to be opened, and tears fell like droplets from my eyes. How many tears had a man to cry before he would find solace? How many lonely nights do we have to suffer before the hands of love take us out of the cold? Oh, bleak world that I find myself in now, take pity on me. Shine me away so that I may find some hope. For it left in this darkness, then what hope has man? For without your light I cannot go on another step. Shine me away so that I might find a way to grasp tightly onto the rope and will never look back again. Shine me away, my Lord, shine for me. I felt the solitary droplet from my eye trickle down my cheek to the ground below. As the tears fell, I felt my body lose its substance, as if with each tear I became less. But I knew that I could cry more than would ever leave me dry inside, for the tears of man are endless, as is the capacity of a man's heart. I walked out into the wilderness, through the trees, as if I were walking a path, but where I was walking I could not tell, as in front of me I could not see, but I had let go. There seemed no hope left in this man's hand. Oh, if I could turn back the hands of time, if I could live once again in the life that was my own, would I be able to make the change? Would I follow the same footsteps that led me to where I am today? But pointless is such talk, for once the clock has chimed, the time is gone, and no man can ever make what has been spent come around again. Time is endless, but not for me. Is this the final goodbye? Shall I never see you again, 1 minute alive, the next a mere memory of a life that once had a meaning, and now has a tombstone? I returned back to the bus to hear Harkin snoring, oblivious to the pain I felt. I took a deep breath, for in his carelessness there was a sense of familiarity. For many a time had this wave of despair hit me, only to be left unanswered by those around me. I lay down, closing my eye on another day, hoping to find myself awakening once more in the morning ahead. Harkin and I drove the red bus to the entrance of the city where Valentine had said a group of people called the Scraggs lived. When we arrived, Harkin's face showed signs of distress. He spoke only one word to me that morning. It was home. We had come back to the place where it all begun, where the beginning of the end had taken place. Somewhere here was the one building which had ignited the end of the world. We both left the bus and walked out into the devastation. As far as the eye could see, there was just barren wasteland. Life as man had known it had gone. The city had been turned into a massive graveyard, and all about it were scattered those who had once lived. I sat on a mound of ground as Harkin went about the bodies. I could no longer take the view, as the sun behind shone bright. How like any other day it looked, but this was a day of nightmares, a day which no man could ever imagine taking place. And yet, in the back of all of our minds, we knew one day this would be the end of mankind. Harkin walked through the field of bodies, and occasionally he would turn to me with a wide grin on his face. The situation, the enormous burden on his shoulders of being the man who had ended mankind's dream, weighed heavily. He, I, was convinced, was becoming mad, and there seemed little hope of his return. But I noted each time he would turn his face to me, his grin slowly receding back into his mouth, and his lips were tight and closed, almost in remorse. Whether it was the body which induced this in him, or my reaction as he grinned aimlessly at me, I am not sure. Maybe it was just instinctual. Everywhere I looked, there were bodies about this land. I could see no movement amongst this sea of corpses. They just lay end to end. Some were distinct, almost human-like. Others were a mush of human remains that looked more like soup than a skeletal structure. I could not imagine how they all came to this area, but it had now become a waste ground, their faces lined with terror and fear, captured in the last moments when the living became the dead. Above, the sun was bright as it had ever been. It knew not what had occurred on the earth below, for it continued to shine down on mankind, despite it being mankind's darkest days. Maybe the sun would shine no more for man as it had once before. I looked down at the bodies and was struck by the lack of colour amongst them. They seemed almost to blend in with the auburn dirt that was now their bed. I wonder if, like the dinosaurs over millennia, their bodies would become like a line of chalk and would show the time of the great disaster that had befallen man. Would man's long legacy end this day? Would no more sound be heard from the majestic vocals that had once rung out amongst this land? And yet, as sad as one found oneself of man's last great day, one knew that it was not an act that had befallen man, for man had made the choice of its destruction by allowing this act to happen. It was no tragedy, no accident. It was a design of man to create such wonders that would one day ultimately destroy their creators in our bid to become what we are not. Harkin was far out in the distance, but still he had not reached the end of the line of the bodies that outstretched the eye, and like a desert seemed to go on for miles. But now, like a montage, it didn't seem to matter. How many or how few, the eye, like the heart, became desensitized to the amount of death that surrounded us now. I walked out to Harkin down a path that he'd made with his feet through the mush that at once was man, till I found myself in the epicenter of ground zero. As I turned my head a full 360 degrees to take in my fellow brethren one last time as they lay to rest and sunk in the murky depths below them, I placed my hand upon Harkin, the only friend I had left in the world. He turned around to look at me, and I noticed in his eyes that of tears. I held on to him as I looked out onto the carnage. We both stood by the ring of corpses, as the wind softly blew the stench of human remains. Harkin told me of the time when he left the building, where this had all started, how he ran as quick as he could whilst his mind showed him the pictures of his colleagues melting behind the glass. Slowly the glass too would melt. He jumped into an army truck and sped off. As he did so, he recollected that he saw a bright blue-white flash about the sky. So bright, it was as if the whole sky was lit up. He described the amazing colour that remained on his retina seconds after the explosion. Then he said a dark, foreboding fog engulfed him as a massive gust of wind thrusted the landscape, which threw his truck spinning with him inside till it landed on its wheels. Then all of a sudden the wind ceased, almost as abruptly as it had begun. He recounted that he was left in a silence in which he thought that the whole planet would crack open any second. He climbed out of his truck and looked at the people standing around him. He saw their faces of fear. In those moments of silence, slowly a dark, foreboding fog whispered in, and people began to scream and run.
I ran and hid inside a place of worship and begged forgiveness for my awful sins. I never cried so much as I did that night. I felt as if I cried for all mankind, and yet maybe I had the least right to do so, he said. As he explained the events to me, I felt another white flash across my eyes
as I had many times since my awakening, and then I saw myself walking down a street, ordinarily just going about my days as if I had a whole lifetime to spend, and then I was hurtled off my feet as a strong wind rattled everything that it went by. A car alarm sounding was the last noise I heard as I blacked out. "I remember," I said. "I remembered where I was when it happened, how I'd come to awake to this." Harkin replied,
"Son, you're lucky. I'll pay anything to be able to just have one moment without the knowledge of this."
But I also knew now that these white flashes were that of the disease. How long I had left I did not know. How long any of us had left was also unknown. We continued to walk further on. As we did so, I saw in the distance buildings, and in the buildings I saw lights. This must be where the Scraggs had begun to start civilization. And so Harkin and I continued to walk on the outstretched bodies towards the only hope we had left. Harkin and I entered the compound, where we were surprised by the amount of people who had survived. There must have been 100, maybe more, but immediately from first glance there was something odd about them. It was not their manner, but the way in which they dressed, tattered and torn, but I put this down at first to their inability to find new clothes. A tall man with a white beard approached me. "What do you want?" he said. "Want?" I said. "Yes, want. We have no need of anything you have." "No need, surely we all have need of one another." "We have no need of you. You do not even know me. Allow me to introduce—" Before I could utter my name, he said, "I have no need of your names, or in fact, to know of you. These are things of the past, not our future." "Your future?" I said. "Yes." He turned away and walked off. I ran after him and pulled on his arm to turn him to face me. "What's going on here? I'm a survivor like you." "I very much doubt it," he said. "I don't very much like the company you keep either." "Company," I said. "You mean Harkin. He's a friend." "A friend to whom?" "What?" I questioned. "Would you kill one who murdered your whole family a friend?" "Well, no," I answered quickly without thinking. "And why should you call a man who killed 1,000, 10,000, and soon 1,000,000, then 2, until all 6 billion men, women, and children lie dead on the soft soil on this once majestic earth, is that whom you would call a friend? As I said, I don't need your soul." I had no answer to give him to what he had said, for in a way he was right. But we had no choice now but to forget the past and try to forge a new beginning in the hope of saving mankind's great legacy. Another man came up and joined in the conversation. "Our name's Eugene. What's yours?" "James." "You see," the white-bearded man said, "you have already created interest in yourself. Do you think you come here and change our ways? Believe me now, you cannot. Many have tried and they have failed and will always fail, for man has no tie to that life he used to know. Now he must readdress the situation and live accordingly." I agreed and said, "Yes. But it's true, man must forgo some of his ways, which no longer would find reason to be." "And your name?" I asked politely. "Max Ingram was the name to which I was known, but you can call me Leader. Welcome to my dominion. We are the Scraggs." Harkin and I followed him as he entered a building. As we did so, the leader stared obtrusively at Harkin. He led us to a room full of televisions, wires, and computers. An operator sat at the desk full of buttons. The leader spoke in his ear, and the operator selected a button. A massive screen opened in front of us. Images of people walking about their way, going into shops, chatting with each other, walking for buses, was shown to us. The leader continued to look at Harkin sharply. All of a sudden, then, a crackle came from the picture. The pictures closed in on people's faces, magnified 100 times. Their faces showed as if something was wrong, and as this occurred, the picture shrank in size. The screen now displays 20 or so little pictures of people's faces, and in the middle a street view, as suddenly, in real time, an invisible force evaporated all that was there, leaving the streets barren. Even the buildings were gone. The operator frantically, as if he was playing a piano in a concerto, pressed button after button, changing various CCTV shots of people dying, melting, running as the fog captured them. There were wide shots of plumes of thick, dark, dense fog, reaching from the heavens and descending across the skyline, images of people fading into dust, over and over again, Closer and closer were shots of men, women, and children as they faced the moment of destruction. The screen was full again, and this time it showed the inside of a building, a factory full of people working, when after several shot changes, showing close-ups of people walking about their job, paper in hand, drinking cups of tea in the canteen, all the ordinary things that people used to do, when suddenly in a long shot covering the whole building from inside, the area was shrouded in darkness from one row of the building to the closest to the camera. The operator quickly cut to 10 different shots of people's reactions to what they had seen, and then he continued the original long shot, and we too saw what they had, as a plane careered through the building and burst into flames through the factory machine and people alike. All these images came with no sounds. It somehow made these ghostly images more ghastly. I imagined the sounds of building, the hum of everyday working life, then suddenly the plane crashing through the glass, splintering everywhere, the roar of the engines as the passengers were affected by the radiation, the noise of huge rods melting, bending, and weeping. But I am not sure any of that would have been heard past the frantic screams of those below, fulfilling their destiny in this great disaster. Then the most gruesome of all the images he had saved to last, as the CCTV footage showed montage after montage of people's faces melting, people silently screaming in pain and writhing in complete agony. Despite these images being days old, it felt as if they were alive. The leader turned and put his hand on Harkin's shoulder, as the next shot showed something that caught Harkin's eyes. It was the base he had worked at. It showed the whole incident he had described to me. It even showed him running away. The last few shots were a quick montage of Harkin's still-framed face, with the explosions, people silent screaming, faces melting, bodies turning into shadows, buildings being blown apart, and ended with shots of fog-covered streets a few days later, showing the utter destruction, wasteland, and emptiness of what had occurred that moment. The leader turned to look at me. He wanted, as I guessed, to see my reaction at this video nasty. I wiped away the many tears I cried. He felt satisfied at my reaction, but Harkin's non-reaction did little to please him. "Harkin, you plead to your crimes." Harkin did not move, neither did he make a sound. The leader waved his hand at the operator, and a gun was placed there. He looked over at me, almost in shame. "You take this gun and kill this friend of yours." He placed the gun in my cold hand. Harkin did not move. "Kill him. You saw what he did. He was responsible for this. He is charged with the murder of mankind. Now bring justice, possibly the last justice man will ever taste on this world." I couldn't do it, for although I knew what he did, it was not for me to judge him in this way. The leader snatched the gun off me and then spoke to Harkin. What he said to him I do not know. Seconds later, I looked up to find a gun pointing at my head. "If you won't kill him, then let's see if he's a friend as you are to him." Harkin's cold, emotionless eyes stared straight at me. I knew him. He wouldn't do it. We were friends. "Sorry, James," he said. "It's you or me, you or me." I couldn't believe my ears as he spoke those words. I went into a daze, unbelieving of this situation, as he pushed the cold weapon to my temple. His finger twitched, and he pulled the trigger of the gun. "It is lucky I am more mistrusting of people than you, my friend, else you'd be dead." Harkin continued to pull the trigger until all the empty chambers were discharged. I just looked at Harkin, but his expression did not change. It was constant throughout, despite the fact he would have killed me if there had been bullets in that gun. The leader whispered something to someone, and Harkin was dragged off, still making no sound. The leader walked off, leaving the room empty bar me, and the screens that played horrors continuously. I sat on the floor and contemplated my existence, contemplated the very fact that someone I had put my trust in had let me down, when I thought I had a friend in him, and yet on the floor the gun lay, his betrayal. I thought, what would a man do for himself so that he might always be right? What lengths do men go to achieve their goals at the expense of others? I placed my head into my hands to cover my foolish, tired eyes, which had once again not seen the way of man's ambition to walk all over he sees. How in life one is unable to tell those who would stand by your side no matter what the fight, and those that smile at you whilst at the same time plot the end of your life. How does one tell which side those closest of you fall? I sat up and walked from the room, and was met again by the leader, who took me by the arm and said, "Now I hope you've tasted the bitterness of human existence. Maybe now you can stomach what I have to show you before you wish to join." Join, I thought. What is this he wishes of me? Must one now sign up to join the human race? He pulled me all the way into the kitchens and pointed to the plate in front of me. I picked it up and ate from it. It was strange, I must admit, the way in which he offered me food, but I was hungry, so did not refuse, despite his lack of courtesy. "I thought you were hungry. Like it?" I said yes. Then he took me round the corner, and on the floor the side of the kitchen lay a pile of dead bodies, with a silver knife stuck in them. I looked again and noticed that it looked as if the knife had been used to pull off the meat of the bones of these dead human beings. And then it struck me as I looked back at my plate. I rushed to the stove where the pan was boiling. I looked inside, and there I saw human remains. "It's all minced up. You wouldn't tell otherwise. We don't show anyone else. They'd starve." "You eat the dead?" "Please don't bring your morality, superiority here. I have no need for it. Anyway, you'll give yourself indigestion. We have no choice. You've already crossed our larder outside." He referenced the wasteland of dead bodies. "You barbarians, what have you descended into? You take the dead and carve them up on the floor in piles. This is not civilization." "Who said it was civilization? This is survival." "Survival? Eating human beings?" "They are dead and surplus now. Would you bury them instead? They have good proteins, good for you. You've seen everyone here. Don't tell me that they don't look healthy." "This is your way? What will you tell the children? Will they eat their parents and siblings without their knowledge? What is this cruelty? What have you become? What have you become?" I looked again at the pile of human bodies in the corner, a pool of congealed blood stuck to the floor. On the bodies I noticed inside worms and flies feasting on the dead remains. That should be buried, not consumed. I looked again at the leader, Max Ingram, and my stomach heaved, and the load of food I had ingested came up over his chest. I bent over and my stomach forced the rest out of me, and I coughed so hard I thought my ribs would break. So much water from my eyes ran down my cheeks. There on the floor in front of my eyes was the human meat I had consumed unbeknown to me. It only felt right that I had to suffer to bring it up again. The leader pulled my arm and I was taken to a great hall which had sleeping bags on the farthest side, and to the end was a chair by a huge dining table. He sat himself on the tall chair which towered way above me, and he looked down upon me as if he was some kind of god. But I had seen what his actions were, and they sickened me. I could no longer look him in the eye. I felt pure disgust for him. I no longer even considered him a fellow human being. Never in my life had such a feeling descended upon me as it did now. I could have no part of their survival. I would have to leave them. I would not stand by such people whose only future was to descend backwards. What worth of such a living? It was better to die a man of honor than to survive a beastly existence. The leader clapped his hand, and his latest freak show came on. Two men wheeled a man who was strapped to a long device. "Allow me to introduce to you my brother. He feels the same way you do, won't eat either. He feels above all of this, and so I feel it my duty as leader of these people to punish him. Why should one man's word be above that which we all agree upon?" "But who made you leader?" I shouted out in anger, as I saw his poor brother's face tied with agony. "I should remind you that you are a visitor to my land. For your information, I was elected into this position by all here. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, every one of my citizens voted me into this position in a true and fair election, and thus I am the law, and so it be." "Then you would punish your brother like this, your own flesh and blood, and when he is dead, will you also eat him as you of the other nameless people?"
Why should you presume otherwise? It is not his flesh that I have a dislike for. It is his mind, his soul, his moral indignation of the life we all lead here in order to survive. If that is your choice, then so be it. Wish that another way would come, but if you feel more pleasure in my death than in my life, dear brother, then let it be. Let it be so, came the soft and gravelly words of his brother, strapped to a device which seemed to send small doses of electricity through his body. I stood there as the two brothers argued, and I, with the little words that I had heard, I found in them quite a difference. For two that had been born from the same mother, it was truly unbelievable how two could be so unalike. One was cruel and evil, whilst the other was kind and good. They were like chalk and cheese. I could hold my tongue no longer, and so I asked, "How did you become so different?" Max answered the question with a level of distaste for such a suggestion to be even made. Would you believe, according to my father, who long since passed, it was due to a bottle of juice? Strange, is it not, how something so insignificant and small can make the difference between us, my puny insipid brother, with me, brave and tall, a leader of men? I wished to comment on his self-analysis of the situation, but he did not give me opportunity. It was but a beginning, as all things have a beginning apparently, as legend as it has become. I asked for some juice, and got it, and so my brother asked too for some juice, and likewise got it. Then I decided I no longer wanted this juice, and so refused it, and no question was made of it. Then my brother too refused his juice, but question was put to him why he asked, and now did not want it. And so it was that my parents, who up to that day they died, believed foolishly that they treated us equally, and let me tell you, as one whose faults were hidden and joys were trumpeted, there was nothing equal about their treatment of me and my brother, and so I got all I wanted and became this way, and my brother quiet and walked off belittled, became his way, which is why I am a leader, and he is a mere nothing. To me, your brother seems a better man than you could ever be. You speak of such coldness, it shocks me. How one could watch his own brother suffer and revel in it. I should do more than that. Watch me. You want to see my world? Then watch now. He walked up close to his brother, placed his hands by his brother's feet, feeling for some wires, and pulled out a set of buttons on a panel. At the touch of this button, 3,000 volts will surge through his body, burning him alive in front of your very eyes. This is my world. This is the world we live in now, that in which we must survive and be selfish and fight for ourselves alone. And those who will not fight, then they must, as all must, die. And with those words, without even taking a last look into his brother's eyes, he pressed the button, and a gut-wrenching minute of white flashes surged up and down his brother's body as he screamed in extreme pain and agony. His eyes bulging for the first few seconds, they stared straight at me, the only one in the room he felt need to contact with, as he met with the most painful death a man could endure in those briefest of moments. Excrement fell to the floor, vomit drooled from his quivering lips, his limbs became contorted and misshapen, perspiration dripped from his pain-stricken forehead, and all of a sudden his head caught alight. He screamed for a second as more vomit, which caught the fire, screamed down his body, and then he was no more. And for a further 30 seconds of the minute, the white flashes of electricity burned his body to a crisp. Then, with a crackle, the voltage ceased. Oh, dear God, what have you done? Please spare me your words of sorrow. He was my brother, and if anyone should grieve, then it should be me. And as I don't see why you should. If it makes you feel any happy, I shall not be eating him. His flesh is no more. You make me sick. Is this what society has turned into? What will be next? What other things have you abandoned, all in the name of survival? This, my friend, is law and democracy, and both of them are me. Now I hope you enjoyed that. And next is dessert. He clapped his hands again, and two women wheeled in Harkin, attached to a rack, which behind him had coals burning. What have you done to him? He must face his crime. This is his punishment, to slowly burn alive, layer of flesh by layer of flesh, as fits the nature of his crime. They burned in fractions of a second and were no more. He shall suffer days of slowly burning away till his skin is burnt off to boil his blood and his internal organs, and then and only then will his pain truly fit what he has unleashed upon us all. I looked up upon Harkin's eyes. He looked like he had been drugged up
to stop him moving about too much, or having much consciousness of what was happening, but the pain I could see he felt, as his skin was bright red raw, and he would scream every so often from the bottom of his lungs, while struggling to breathe, and his cry would break down as his voice could not carry the note. "He did not deserve to die this way, no one does. You must stop this," I said, but the leader just laughed and pushed me to the ground and placed his foot on my shoulder. "What right have you now, little man? If this is not of your taste, then go away from here. I will let no one interfere in our ways, and those that do like my brother shall die. But listen carefully to my words. If you wish to choose to live, then you must let go of those things you hold on dear, as they have no place for us now." He removed his foot. I wiped away the mud from my shirt and stood up and squared my eyes with his and stared at him with all the anger my body had to know. He pushed me away again. Each hand he pushed as I reached the door, and in the distance I could see Harkin fade away, but his screams were ever present, no matter how far away I was. He closed the large door, and I was left outside, as again Harkin screamed. I could only continue to imagine what pain he was experiencing. Every time I thought of his body red and burning, I would shiver from head to toe, and he screamed again. I walked away from the building out in the open, where his screams slowly faded from my ears. But I knew, whilst I could no longer hear his pain, it still continued. It still continued. I sat on the step as night descended on this city. Somehow it appeared almost normal, shrouded in darkness, yet the stench of inhumanity never ceased. I sat staring up at the night sky, counting the distant stars as they watched down upon us at the hour of our greatest need. Their eyes had seen man's ascension and now witnessed man's downfall. Before today I had hoped to have found hope, civilization, in this place, and yet now I knew this was not to be. All had descended into chaos. Man had become caveman. He was an animal in a natural state, thinking only of his survival, cut off from his consciousness, his morality. As I contemplated the futility of mankind's twilight days, Eugene, a stranger from the city I had met earlier, came up to me and tried to console me. I took from his eyes he only knew too well what had been going on here, but as he tucked into a burger made of the meat of the fallen men, I wondered as to how much he really knew. As the leader had said, he did not show everyone the slaughterhouse, and yet I wondered why he allowed me. Maybe it was a cruel jest on his part, or maybe he felt I would accept what I had seen, after nearly being killed by Harkin, whose screams I could no longer hear. Whether he was now among the dead, I do not know. Maybe they'd take him away somewhere, only to bring him back for another viewing sometime later. Eugene sat next to me on the step and asked me if I was all right. I refrained from answering, but I don't think he expected an answer. He spoke of his dislike for this city, the way people were. He said he felt alone amongst these people. I too agreed. In a short space of time I found someone I could talk to, someone who was much like me, but better, for he told me how he had rescued people from a burning building, despite putting his own life at risk. As he said so, I saw myself back at that hospital when I had taken the easy route of blowing it up, rather than saving Valentine's victims. As he spoke, my ears no longer heard his words. I thought to myself, how in life, I thought, I was a good man, as good a man as I could be, and yet I found someone to whom good could truly be used. As too was my self-reflection one of honesty, or did I impose upon myself an image that was not mine to own? I returned back to his conversation, as he told me about how he survived the disaster. "It was a coin of justice," he said. "About what?" I injected. "I don't know. It's just I saw big men, tall and strong, who had bullied those weaker than themselves, with their muscles or power, who did all sorts of illegal things against their fellow men or the state, thinking it means nothing, and not seeing that their greed earned only them and deprived the honest. They walked about the earth haughtily. I saw them brace themselves against the coming wind, the clouds which were beautiful in their hues, bright red and silver shades, descending from the sky above at such velocity. These men roared with their arms stretched out as if they would capture the wind within, and yet they were atomized, big, strong men turned into ash. I asked Eugene why he'd stayed with these people, but he could not give me an answer to this question, which seemed odd. I thought about telling him of the meat produce, but I thought I'd leave it to the morning. After speaking with him, I felt a sense of loss like never before. I could easily let go and fall within myself with these people and just live, as I used to, by the rules, however inconsistent with reason they appeared to be. I told Eugene I was going to pray, and he scoffed at me. He told me that why should I bother, as what kind of God would do this to us? I could not answer him, but I knew that mankind himself could not save what he had become, and so our only hope was the guidance of something greater than man. Eugene walked off, and I placed my hands in front of my face to block out the light left, and prayed to God to save mankind. I prayed selfishly for myself that a cure could be found to save me from the death Harking said would come to us all in time, the virus that I carried within my body, that was entwined within my DNA, causing these white flashes and soon would kill me from within. I prayed that all could be cured. I prayed for those who had passed and those that had survived, that somehow man could be saved from his folly and be given a chance once more. It seemed so impossible what I asked, for I knew from what Harkin had said that all that breathed in the radiation would end up dead, some immediately, some in time. I knew that over a small amount of time I was getting more tired easily and felt less well. I had seen the signs myself of my degeneration. I knew not how much time left there was for me. I looked at my watch, and for the first time for a long time I checked the date, the 7th of October. I did not know why I felt the need to know which day it was, as days didn't seem to matter anymore, but it was something that was done when we thought our time was never to end. I wandered about the city in the dark, as every time I closed my eyes I would see Jenny, or the Overgates, or my parents, in the dark silence, broken occasionally by a crackle from a fire, of which there were a few lit here and there to bring light from this darkness that had descended. It felt distant. With the buildings gone, the landscape had returned. The eyes could see as far as it could, flat earth, and in the dark one could see the bodies that lay on it. Eventually I settled down and fell to sleep. I awoke in the morning. At first the light of the sun made me blind as I opened my eyes, and for the briefest of seconds I imagined that I had dreamed all that had gone before, that I was back on the pavement, about to start another mundane day. But when my eyes adjusted, the horrors soon came back, along with that familiar smell like rotting fruit. How now I wished for one of those seemingly endless mundane days. I stood up, and in the distance I saw a crowd of people in a circle, and someone inside. There was quite a bit of noise to go with it as well. As I walked slowly towards the circle, I captured the most amazing, depressing sight. It was a man holding a camera, the other a boom microphone. They were filming the people. As I got closer, I heard the questions they were being asked. It was about how they had survived the disaster. The man with the microphone kept whispering to the cameraman after each interview was finished. One of the ladies was an old Japanese woman who talked of how this was like another Hiroshima. It's the same carnage. Today I saw the same thing I saw all those years ago. There was the house that had been destroyed. Underneath the rubble was a mother and her child. The mother scrambled out from after regaining consciousness, but the child was trapped. The mother frantically tried to pull her dearest one out. The child screamed for her mother to help her, to free her. The mother smelled something, and looking up she saw the burning embers rise like a snake in the desert. Tall, twinkling, bright flames were crossing the broken house. She again tried to lift the beams that trapped her daughter. She looked between them to try and see her daughter's face, but on first looking she could not. The child started to scream that she was getting hot and finding it hard to breathe. "Mother, mother, it's hot in here. I can't breathe. Help me, please. Get me out of here. Mother, where are you? It's hot." The child screamed, but the mother could not remove the debris. The flames got closer and were amongst the mother. She peered once more between the beams, and this time caught a glimpse, two soft, shining eyes looking outwards. But the eyes were not in the mother's gaze, and before they realized, the mother darted her head away, fearing that the child could see her. The child screamed, and cried out loudly once more. The mother felt the heat from the flames and moved back sheepishly. Then she scrambled into a ball and sobbed as the pangs of guilt took over her, leaving her child to save herself from the flames. Then she heard the coughing noise of her loved one, her only one, crying and screaming and asking for her mother. Her final words came, "Mother, it's burning me, it's burning me." "Yeah, thanks for that," said the man holding the boom mic. Then he turned to his cameraman and said, "Cut that bit." Then they filmed certain people and parts of the city. I approached the man holding the boom mic and asked him what he was doing. "Capturing history, friend. The world's going to see what's happened, ain't it?" he said. "To whom are you broadcasting this?" "The highest bidder." "What were you whispering to your cameraman back there?" "Oh, wow. Some of the things the people said that were no good. So I was reminding him that which bit we needed and which could go on the cutting room floor, as it were." "Isn't it your duty to show the truth?" The two of them both looked at me with serious expressions. "My friend," he said, "I hope you're not suggesting we, two fine journalists, will be doing anything other than covering the truth. This is our duty." "But you are selecting what is heard. You are creating the image with words and pictures based on your own viewpoint." "You will find if you ask anyone. Ask Fred here, he will confirm. I'm a very objective type of person. The truth I see is the truth, you see." "No, I don't," I said flippantly. "I saw how you filmed the women and the children, but not any of the men. Did you pick the children that were the most hurt? Did you spoke to more children than older people?" "Are you in the media?" "No," I returned. "Then what do you know? Let us do our job. The people back home will be waiting to see these images before their tea." He turned to the camera and did his piece, in a much better accent than the one was led to believe was his. "As you can see, the situation here is severe. The children have been abandoned, left to cope on their own. The child, whose name no one knows, suffered severe injuries. She perhaps has hours to live. The city devastated beyond recognition. One wonders the horrors that these eyes have been left alone to see." I was about to add some more when I noticed that the camera had no tape inside. It was then that I realized that these two were quite mad, that this might have been their job before the disaster, and they were continuing it in their pointless way, so I no longer haggled them, as there was simply no point to it. At this point, a loud explosion roared through the sky. The two journalists ran as quickly as they could. I followed them and was led to the embankment. In the distance, in the middle of the sea, was a ferry. I asked the cameraman what was going on. He told me that the ferry was on fire, that he could see people on board. There was a sign saying, "Help us." But he also said that he had noticed that some of them were badly disfigured. Another roar of thunder was heard, this time much louder. I turned to see a cannon with smoke billowing out of it. I rushed over to the operator. "What the hell are you doing? They need our help." "They're diseased. You want us all to die like them?" the operator said. As he did so, I heard the familiar voice of the leader. "Would you rather I let them dock here and infect us all?" he said. "But we are already infected." "Says who?" "Harkin." "Well, we don't look like them, do we?" Harkin said the radiation reacts different on different people, and maybe not all of them are infected. "I will not take the risk. I have enough people here. There is no need to overburden myself with what might or might not be a risk." But it was no use. Whatever I said, he was not going to change his mind, and in our ensuing argument it had all become quite academic, as the ferry was no more. In the waves I could see people swimming from the sunken ferry. Some were burning alive as they did so from the flames. Others were shot at by the leader's men with their machine guns, firing hundreds of bullets, splashing in the waves and the guts of those poor survivors. I could take this no longer, and I walked away, leaving this carnage behind me. How could these people see life in such a way? To only think of themselves, to know what lengths we had all suffered, and yet have no compassion for fellow human beings. I started to wonder, what if chance was given that these people would build a society into, whether we would descend rather than ascend in the future. But this thought was short-lived, as at that very moment a rumble noise boomed. The floor began to shake. I fell to my knees, my hands on the floor. I could feel the very earth beneath me rumbling, shaking, throbbing. It was an eerie sensation. With that, I bolted upright and began to run as fast as I could. As I did so, I heard the familiar noise of screams. I heard windows breaking, bricks falling and breaking to the ground. I continued to run as the soil below ripped. I got close to the edge of the city of which I had entered, and looked back only once to see the earth of which I had once stood near the embankment roll up. It literally rolled up and came down upon itself with a mighty crash. Then from the earth came a fiery liquid, lava. These were scenes of pure hell. I saw bodies being hurled into the air and landing with a fizz in the hot lava. One of them was the cameraman, who continued to film what was happening on his empty machine. The earth again pounded, and up it rolled, but this time it did not come back on itself. It continued to roll and was heading straight towards me. Then I saw Eugene running towards me. He had nearly reached me when a scream came out. It called for help. I am not sure to whom the voice belonged. Maybe it was the leader. There was a group of people. One had got his leg trapped in the piece of earth that opened up. The other tried to pull him out. Eugene turned around and ran back towards them. As the earth continued to roll its weight towards us, and it was picking up speed, behind where the earth used to be was a river of hot lava, sloshing and burbling. Then in an instant it was behind Eugene and the group. In a moment, which seemed to last forever, I caught, maybe purposely for my intention, Eugene's eyes. They stared before me. They seemed vacant but resound, as if he was happy with the choice he had made. There was no anger or sadness as such. Then the second was over, and the land rolled over them all. I had no more time to look at this carnage. I ran ever quicker as I heard the trembling roars of the earth gone mad behind me. Then in front was the red bus I had left when Harkin and I arrived here. I sped to it, jumped in it, and started the engine first time, and was off as fast as I could. I didn't look around again at what I had left, but after a while the noise ceased, and I can only imagine that the hell that had been unleashed on that tiny city, where all this had begun, was now over. I drove for miles and miles down a deserted motorway. It was a strange sight, an empty motorway. Not a moving car in sight. There was plenty of cars left on the curb. I can only imagine the drivers ran and left their vehicle, or they remained inside dead. I did not stop to check. I was trying to get as far away as possible. I knew not whether that earthquake would catch me up. As the night drew up, I stopped the bus on the hard shoulder and got some shut-eye, and indeed I fell asleep quicker than I ever have. I do not know how much sleep I had missed over the last few days, but there was no respite in the dreamlands. I saw myself walking through a white mist onto a vast green field. In front of me I saw hundreds of people enjoying themselves, some kicking a ball, some playing cricket, some enjoying a picnic, when all of a sudden explosions boomed through the air. I felt the ripples of it as if it could be felt through time itself. Then I saw a ball of fire high in the sky that flew with tremendous speed, as it was directed towards the people in front of me. They were incinerated and roasted. Some turned to dust, and a lonely shadow was imprinted upon the fresh-cut grass. Then I felt the pressure increase, a vacuum being created, and those directly in front of me held their stomachs as between their fingers came their intestines. One turned around in pain to face me, and all of a sudden one of his eyeballs shot from his head, as he was ballooned out of all recognition. All of this occurred as if I was watching a play. I felt the pain and saw their agony, but felt none myself. I was disconnected from the horrors that were played out in front of me. I woke up from my nightmare, a tear running down my cheek. I looked out upon the sun as it rose across the empty motorway. I felt as if sorrow itself would drown me before light outbroke the day. I felt as if I had been knocked down and got back up again, only to be knocked back down again. I felt as if there was no hope, no need to go on, that I might as well for that counted just sit here and wait for rigor mortis to catch me up. I got out of the bus and stood there just watching this beautiful, shining globe rise right above me, shining a path all the way down as far as I could view. I felt the electricity of life itself buzz through my body, as if I were being regenerated, for maybe in Mother Nature there is a sign for all to see, that I was not alone as long as the sun kept on rising. I carried on my journey up the motorway, driving as fast as the bus could go. As I sped so fast, I could have almost forgot about all that had happened to the world I was now in. I could forget about all those I had lost, as if it was some sunny day in June. I felt the ghost of my past with me as I sped so fast, as if my old college friends sat in the seats as passengers as we joked and laughed with each other. But these were just foolish memories that probably no longer had any meaning, for all those days meant nothing now, all those friends long gone, where I do not know. Everything had changed. It seemed from the moment the explosion took place, it rocked the very fabric of my life. Everything that I had believed, everything that I dreamed of, everything that I pursued was all for naught. For in the final analysis, did it contribute to the place I now found myself in? On that lonely track that I drove on, I filled my mind with thoughts and memories to stop myself from feeling alone, all alone. For how I wished at that moment I could reach out and find someone on the end of my outstretched hand, if I could but only see a friendly face once again. And as I thought along those morose lines, I remembered Jenny and how I had lost her. Then I felt a sense of guilt that I had thought of her before my own wife who was taken away. How could a man so dearly in love disconnect those feelings which were only left cold because of their untimely departure? How could one love another? How could one betray the love I once found, that which I wish I could have held all through my years? For if she were with me again, I wouldn't have taken a glimpse at Jenny. I felt as if this lonely road, this epitome of my now existence, was turning me against myself, turning me mad. But all this was to become a distant memory as I neared the capital. As I did so, I was greeted with a familiar sight, row upon row of cars all lined up against each other, traffic, but they did not move. I instantly put my foot on the brakes and slid nervously up tight to the abandoned cars. I left the bus. It seemed somewhat fitting, as if this was some kind of graveyard for the vehicles we held so dear, these pieces of metal that would no longer serve a purpose. I squeezed through the cars. As I did so, I looked through them to see dead drivers and passengers rotting away. I noticed as I did so the different wealths of the inhabitants of these vehicles, the poor, the middle class, the rich, seated side by side in this elephant graveyard. When all was said and done, men of different creeds, different wages, all died one and all. It was a very humbling sight of the futility of man's struggle for modernity, and to stand out amongst his fellow brethren, only to find out in the end, despite the different ornaments and attachments, each was able to die in the same old way, all made equal again in death. I carried on walking through the trail of abandoned cars to a slip road that led a few miles to the capital. I turned back to see my red bus. I knew this would probably be the last time I would see it, as there was no way to get it past the blockade of cars. It had been a faithful friend to me ever since I came on this journey, a haven of sorts, which now left me lonely as I journeyed onwards alone. I was no further than a few steps down the slip road when I saw to my right a river that flowed beneath the raised motorway. It was jam-packed full of red, raw bodies. I walked to the closest end of the motorway to look directly down upon the river that was levelled with dead bodies. I scanned each, and it was difficult to differentiate men from women. Their faces bloated and red, their features indistinct. I can only assume, as the radioactive fog swept across the capital, people ran in their droves to find water, burnt and dehydrated. I imagined them running, fighting to get to the water, only to find little hope to their scabs and burnt skin. As I looked closer, I noticed the water had been saturated by the mountains of bodies that had now inhabited those seas, their last resting place, body upon body. Many must have drowned as the exodus took place. I tried to count the bodies, but lost count after I reached 200. I turned away from the sight, unable to stomach all the death I was seeing. Again I felt as if I was in a dream. Why, I felt, was I alive to see all this? How come I did not find myself amongst those bodies? Had I been the luckiest man alive, or should I have hoped for this end? It brought a lump to my throat. Such a terrible thought to be made to think. I walked away from the carnage of the dead bodies, onwards to the capital in the hope of a happy arrival. As I entered the capital, I passed by familiar deserted, battered roads. I walked past through an empty road until I got to the edge of the capital. I looked up at the high-rise buildings there that I must have seen a million times, but never like this, never like this. The front of the buildings were missing. They had been torn apart. Bricks and rubble lined the paths towards them. Inside you could see the steel structures that held the buildings up. It reminded me of an Egyptian temple in the hot sun, a reminder that man had once lived there. A very large tombstone, a very large grave, 6 feet above the ground. I looked to the ground floor, and there were bodies that had fallen with the floor and ceiling and been piled up upon one another. The stench in the capital was extreme. Next to the bodies were the outage that leaves the body when the life's muscles relax and you are no more. How many people died in this densely populated capital? I had no idea. I felt like just walking back and not going on, afraid to see the rest. I wanted to just go back and sleep, as if this was some kind of nasty dream that could go away. But this was no dream. This time my eyes were fully awake. I carried on, walking up to another building. I walked inside, over the dead bodies, up a steel staircase till I got to the upper floor of what seemed was once a house for a family, their pictures still remaining on the walls, whilst their lifeless bodies rotted on the floor. I stood by the edge where the front wall of this upper room once must have been, and looked out at the rest of the city beyond. I saw pockets of people in the distance, looting goods in shops. I saw people carrying out a TV, a couple holding each end of a 3-piece sofa, 4 men carrying out an American-styled fridge. 1 man carried a big handful of notes. I wondered to myself what was the point of these goods that had no purpose any more. When bread and water were a more sought-after commodity, what was the point of a TV without a signal, money with no items to buy? What was the point? I left the building and carried on walking through the streets. As I did so, it was as if I had travelled through time, as the sides of the streets seemed transformed to some Dickensian time. People sat in hovels in the road next to their derelict houses, their clothes dirty and sticking to them with sweat, their faces unwashed and lined with the worries of the world. 1 woman sat by a hole as her child poured water in as she rinsed her clothes in the dirty dishwater. These people did not say a word, did not even look at me. It was as if I were not there. Maybe their squalor shamed them to even raise their heads up to my eyes looking down upon them. I passed this area after trying to talk to these people, but no words were uttered, not one at all. Next I came across a row of people, hundreds, all in torn clothing, bathed in the sun as it set. They wandered aimlessly about, often bumping into one another. They were like unprogrammed droids. I pulled at them to grab their attention, but they did not speak. As I watched their faces their way, I knew what it was that I was seeing. This was the face of defeat, the defeat of mankind. I was no doctor, but these were disenfranchised people. They had lost all hope. As they walked in circles, I managed to rift through their pockets, finding wallets, photos, and other such trinkets. I showed them to their owners, but there was no recognition. I could well imagine that wives, children, husbands could be walking right next to each other, bumping into one another, only to move on again. I felt a wave of depression crushing onto me. I felt as if I had seen everything possible, but this sad painting that animated itself in front of me was far the saddest thing I had ever seen. Mankind had lost his reason to go on, his hope. I felt these strangers alone, and carried on till I found myself in front of a building where the Premier lived. The building stood in its full glory. The bright red painted door was as new as it was when it was first painted. The door was ajar, so I let myself in. It was dark inside, as was most of the capital. I stepped inside, and as I did so, I heard a wheezing kind of noise. As I got closer, I saw a big metal device in the middle of the room. It was an iron lung. Sticking out of the end was a head. I walked closer to the head to see who it was. I shouldn't have been surprised, as it was the head of the Premier. He seemed in some kind of great pain. I had no time to ask him what was the matter, as out of the shadows jumped 4 men, who pulled me to my knees.
"Came to pay your respects, man."
"Sorry," I muttered.
"No matter."
"What?" Then ensued a silence as one of the men hit the face of the Premier, and he screamed out in pain. "What are you doing to him?"
"What's it got to do with you, matey?" What we do to him is as much our leader as he yours, and we are reconciling him with the full force of the people's democracy, you see, as we see it. It's his fault we're in this shit situation, this lack of willingness to look after us. Every man must face his deeds. Here cometh his retribution. And what makes you judge and jury? The man turned around and slapped me across the face, causing my lip to bleed. Did I make you bleed? Did you like that? I can inflict more pain if you should choose. Why, he's in an iron lung. Good question, mate. We found him in an exposed bunker 2 miles from here. He must have got to the shelter when he heard the reports of the fog. Maybe he didn't even get there in time and his lungs failed. We're not sure. His doctor put him in it. We found him like this and dragged him all the way back to his home with his people to face this situation like a man with us rather than hiding away underground.
What are you going to do with me?
Oh, I won't worry about yourself. You're like us.
I doubt it, I muttered.
It's him who has to worry. We thought we'd make him suffer like all those of his people he let down. Why do we need nuclear stations anyhow? We never use them, and I suspect he never paid for enough to keep them safe. And anyway, he knew about this fog, you see, long before us. He was well away before it came, but kept it to himself and his rich buddies. See, they all found themselves a nice underground grave to wallow in, whilst we, already mortals up here, died in our own filth. Not all of us, mind you. I suspect his generals didn't factor that equation in, and now we'll factor him in. Boys, open it up.
The other 3 moved onto the iron lung and started to undo the buckles on the side and expose the limp and yellow-stained body of the Premier.
What a stench, said one of the men nearest to the Premier. Looks as if his own body had decayed in there, rather metaphoric, don't you think?
I watched out in horror as they lifted the body of the Premier and slumped him on the floor. The way his body moved reminded me of a worm out on the soil as the sun began to shine, and soon a bird would come and bite off his head. The men started laying into him, punching his stomach, twisting his limbs, cutting veins on his legs. He yelled in pain in between taking long stretches of breaths. I do not know whether he felt the pain inflicted on his body, as it seemed so thin and lifeless already. And maybe that pain was not felt by him. The thugs did not realize this, but their joy was just the same. The pain he was feeling was being exposed from the iron lung, unable to breathe, as he couldn't force his stomach muscles and lung to pull in and out the air that is so essential for a man to live. Soon his face went blue, his cheeks descended deep within his face, as did his eyes, as he took the last few breaths of his agonizing life. That's it, boys, he's gone. Never vote for him anyway. And with that they swaggered off, as I imagine they must have come, and left me close to the reeking body of the man that had once led this country. I wondered as I looked at his dead eyes whether he really deserved the death he was handed out, whether cowardice should be a crime, and yet it was not his cowardice. His retribution was in payback before, as the thugs had said. It was the fact that he withheld the situation to all the people that he left to suffer worse deaths 1,000,000 times other than him. I left the Premier's office and walked towards the other side of the city. I did not see another soul. I decided after all the day's happenings that I would continue northwards to my parents' house, the house in which I had been born. In the back of my mind I'd hoped maybe the fog had not reached that far, that possibly there could be people completely unaware of what had befallen us all. Down another street through a passway I saw a truck pull up and empty its load onto a big fire. I walked nearer, but the smell answered my question long before my eyes did. The load on the truck was dead bodies, and they were being slung into the self-made furnace on the ground. I watched the flames rise, the embers float, as if the dead flesh flew up its majesty like butterflies in the sky, the soul realized. But this sight only conjured up memories of how diseased cattle were indiscriminately bungled up and flew onto the fires all in a mess. It somehow didn't seem right not having the benefit of an honorary grave where people could come and pay their respects. I came across a broken-in government security building. I squeezed through the open door into the darkness, which was occasionally lit by flickering pictures. I walked towards the television set. It was playing back CCTV footage. It showed the Capitol as the fog floated in. Then I saw large amounts of people running, jumping into the river. Their skins were burnt dark grey in the black and white images. I saw the mass exodus of these people. After a while the river was quiet. The people died therein. There were other images of different locations playing. I'm not sure why. Maybe the operator left it on this loop, in case someone should wonder what had happened to this great city. But I was already too aware of this great calamity. I left the building and passed a big hotel, and I decided I would take a room for the night. I went to the reception area, pulled a few pairs of keys from the rack. I wished I had looked at the numbers, rather than just grabbing the first that had come to me. As I ended up right on the 63rd floor. Height was not one of my strong points, but I felt so tired I thought it wouldn't matter. I opened the first door, but quietly slammed it shut, as I saw the festering, worm-laden bodies of a couple. I dropped the keys outside the door and tried the next bunch. This time the room was empty. I looked around all the rooms before I took a long bath and found a new set of clothing in the wardrobe. I tried ringing the phone, but no one answered. No chance of room service then, I laughed. The bath had done me good. I felt clean and refreshed. But as I walked up to the window-framed wall, I looked out at the dark city that lay in front of my view. How different it must normally look. What a beautiful sight, and now it was as if I was looking down upon the destruction of mankind. As I carried on looking around, I heard a massive explosion, and then the room began to shake. I fell flat on the window, losing my feet. Only the window and me between the 1,000-mile drop. I thought at first it might be another earthquake, that the genetic radiation had continued to alter Mother Nature's atoms, but as I continued to look down, I saw yards before the front of the hotel a tank. As I did so, I saw another missile launched from it, and straight into the lower ground of the building. Again it shook. I felt as if the moment the building would collapse. As I looked down, I saw the familiar number of 4 men. It must have been those thugs that had killed the premier. I shouted down from the very top of the hotel, but there was no way they could hear me. Another missile packed its way into the side of the building. This time I heard a noise like bending steel and felt the building visibly shift. It only took another missile and then the building was loose. I felt the earth come up around my feet and back down again. I looked in front of me as I could see the ground coming towards me. The building was bending over and I heard the steel snap. And the building began to plunge at a 45-degree angle towards the ground. As it did so, I felt the sensation of losing ground, much like in an aeroplane as one lands. I felt the pressure and the horrible sensation of falling. My stomach left me long before anything else. As I fell in what seemed an age, time seemed to slow down, as if that moment had been paused. My life flashed before my eyes, all the horrors I had seen, my wife lying on the floor, the day we met, the day we were married, my first day at school, college, university, my first real tears, laughter, all of it, Jenny, Valentine, Hark in the Overgates, all of them. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Then I found myself calling out for God's help. Strange, I thought, why should he help me? For when my life had no problems, I never even uttered his name. And the minute I was in trouble, I sought his help. But even so, when my wife died, I only blamed him. I never sought his help, but still I called out again. I felt the early floors of the buildings crash down onto the floor. I knew it was only a matter of seconds till I would hit the ground as the other parts of the building crumbled into the floor. I was thrown by the force back from the window further in the building. Then I heard splinters at the window as the top of the hotel crashed to the ground. Black dust billeted through the air. Then I heard an untimely thud, and the last thing I saw was darkness. Darkness, utter darkness. I felt the sensation in my hands beginning again. I could hear sounds in my ears as if I was undersea. I could feel a trembling sound as if I could hear the very heartbeat of the earth right below in its core. My eyes opened up, and through the dust I saw a fresh burst of light. The whole room, or what was left of it, was shrouded in the brightest of lights. I looked about me and noticed not one cut on my body, just dust. It was as if I had been placed in the building after it had impacted on the ground. I picked myself up, dusted my dirty clothes as best I could, and crawled out of the broken window pane and onto the surface. How long had occurred between the impact and now, I had no idea, but I gauged it must have at least been a day, as the tank which caused the collapse was not inhabited. The thugs had moved on to another place. I turned behind myself to see the building lay across the floor. My eyes filled with tears. and I felt the very hair on my body raise. I felt a strange sensation when one happens to escape something he thought was imminent. The joy when someone is recognized, when love of friends comes his way, all these things and much more. How many million to one it was that I had escaped such a disaster, let alone a building falling so high. I dropped to my knees and began wailing in the small breeze that carried out the building's dust into my dry and lined face, mouth, and eyes. I felt the searing hot sun burn on my back. It felt as if I had just been reborn. With this newfound energy, I began to run through the city with great speed, charging around as fast as I could, as if I had some point to prove, or maybe after escaping such a thing, I thought myself invincible. I bolted round corners, bends, down roads, pathways through buildings, skidding, sweat flowing in the wind as I sped by, my heart beating in my ears, my breathing fast and furious. I felt like the wind, like the universe, the big bang as it exploded a million miles outwards, like a jet skimming the clouds above. I stopped after I could run no more. My legs ached as if I had run a marathon. I placed my arms on my knees and took deep and erratic breaths. After I had regained my breath, I looked up to see where I was. I was standing outside a disused tube station. I went inside. The name read Elephant and Castle. I jumped over the barrier and onto the platform. 2 lines were empty, one had a train with its doors wide open. I walked inside and walked from one end to another. On the floor lay a familiar sight, a tramp sprawled out. I pulled up his lifeless body and placed him on the chair. It was hard to know whether he was alive or dead, but the smell reassured if doubt I had. I left this train and entered the tunnel by foot. I walked a few yards and then came back up the back of another train that seemed to have halted there. I opened the emergency exit and walked into the lit train. I walked through 3 carriages, and then I found a full carriage full of dead bodies, propped up against the seats, bags in their hands, cups, plates of food, newspapers out of date. I covered my nose and walked through the crowded carriage. As I got to the front end of the train, it got worse, as the people had obviously been standing up due to the lack of space, were piled up upon one another on the floor. One was even hanging by a pull cord. I got to the front. I decided I would try pulling the lever to start the train, and to my surprise it worked, and the train joggled down the line. I passed one station then another, until I found myself out in the open. I pulled the lever down and climbed out the door to the grassy embankment that beckoned. I walked down the track till I found myself at another station. I walked through the ticket office to the town outside. By this time my legs were aching. I knew I couldn't walk all the way to my parents' house. I had to get some means of transport. I didn't have to go too far till I found another bus, this time a big red double-decker. I got inside, pulled the dead driver out of his seat and threw him on the pavement along with the 3 passengers, started the engine and was off. A day on the road, maybe 2, passed. It was about 8 in the evening when I pulled up in front of my house. It was a familiar place. I had spent most of my childhood there, and it looked the same as I had once left it. The street lamps were out. I broke the door open with my shoulder. I walked into the living room calling out for Mum and Dad, but got no answer. I switched the light on. It didn't work. I found a candle unlit in the kitchen drawer and lit it, with some matches I also found there. Mum and Dad were always prepared for all sorts of eventuality. I looked back in the living room. There on the shelves were pictures from a time way gone, of me as a kid, my mum and dad kicking a ball in some park. Next to it was a clock that still carried time, a piece of paper with my mum's handwriting on it, a shopping list, an ornament my dad had brought for their anniversary, well polished and looked after, next to a picture of them with beaming smiles. I walked up the carpeted stairs with the light shining a little distant in front of me. I opened my bedroom door. It was just the same as I had left it, along with the green toy puppet I had played with as a kid. Then I walked across the corridor to my mum and dad's bedroom. I pushed the door ajar and peered into it. The light of the candle wasn't sufficient to tell me, at that distance, whether they were alive or dead. There was no movement, no acknowledgement of my entrance, but I had to walk up close to be sure. As I got closer, I could see my mum's eyes flickering from one side to the other. I jumped on the bed to hug her. As I did, I felt the coldness of my dad. It was the unmistakable cold of death. I looked at my father's face one more time, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. In them I saw a certain kind of sadness. His hands were clasped together. I felt in my mind whether maybe he had hoped to have seen me before he had given up his last breath, and maybe that disappointment, as hard as it was for me to acknowledge, was the fact that I had made it too late. I started to cry uncontrollably as the man I had so much admired, the man who had given me love like no other, who brought me into this world, was no more. My mother began to cough in a painful way. I pulled myself closer to her. I started to speak to her, even though it probably didn't make much sense. I knew not what to say, but I could tell from the lack of her reaction that she could not understand. Her pupils flickered constantly from side to side. Fluid dribbled from her mouth to a wet patch on her shirt. She mumbled a few words, but they were inaudible. I could not make out what she said. Oh God, I thought, now I had wished that she too was dead like my father, for I could see she was in pain and was no longer the mother I knew. I desperately wanted her to speak to me words of love as my mother had, wanted her to just look into my eyes as she had when I was a kid, that beautiful gaze of motherly love, comfort and protection. It was all gone. Now our eyes showed only pain and a sense of abandonment. She mumbled something again, but I could not understand. The tears in my eyes ran down my cheeks to see this unfortunate scene, to witness the demise of your loved ones. I knew one day this would come, as all men have to taste of death. But oh God, what a suffering it is to watch those that you love wither away, those that brought you with love into life, to die alone and in pain. I sat by her, holding her hand, not knowing if she truly knew I was there by her, as she coughed out some red blood and began to choke. Her eyes stopped darting for a moment and focused squarely on my face, and for a second I thought her mouth curled up to make a smile, and then the life was sucked out of her, and with that last exhale, she was no more. I sat by the foot of my parents' bed for an age, just sobbing into my hands, whilst my mind like a movie played back all those scenes of childhood, of the good times, the bad times, making me laugh and guilty at the same time. I left that room, switched off the light, and sat on my old bed, and stared out as I did when I was younger the window into the night sky, until my eyes could take it no more, and a sweeter slumber did I fall. 3 a.m. the clock read. Whether this time was right or not I was unsure, but outside it was not betrayed, as the sky was a jet black. I lay on my bed looking forward out of the window, as I had done for much of my childhood, dreaming of adventures unseen, creating figures from the stars above, speaking back to me their lines. Each night I would tune into that spectral sight, but now my story, as it were, was unleashed to the whole world below. The stars were strangely silent, but nevertheless I stared straight. I wondered what I should do next. I noted that my illness had long since passed. I no longer felt feverish or saw any more flashes, but as I had no idea how the sickness would take me, I could not be sure. But everywhere I travelled I met the same destruction, so I wondered, short of getting a ship and sailing to the nearest coast, what point was my journey? Should I stay put here, the place of my birth? I went to the kitchen and made a bowl of cereal. There was no milk, so I opened the back door, climbed over the neighbour's fence, broke the door window and helped myself to their fridge. On my returning I glanced up at the sky and looked up at the full moon that beckoned out before me its bright splendour. I went back to my room upstairs, turned on the radio expecting to hear nothing, but I was pleasantly surprised. A man spoke from what sounded like a telephone to a person sharing the studio. It was the most horrific sight. I watched from the edge of the city in my truck. People grabbed hold of their stomachs, trying to breathe. I saw people in their hundreds, one by one, drop to the ground, their faces bright purple, their chests drawn into their bodies. I saw children, women, men, each one drop, and then there was silence. Nothing moved, even animals dropped to the ground. I thought it was over, so stepped outside of my truck, only to feel the pressure on my lungs. The next time I tried to breathe, I was unable, and climbed back into the truck and gasped all the air inside. I put my foot on the accelerator and drove as far as I could. I drove past as much as I could the dead bodies that had fallen further on. I eventually found the next city where air was in its abundance, but still the dead were to be found. I heard other people on your show describing a big explosion, a nuclear one, that a fog brought a genetic radiation, but how could this suck the air out of this area? I just don't understand what had happened to our world, why it was happening to us now. It's truly unbelievable. The talk show host didn't speak for a moment, and there was dead air. Then he spoke out the number to call the show, and continued to take more calls. I pondered over the first caller's words, how he described his city without air. Harkins had said that this was a genetic weapon. Could it be possible that it had mutated and could not just alter humans but also the world around them? Could that explain that earthquake in the Scrag city? If that was so, it was not just the fog one had to worry about, it was the state of the very earth we all took for granted, that we all stood upon. A few hours later the talk show finished, as did the station, and all that was heard was dead air. I had fallen asleep to the voices and found the sun waiting for me. I had decided I would bury my parents and move on. I carried their bodies one by one. I could not find a shovel or any instrument to dig the dirt, so I had to use my hands and some sharp knives to aid me. Eventually I dug a hole big enough to fit both their bodies in. As I placed them together next to one another, I thought of the symmetry of them bringing me into life, and now I was to bury them. I covered a layer of dirt over them. The mounds were high above the ground, but it was the best that I could do. It was possibly the hardest thing I had to do, for those were the people that had showered on me so much unconditional love, who had brought me to this life, had shown me its beauty, and then let me go. And now I had to physically place the dirt that would bury them until all that was left were bones. Their lifeless bodies looked just as they had, only the spirit is gone, the soul missing. I got up and got back into the double-decker and drove off, taking the radio with me, awaiting the next program. Maybe there was a place to which the living were setting up a new world. It was about 6 o'clock, and I had driven for 100 miles. I stopped at a petrol station, filled up the bus, took some food from the shop there, and used their toilet. Back in the bus, the radio which had been on was speaking. It was the voice of the host giving out the number of the show. I wrote the number on a piece of paper and found a mobile in the pocket of the dead petrol worker. The host took a call, and it was a man who was describing that he was in a hotel fully clothed in a bath of cold water with ice cubes from the fridge in there. He said from the window he could see people running furiously to try and get inside the hotel, but he had said he had barricaded the doors. He said that for the last few days the temperature had risen. The host asked him what the man outside was doing. He explained that he could not see clearly from sitting in the bath. The host asked him to go to the window. The man explained it was too hot, and the water kept it bearable. The host did not understand what was happening, so asked him once again to get up and describe what was happening outside. The man this time complied and described the scene that unfolded for him through the blinds of his window. It's a man, fool he is, being out in the sun. Why should someone stay out when they know it's so hot? He's carrying some bag, can't see what's in it. Oh my God. What is it? Cried the host. Oh my God, his hair is caught alight. He's using his hands to try and pull it out. It goes out and then lights up again. Now his jacket's on his left arm's caught alight. He's trying to put out the flames out, rolling about the floor. Oh my God, his whole body's lit up. He's on fire, the poor bastard. He's trying to put the fire out, thumping his body, but the flames won't go out. Oh God. The voice abruptly ceased. What happened? Said the host, and for a few moments the man said nothing. He looked towards me. I saw his face. It was mountain. I saw fire in his pupils. Then he dropped. He tried to put himself towards the hotel, but now he stopped. He keeps reaching for his bag. I can see now what's inside it. Medicine. I can hear the crackling sound like a roast in the oven. His clothes are gone. He's inside. It's burning now. I have to go. It's so hot in here, so hot. I must get in the bath. A splash was heard, as if the phone had been dropped in the bath, but it was not picked up. No voice was spoken on it again. Hello, hello? The host called. The searing heat he had described had obviously got the better of him, too. The host said he was taking a break and would return in 30 minutes. I got back in the bus and drove down the empty road. I kept the radio on for the next 2 days, but I never heard another thing from it. I tried ringing, but no one answered the phone. What had happened to the talk show host, I did not know. But once more, I felt the possibility of befriending a stranger was gone. The road was long and endless. I must have passed 10 or so cities. Each from a distance was dark and grey. I now thought that each and every city had been turned into this devastation. I parked the bus on the edge of a bridge over a river. I walked down the extent of the bridge. The leaves of autumn still remained with yesterday's news as I walked, kicking the dust of human civilization along. It felt as if time itself had been slowed down. It reminded me of a time when I used to walk back and forward from college devoid of company. It felt as if all those autumns had once again returned. I looked from the bridge over the river towards the city, across the waves, and saw the familiar sights of dusty grey worn-out buildings, front missing, an eerie silence which came with all its pain. As I walked off the bridge, machine gun bullets sparked off the golden bridge. I threw myself to the ground. My eyes looked forward. I saw a man with a large beard charging, machine gun in hand, straight towards me. Then I saw the sole of his boot. I woke up, blood dripping from my cheek, tied up in what appeared a dark cellar. My captor stood in front of me, almost as if he was awaiting my awakening. The man wore a heavy beard. His eyes were yellow in colour. He would cough and splutter, choking out large white balls. His posture was crooked, to say the least. His arms appeared longer than was normal, his hands constantly shaking, which was extremely worrying, as he had his finger in the trigger of his fully armed machine gun. He continued to look at me, as I did him. I wondered what he made of me, why indeed he had decided to kidnap me, but my intention was lost, as then I heard a small cough. I turned my head to the right and saw another prisoner. It was a boy, who could not have been more than 10 or so. The boy was also looking at me. His bright hazel eyes shined with an ease. They were puffy and tear-stained. His face had a fair complexion, but it was the gaze towards me of such hope. I immediately turned towards the bearded man and opened my mouth to speak, but before I could utter a word, he slapped me with the back of his hand. "Don't you dare judge me. You think I like doing what I do? It's got to be done, that's all." "What has?" I asked. He ignored me and continued on his own path, or so I thought. "I hope you're going to do better than the last one. I had to kill him. I don't want to have to kill you. Please don't ask me to kill you." "I won't," I said, most effectively. "Oh, you will. They all do, you see him. He's the last, the longest. Doesn't talk back much, but just enough." He knelt down by me, placed his bulky hand on my kneecap, and began to squeeze it tight. As he did so, I could hear it click in and out of its socket. I screamed in agony. As I did so, I noticed he did not watch what he was doing, but was transfixed with the pain clearly displayed in my eyes. "In pain there is such sweet joy, but it's not as I would like it to be. Once you've killed one man, the sweetness can soon become sour, and one is endlessly looking for a new high to replace this tawdry. Sometimes I spend a lot of time wishing I wasn't the man that I find that I am. Once you've washed the dried, crusted blood of someone you wish could have been your friend, you feel a sense of remorse that only a killer could know of. How I wish I were not the man that I find that I am. Can you understand that? Do you see that inside me also beats a heart that only needs to be found? I often wonder, could I have been different if I had found someone earlier? Was I always doomed to this triumphal fate?" As he spoke his last words, his voice was raised, deep but disturbing in the extreme. I did not know how to answer him, or whether indeed he was speaking to me at all. I opened my mouth to say some carefully chosen words, but before I could, he laid another fist into me, this time my stomach, winding me. He walked over to the child I watched with anticipated horror. He bent down close to him and placed his hands down his hair to his neck, and held it tight, almost one might say in a loving gesture. The boy did not seem to have any cuts or bruises on him, but his eyes, staring wide towards me, filled me with rage. I tried to pull my hands free from the tightly bound rope. He saw me struggle and turned his attention, thankfully, but once again to me. "Why have you captured us?" "Have you never found yourself lonely?" "Yes, haven't we all?" I said. "Then there is your answer, friend. May I call you friend? I hope I may." He pulled himself up and walked off, saying something about needing to get some food. The cellar was dark and damp. One window lit diffused light through, due to its dirty condition. I looked towards the boy, who again was looking towards me. "Are you okay?" I said softly. He did not answer me. "We're going to get out of this, don't you worry," I said, not knowing whom I was reassuring more. "Please, mister," he said. He only said 2 words, but his tone and pitch, the way in which they were delivered, touched my heart, and I felt a connection with this boy whose wide eyes gazed onto me. I had always wanted a child of my own. When my wife and I were married, the inability to have children caused such heartache, especially around other parents and their children, who would flock to play with us, but soon would leave, but the pain would not. The boy was such an adorable boy who looked up to me as if I were his father. Later on, before the bearded man returned, on hearing his footsteps, possibly in fear, he held his arm out so that I could hold his hand. It was strange, I thought, how such a love between father and son, parent and child, can bring to even the most ineffectual man. It was such a special love, and within was a power that no criminal could obtain. It filled me with a rage that if it were physically manifested, it would rip its way through these ropes and through to that man. I would have wished to transfer my anger physically, as when the bearded man returned, he undid the ropes of the boy and dragged him away with him. I shouted out, "Where are you taking him? Take me, what are you doing with him?" But only the boy's cries gave answer to my most awkward of questioning. For the next hour I pulled, yanked, tugged at the ropes which bound me tight. The only marks they made were through my wrists, but the pain was easier to bear than was that occurring within the chambers of my heart. Eventually I managed to fray the ropes, and then I was free. I slowly approached the door, turned the handle, and tilted my head between the gap of the door and the panel. I could see nothing, as there was only a few candles lighting the corridor. I opened the door a bit more and squeezed through the gap. As I walked down the corridor, I heard moaning and groaning, but it was not the boy. The voice was older, mature. Maybe it was the bearded man, but again, there was more than one tone that groaned out. There were several doors on my left and right, so I stepped cautiously up to the first one and slowly opened it. I was confronted with a macabre scene. A light shone down the ceiling, highlighting a man caged in an armchair. Metal grids held down his arms, legs, and connected his face to the back of the chair. His mouth was wide open, his tongue was missing. Was this possibly the man that he had said he had killed? Maybe when he talked too much, he removed them, as well as the offending article. As I walked closer to him, I was unprepared for this reaction. As he jumped up and down towards me, he managed with demonic ability to free the chair from the ground, and he came straight at me. I jumped back, slammed the door, trapping his fingers, but the weight of the door shut it close. But the finger I noticed sticking out the door frame was not solid. It was as if there had never been any muscle or blood within them. I moved down the corridor and entered another room. This was empty, but again there was a chair and a light turned off, hanging above. The next door I found a man on a rack, his body stretched, one of his ribs sticking out of his skin. The man did not seem to breathe or move, but I felt he was alive. Maybe his stomach was so outstretched that the breathing could not easily be seen. His hands dropped by his side. There inside his nails I saw the splinters of wood shoved in, which even I felt the pain as I saw it. I went closer and looked at his battered face, of which all recognition of who he was must surely have gone. I found a knob at the end of the table and turned it, as his body slowly relaxed, but the length remained. How long he'd been there I do not know. Then he regained consciousness and started to scream out in pain. I tried to place my hand on him to console him, but nothing could be done. I could not let him carry on screaming. I wonder if it had been my releasing the pressure that had put the pain on his body, and I reluctantly turned the knob tighter. As I did so, I heard the bone crack. His rib bone, which had been popped back inside his chest, stuck out again, and he stopped screaming. Oh, what horror it was to have to inflict torture on a man in order for him to cease his suffering. I tried one more room in which I heard the noise. I opened the door. There on what looked like a surgeon's operating table lay a man, his stomach wide open. There was a metal contraption holding his stomach apart, and cling film was placed over the hole in his stomach to stop the blood from seeping out. One assumed in order to allow the man to suffer the pain he wished to inflict rather than allowing him the less painful and quicker death of bleeding to death. Both to me seemed utterly unbearable, but to the man on the table I suspect he would choose for himself the quicker death. Above the metal contraption there, which looked like a circular metal rod, it was wired to a battery that lay on the floor next to the table. What it was for I was not sure, as there was nothing on it, and it didn't seem to be connected to the man. I walked over to him. He appeared unconscious. Maybe at this time he was finally dead. I peered through the cling film, but could not see much inside. His heart, indeed, had ceased. He was thankfully dead. I was about to walk out of the room when I slipped on something. I placed my hand out to ease my fall. The nearest thing to me was the man. My hand pierced the cling film, and dark red blood poured down the floor. As it did so, I noticed what I had slipped on. It looked like a roll of uncooked sausages. I picked them up and noticed that the length was astounding, and then, with full ferocity, I realized what they were, and what that circular metal rod was. These were the poor man's intestines. This metal rod connected to the battery must have slowly wound them out of his body. I dropped them immediately back on the blood-stained floor and slipped myself out of this room. In the final room that I entered, I found a truly macabre sight. The room, on first glance, looked completely empty, and I was on my way to walk out when some spotlights caught my attention. Near the far wall of this room, I walked closer, and the lights revealed the truly horrific sight. There on the wall were 6 human bodies. Their legs were pacing in the air. The bodies hung up by chains wrapped around a metal beam high up. The tops of their heads were missing, sliced off, I reckoned, judging by the smooth and straight line left. I could see wires trailing on the ground connected to a generator. I followed the wires which led to their brains. I could only imagine that he had wired this up himself, how he would know which impulse in the brain would make a man walk. I imagined how he would have sliced the first man, placed his cold fingers on the jelly-like brain matter, moved his index finger one way or another to see what reaction it got, until, with his hands in between this man's brain, could get him to walk. What kind of evil could do such a barbaric thing? How could any man stomach to do such an act? But not only had he done so, he had also put them in a row and spotlit as if he was setting up some work of art, a showpiece almost. I tugged at the wires, and with a spludge they came out. On the floor lay the wires, clipped, still holding on to a bit of red brain tissue. The legs immediately stopped there in the air pacing, and I turned the spotlight off and shut the door tight. I walked through the corridor. There was at least 6 other rooms. What lay behind the doors I did not have the stomach to see. It was as if I had walked into a torture chamber of the past. Such cruelty to ever have been inflicted on one's fellow men seemed even more barbaric now that it was not commonplace. I was at the end of the corridor, and by a staircase I went up it and found myself in what appeared some kind of living room in a very old house. I could see a light was on northward. I slowly walked there, and in the kitchen I could see the young boy and the bearded man eating off the same plate. The bearded man seemed agitated, as if he knew I was there. I stayed as still and quiet as is humanly possible. He turned to face the door and seemed to be sniffing something. He leaped out of the chair and for the door. I was unable to move in time, and he found me by its side. He was furious, as I had never seen such a man, as if I had walked on some event I should not have seen. Maybe he did not want me to see the compassion that lay within him as he shared his meal with his young captor. He threw me across the room, his eyes full of pure rage. The boy came running out to see what was going on. The man, not having time to restrain the boy, launched his left arm out, catching the boy full on the face, throwing him to the ground unconscious. As the bearded man saw where he landed, I used the opportunity of him not looking towards me to get up and charge at him.
As I approached him, he turned to see me, but it was too late, and we both flew across the living room floor, sliding across the table and onto the floor. We tumbled across the floor. He managed to get himself up on top of me and laid a punch on my nose. "Do you think you can beat me? When I finish with you, you will wish you had stayed in the cellar. Why must they all turn against me? All I wanted was a little company." "You can't force company," I exclaimed. "The more angry I become, the greater pain you shall suffer before your death. You think I'm scared of a man who kidnaps children? He was alone like me, wandering these lonely streets, and so I saved him from his own misery. I gave him love and affection. He is my son now, mine." "You make me sick. You think you can get away with anything you like. Always above the law, above the common decency of men. Let me tell you, today it ends. Today it ends." I lifted my leg from below him and thrusted him into the wall behind us. His body slid down the wall onto the floor, and he did not move again. I went over to the boy and lifted his limp body up. His eyes slowly opened, but the shine that I had seen there before was gone. Then his eyes widened up again, but they were looking beyond me. Before I had time to look around to see what it was that caught his stare, I felt a wire pull tight upon my throat. The bearded man had awoken. From his pocket he had taken out one of his more conveniently sized torch items. It felt like some kind of wire. He tugged it once more, and I felt trickles of blood hit my lowered hands. The wire had cut into the outer layers of my skin. I felt my whole body cease, my eyes bulge, my throat unable to swallow or breathe heavily, afraid of allowing the wire to penetrate further into my supple throat. I felt the sharp wire slicing through the initial layers of my throat. The need to cough was at the point of excruciating. I knew that if I did so, the wire would slip straight through my neck. I did not know how I would escape this torture, much like I thought the people I found in the rooms. Then the wire went loose, and the man fell to the ground like a sack of bones. I turned, clenching my bleeding neck, to see what had happened. I found the young boy, a chair firmly gripped in his hand. He had saved my life, when I was to save his. I bent down in eye level with the boy and pulled him towards me and gave him the hug he deserved. As I did, I felt time once again cease. I could have lived that moment forever. The bearded man started to grumble. I grabbed the boy's hand and we ran through the corridors to the front door, opened it, flung it shut. A man stood nervously in the door next to the bearded man's house. He was about to close the door behind him. I grabbed the boy in my arms, pushed the man and ourselves through the door, and closed it behind us. "You can't come in here," he said, quivering. "It's okay, we mean you no harm. But it's a mess. Believe me, we don't care what shape your house is in. The man next door, do you know him? He tried to kill me." I pointed to my neck. The man looked as if he was about to faint when he saw the blood-stained scar under my hand. His hands were firmly embedded in the light brown cardigan he wrapped around him. "I suppose I've no choice. You must think me somewhat awful. You see, I don't get many guests, and I'm not the tightest man. I suppose the two go in hand, but I suppose the world in the shape it is, these are the least of my worries." "Yes," I said, waiting for him to show me to the bathroom so I could clean my wound. I showed him my neck again. He got the idea and told me to clean myself up, and then we were to join him in the dining area. The dining room was a huge expanse. It was so big that only the center was lit. The outside edges were pitched in such darkness, I felt as if eyes, more I should say, the eyes of that bearded man next door watched us from the shadows. But it was such imagination that darkness brings about a man's weakest nerves. The boy, me, and our host sat at a large oblong table. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Edward Greer, and you?" "James Bishop," I said. The boy told us his name. "Jason Sylvester." Then we tucked into food, which tasted of high quality, much like the house we found ourselves in. It was strange to be eating there after what had just happened to us. I kept expecting the bearded man to knock through the door. Maybe he still lay dying on the carpet of his house. Maybe he did not see us dart in this house. Whatever, we were safe. And while that was so, it was only fair that the boy and I should enjoy this respite. "Did you enjoy the dinner?" said Edward Greer. When we both told him that we did,
The boy clapping his hands in enjoyment, he smiled as any host would. I'm only glad there was enough on the table for 3. I only prepared it for myself, but such is my habit at making more than I need, more often than not. I find myself throwing good food away. Today is not going to waste, and there is some praise in that, is there not? How much food do you have left? I mean, it doesn't look like you go out much and have no servants, so what will you do when the food runs out? He became nervous in his look, inept. I had not thought of that. I'm no survivor. I thought of having to go out. It horrifies me. I am a homely person, you see. I very much like my own company. I suspect I shall die, as all will. The boy looked with sadness up to his once joyful host. But mister, why don't you go out and get some food? It's free now. You don't have to pay. Me and my dad, we went to a shop and filled up our car. It's all free now, all of it, whatever your heart desires. Yes, he said, but I felt he was saying it more to comfort the boy, as his eyes returned to me after saying so, as if to tell me the real answer that he dare not utter in front of the innocent boy. Well, will you take tea with me in the study, I think? He led us to the study. While he went over to brew the tea, I took this opportunity to speak to the young boy. How are you? I said, rather ineptly. I'm fine, sir. Thank you for looking after me. It's very kind of you. You're like my dad. A lump came to my throat. What a kind thing to say to a complete stranger who had only done what any other stranger would do. I placed my hand lovingly on his golden hair. It was nothing. What happened to your father? I continued. Like I said to Mr. Greer, we went shopping. We were loading up the car, then a gang of 4 or 5 men, I don't rightly remember how many, pushed my dad into the car and me to the ground. Then I woke up to find the car gone. As he spoke, I wondered if these men had been the same that had killed the Premier and had destroyed that hotel. Why they should do such things I had no idea, but it was as if now that law and rules were over, men would do as they see fit, much answering why these things were there in the first place. Edward Greer walked briskly into the room, a gentle smile on his face, a tray with a golden tea set with cups and saucers as well. He placed it on the table and began to pour a cup of tea, which he handed to the young boy. As he did so, I walked up to the shelves that lined the 3 sides of this room. The reading was varied: Dickens, Shakespeare, Wells, Orwell, with history of the world, Second World War, medical encyclopedias. I commented on this vast material. Every man must have his hobby, he stated. I went to the 4th wall. A large covering hung over a dusty window. I peered through the side of the curtain through the layer of dirt. I rubbed a gap to see through, just enough for my eye's view, and saw a courtyard extended far away, 2 cars. Compared to the cities I had seen, this one looked, I imagined, much the same as it did before. We sat talking about our stories. I told them of some of my adventures, as did the boy, about him and his father, how they escaped their council flat when the fog came their way, until it was very late indeed. Edward showed us to 2 rooms next to his, and we retired, much exhausted for the night. The morning must have awoken with a cock crowing, but this was not how we were woken up. A large crash downstairs was heard, then the sound of heavy boots running up to the stairs. I bolted upright, got my door, opened it, only to be confronted with a bearded man. How stupid, I thought. We felt so comfortable here. We should have left in the middle of the night and gone far away. Now, despite escaping, we were once again amongst this maniac. He grabbed me by the arm and threw me to the ground. I hit the wall with a thud. The 2 doors opened, and out came the boy and Edward. I shouted to Edward to take the boy, as I saw the bearded man reaching out for him. Of course, said Edward, pulling the boy within his protective arms, almost cradling him. The bearded man remained still. I expected him to finish me off, and into those few moments of silence, I felt a strange unease. Have you quite finished? Said Edward, facing the bearded man. No, said the bearded man. I stood up, ready to defend myself some more. I don't know why you have to be so rough, continued Edward. Rough? It's better than wine and dining them. He's so vulgar, said Edward, facing me. He continued. Allow me to introduce you, my erstwhile cousin, Thomas Greer."
"What?" I said. "What do you mean? You know him?"
"It is so unfortunate you had to find out like this. This is not the way it's done, but my cousin is so impatient, aren't you?"
"He is such a wimp," said the bearded man. "He would have drugged you with your breakfast, then I would have taken you. He doesn't like his victims to know him as a killer."
"I am not a killer." He opened the door to the left and opened it out to the room I had already seen. It was the man on the rack. My eyes betrayed my confusion. "Yes, you see, this is one house. When you came out, you walked into my side of the house. I don't like living with him. He makes so much noise. I like my peace and quiet, always have. So you see, I would have drugged you. My cousin would have carried you to my rooms, put you on my toys. Then I would turn a few knobs, pull the lever or so forth, and you thought these rooms were my cousin's. No, he only assists me. I don't like physical contact. He handles all that. He gets them and so forth. I set up the toys and handle the pain and drugs. It's much more polite and dignified the way I handle things, not like my cousin. He'd have just skinned you off the bone, and we would have eaten you for dinner." I could not believe what he was saying. All along we thought the bearded man was the killer. Those rooms I found in his house, but it was one big house, and those rooms were Edward Greer's, a man who cordially entertained and fed us. It was he who administered the pain, the torture, he, the quiet and almost inept one, the killer, and his rough, vulgar cousin, just the lackey. "See what I mean?" said Thomas Greer. "A wimp, can't touch the bodies, doesn't like to get his hands blooded, but I must do as he says. We all must have our hobbies." Thomas, as he had done when we met him, began to cough and shake. "See, can't very well do the killing myself. Not now that I get these damn shakes. It wouldn't be fair on them, not like this." His cough got violently worse. Blood sipped out of his mouth. In a long trail, he coughed up some white balls. Then he held his stomach tight, as if something was rummaging around inside. Then he fell with a scream so loud with a thud head first. His cousin Edward Greer dropped to his knees. "What's wrong with him? Tommy, say something. What's wrong? Are you all right?"
But it was obvious he was dead. Maybe this was as Harkins said, the other way the fog would kill us, those that survived the initial waves. Edward held onto Thomas's head. A clump of hair came away, and Thomas' head dropped back to the ground, loss of the hair. Edward Greer wailed and shouted, "No, no, no," continuously. His tears were as if he had lost all the world. How pathetic, I thought, this evil man with a sugary smile. He had his comeuppance. It felt only fitting that this man, Edward Greer, who had inflicted so much pain through his torturous ways, should have pain too, from the only thing that was inflicted upon him, the loss of his accomplice, his cousin. I picked the boy up, and we left Edward Greer as he wailed over the dead corpse of his cousin. I broke into one of the cars outside. Inside the house, Edward's mood had turned into rage. He started to smash things about the house. As he did so, he knocked over a lantern. A fire caught some paper on the floor, and it wasn't long till it lit up the books on the 3 sides of the wall. From the window on the 4th side, I saw him banging his fists on the double-glazed glass. I looked straight into his terror-stricken eyes, turned away as he continued to bang, almost in vain. Slowly I started the ignition, released the handbrake, pressed my foot on the accelerator a little, and drove off slowly down the gravelled courtyard, as Edward Greer, fully alight, screaming within the flames, as he was about to join his dead cousin, Thomas Greer. A day's driving had left us tired. We pulled up in the Greer's car into a motel and slept on the top of the bed together. I looked over at the boy as he slept near my arm, his eyes shut tightly, his nose breathing in and out. He looked like a smooth statue. I wondered how an innocent as him had taken what he must have seen. Should such a beauty see such horrors in this life, and his father snatched away from him, leaving him in the clutches of people like the Greers? How can a son be at peace whilst his father is away? I placed my hand on his firm head of hair. Whether it was to more comfort me or him, I'm not sure, as I felt for this little boy, who now found himself journeying with me.
I got up from the bed and pulled back the curtains. I looked out at this desolate scene in which we were players tonight, looking back at the boy cuddled up, like in the womb, on the bed. I saw the two distinct views of life, the happy, the sad. I returned to the bed and tried to get to sleep. Next thing I knew, it was morning, and I awoke. "Hello, Dad," spoke the boy, before opening his eyes upon me, the stranger he had journeyed with. Realizing I was not his beloved father, he apologized. I laughed, although the moment deep inside had touched me. He asked where we were. I said I wasn't too sure. How far the Greer's house was from the bridge I had left on the bus, I was not sure. The boy went to the kitchen area of this small room and rummaged in the cupboards and started preparing some food. As he did so, I rubbed my eyes and remembered a dream I had. I saw an explosion in the distance, then the wind blew fast, and then houses came down. Then I saw the fog drifting over water, maybe an ocean. Then I saw inside a house a man sat on a high chair, almost like those found in publican houses. He was fast asleep, his mouth wide open, dribble dripping from his mouth into his orange beard. I knew the invisible fog was blowing at his door. Then I saw the fog form a light grey material around the man, and then suddenly the man's false teeth fell from his mouth. The wig of white firm hair slipped from his head, leaving a shining bald patch except for that hair above his ears. Then his false leg fell from his trouser and dropped loudly on the wooden floor with a thump. And to end his disgrace, then his false eye popped out of its socket and rolled on the floor to my feet, which is where I appeared in the dream. I bent down and picked up the false eye to study it, and it was that moment I had awoken. I thought to myself, what a strange and surreal dream. At least, though, it was better than the horrible dreams I had about the Overgate's Jenny and the things I had witnessed. But I wondered, could this dream have some kind of meaning? Maybe it was a collection of things I had seen to do with the effects that the fog causes. I thought of it no more, and tucked into the eggs and tomatoes the boy had prepared. Jason and I went through some of the rooms in order to find ourselves some new clothes, which we managed to find and put on, after having a shower to clean of some of the filth we had picked up at the Greer's house. We found a van outside the motel and drove in this instead of the Greer's car, not wanting me or the boy to think any more of what had occurred there, including the horrific death of Edward Greer. We travelled through a lot of little roads, but none of them seemed familiar. We drove all night and stopped the car when it was too dark to see. The van's lights not working, the boy slept fully stretched out on the back seat, while I got out and leaned on the bonnet, the wind blowing through my hair. I placed my hand upon my face, which was met with a brush-like facial hair that had been allowed to grow. I sat there looking to the trees to my left, the stars above me. It was amazing to me that man could still find such beauty, that such beauty could still exist. What a waste, I thought, all this beauty on such cruel creatures as mankind, who mostly take for granted their lot, do as they please, foregoing any kind of conscience of their actions. Yet I knew, for the few good ones, that was which this paradise on earth was meant. The night fell, the dawn rose, and the morning was upon us. The car chugged away as smoke left a trail of our existence, and we were once again on our journey. The boy recognized the set of streets. He did not think it was the same city where I had left the bus, where his father had been kidnapped, but it was close, he felt. One particular house got him excited. He said that his grandmother lived there. I thought it a good idea to go there. There I should leave the boy while I alone tried to find his father. At least in our company he would not feel strange. I stopped the car outside the house. I went to knock on the door. The boy said, "Don't worry, the key's under the mat. That's where she doesn't forget where she puts it." Not a very safe place, I felt, but maybe now it's the safest place it could be. We went inside. I looked downstairs, filled the kettle up in the dingy kitchen, plates with old food on them, and put it on the stove, littered with a box of matches left open. The boy, meanwhile, was upstairs looking for his grandmother. He came running down, a piece of paper in his hand. He waved it frantically at me as the kettle began to whistle. The note read, "Dear Daniel," his father's name, "I found your grandmother unwell and have taken her to the nearby St. Mary's Hospital where they are looking after the sick now." I turned the steaming kettle off and we left the kitchen, the house, and back into the car we drove up the road looking for this hospital for the sick. After about an hour searching, we found the hospital. We drove into the gravel grounds to the wide entrance, opening the double doors of this old-looking building with its fine architecture and minute carvings, and went inside. Instantly we were hit by the sharp smell of chlorine. There was a lot of coughing and screaming. A lady was being sick in a sink which looked full up. These were those who were maybe like me, slowly dying from the radiation poisoning that the fog brought with it. Even I had noticed myself. I had started to sniffle and had a sore throat. The boy ran off despite my attempts to hold on to his hand. I investigated. There seemed to be far more patients than doctors. I think I only saw 3 men in white coats. One of them was operating behind a curtain on some poor man who lay as still as a ghost. Maybe his heart had ceased. I, not being a doctor, did not know what the condition of the man was. I sat down feeling a little worse for wears, blew my nose. A few minutes later or so I thought the boy came running back, but it was at least a full 30 minutes. I must have slept. I looked at the boy's face. It appeared as if he had been crying. Dry tears stained his pure face. He sat by my side and remained silent. The lights in the corridor faded for a few seconds and then came on bright again. Turning over to the second generator, perhaps. I looked at the boy. I asked him, "What was wrong?" He did not answer me, so I repeated the question again. With a sniffle, he looked slowly up towards me and spoke. "I found Gran. She's upstairs, first room to the left, cubicle 5C. I saw her from the door and ran up to her bed, but she did not move, didn't even see me there. I called her, 'Gran, Gran, it's me, Jason. Gran, can you hear me? You're all right, Gran?' But she did not answer. I pulled up the chair close to her bed, stood on it, and looked close to Gran's face. 'Gran, it's me, Jason. Gran.' She turned her head slowly towards me. She looked straight into my eyes, but it was as if they looked through me. As if she could not see me, as if I was not there, not the grandmother I'd known, not my Gran. It was her face and everything, it was there, but it was not. I don't understand. What happened to my Gran? There was no smile as I had remembered, not laughter or a little prank she played on me. I tried to hold my tears, I really didn't want her to see me crying, but it was ever so hard. I kept remembering her as she was, as I knew my Gran. I don't know if she knew even who I was, just that I was a little boy. Maybe I could have been any boy, and she would have treated me the same. I want my Gran back, mister. I want her back. I don't want her like this. It'd be better she's dead." The boy could hold his tears no longer, and his tears burst out. "Don't say that. You know, Jason, when we get older, we sometimes lose our faculties. We, as it were, sometimes revert like a baby. We forget things. We need help, love, comfort, and care, like when our parents, like your dad, does for you now." "Like a circle meeting the same end." "Yeah, I guess so. Too often parents look after their children. When the child can do nothing for itself, even an old person still can do some things, so the favour never quite returned. It's your duty to love them as they loved you. It's only fair." "I know, mister, but I miss her. She didn't used to be like this. I just want her back like that. We used to love. She used to make me laugh. It was fun. Now she doesn't even talk, just stares." The boy took my hand to meet his Gran. When we got to cubicle 5C, we found 3 white-coated doctors there. We pushed our way through to find a more senior doctor, his hands on the boy's grandmother's chest, pushing down frantically with all his force. The boy walked up close and pulled the doctor's arm away. The doctor looked down at the boy and stopped trying to make the old woman's heart beat again. I was amazed at the maturity of this situation, but I wondered whether he was doing it because he didn't want to see his Gran suffer, or that he didn't want to see her as she had now become. The boy turned around, and his face, despite his strong posture, was like the matter that makes the heart, tears streaming like oceans down his face, like a tap turned full on, I bent down, pulled him towards me and hugged him close as his warm tears and sniffly nose rubbed against my neck. Man must do so many things that require of him a greater strength than really lives within the walls of his weak heart, and a child not grown a man must suffer even more of this. "Is this your mother?" said the doctor, standing over the boy's grandmother. "No," I replied, "it's the boy's grandmother. I was hoping I could leave him with her. I'm looking for the boy's father. I thought maybe he brought her here." "No, it was one of the nurses. She knew of the lady and her age condition." The doctor looked down at the boy and continued in a softer tone. "I did all I could for her. I'm sorry." "Don't worry, mister," said the boy. "I think it's better she's dead now." The doctor looked up at me with strange eyes. I looked at the boy to avoid the presumed line of questioning that this situation might pertain to. The doctor then took us for some routine blood tests. After doing so, after about an hour, he came back with the results. He told us that we both had the disease carried by the fog, the genetic radiation chemical weapon that's sole purpose was to destroy certain DNA strains, but unfinished was wiping out all strains of DNA, or so it was believed. But many were still alive whilst the disease stayed dormant, maybe preparing the death that was to come. We don't really know what will happen next. Some people have died, but the death happens so rapidly it's hard to do any kind of test to map the changes in the DNA that causes the death. Some have had strange dreams and white flashes, some hot temperatures, influenza-type conditions. It really depends on the individual's DNA. "How come some live, some die?" said the boy. "I don't know, no one does. It seems to be random. Some look healthy, have stronger DNA or immune systems, but still they are the ones that are taken." "Taken," I said. The word seemed strange in connection with this juncture. The doctor continued. "We have been taking blood samples and doing tests for about 2 weeks now, but I've been able to find anything. I've tried to contact other hospitals. I get no answer. Of those I've made contact with, they too have no more to add. I fear that we might find any cure too late." "Do you think there might be a cure?" "It was a man who made it. Surely man can unmake it." "I'm not so sure. Man's propensity for evil seems sadly far more natural than his will to do good." "Were you born a cretin?" "Excuse me," I said. "Were you born with a hyperactive thyroid, as I have none of your records, and your blood tests show an indication of it?" "No," I said. "I will have to give you some tablets later then, if we still have any in the store." "Thanks," I said, thinking that this was the least of my troubles. The doctor told us to sleep upstairs, and so we did. Whilst the boy and I lay down to sleep, I thought about the deep impact of the doctor's results of our blood tests. Whilst without the knowledge one could persuade oneself we were perfectly all right, but once those results were pronounced, it was sealed forever. I woke in the morning to another strange dream, which I related to the boy in order to bring a smile to his face. I saw the old single red bus I had driven, which I was driving, dressed in the clothes I wore then, and there at the back of the bus, instead of the last 2 rows of seats, was a piano, its keys being played by the young boy. The voice of the song was not his, but his lips synced, like mine, to the words that bellowed. The song was an old favourite, Paul McCartney's "Your Mother Should Know." As this jolly melody played, the bus passed by lots of people who would notice my red bus, that would turn in a flashing multicoloured swirly psychedelic display. Occasionally I would be on the piano, shaking my head joyously to the tune, whilst the young boy drove the bus through the roads lined with big yellow flowers. At all times the boy and I were full of fun and joy, and it seemed as if we were in our bus, spreading to all we passed, as in front was all grey, behind the colour was being filled in. The boy was laughing at my dream. I didn't tell him the rest, which veered away from the jolly dream, as not everyone on the street was happy with our jolly song. There was what appeared the same woman and man all the way along, whose noses were raised high in the sky, their faces sour with haughtiness, shovelling money, coins and notes like sprouts and lettuce in their mouths, careful not to drop even the smallest penny. What the dream pertained to I'm not sure, for the boy and I did not, as it were, bring joy to all we passed. But maybe it expressed my feeling of having an almost adopted son with me. And like in the real world, there are always some people who think they are better than you, that look down upon others' happiness with sourness and disdain. That morning I walked around the dingy hospital. I saw endless patients. One hall, which must have been a cafeteria, was lined with beds in distinct rows, each with a patient, white blankets on top. I did not dare walk in to see whether they were dead patients or on the brink of that great and final journey which all must undertake. One room, a father was telling his son, who lay in the bed, that he had to go off to take his lecture and would be back soon, that he would read him a story then. He turned and kissed his son and walked past me. I walked into that room. The boy was stone cold dead. My attention was turned to the room adjacent. The doctor was operating behind a white sheet on a man. The alarm on the machine he was connected to was ringing. The doctor and his staff were frantic, trying to reconnect some artery, or so it appeared, but the blood was spurting out of the disconnected end freely. After a while they stopped and stared at each other before declaring another victim his time of death. I wondered to myself whether the patient, who had, I was told afterwards, been conscious moments before they had been forced to operate, whether he had felt his death, whether in that moment of death he felt himself falling, unbeknown to us. We saw no facial expression, but man is contained not without the body but within. Inside somewhere we are hidden, controlling both the heart and mind. Do we feel the pain of leaving this earth, even if we are, to all intents purpose, asleep? The lights faded once again and turned bright again. I could hear some kind of kerfuffle in the distance. I neared the entrance of the hospital, and there I saw a man fighting at the door. A doctor was trying to push some people back outside. As I got closer, my vision gained, as did my mind, full clarity. These people were not like us. They looked burnt and crisp, but their actions, the way they would stare, and their eyes seemed bright white. As I entered the situation, I saw one of the men who was fighting with the doctor. Whilst doing it, he turned his head, leaning upwards directly at me. I saw his white eyes shining, but a blank expression on his face. His teeth then grimaced. These people reminded me of the tramps that I had befriended and then had attacked me for no reason. There were more people who had almost become zombies. Their DNA structure had been altered by this disease, making them mindless thugs, whose only wish was to kill anything they saw that was different, a race purge. The doctor, meanwhile, and some others with him, some looked like patients, pushed the zombified tramps out of the building, closing the strong doors behind, but their banging fists were heard constantly. The doctor turned to me. I knew from his face, which showed no real fear, that they had experienced this before, which later in the night he would tell me over a cup of tea. It's not the first time. They keep coming back. We had to kill 5 of them last time. I even opened one of them up, taking samples, etc., but I can't find anything that would lead anyone, in my profession at least, to tell the difference between them and us. They appear anatomically exact. I met them some time ago. 4 of them tried to kill me. My friend saved me. The boy? He said surprisingly. No, another friend. She's dead now. Too many deaths. I'm a doctor. I try to save life, but I am being tested so. They seem to be slipping through my fingers. It's like I'm trying to catch an ocean, only to drop most of it at my feet, and to be covered in the waves of their blood. I can't sleep whilst this death rages our earth. I keep hoping it will stop. The doctor stood up and removed from his back pocket his wallet, and inside it had 4 pictures, which he laid out on the table in front of me. This is my family. My wife, my 2 children, my mother, my father. All of them I haven't seen since this all started. The phones aren't working anymore. I can't leave these people to even go and find if they are alive or dead. Whenever I close my eyes, I see their beautiful faces in my mind. I see clouds over the top of a high mountain and us running about, throwing frisbees. I miss my wife. I promised her I'd always look after her, that we grow old together, and here I am stuck. I feel like I'm serving everyone else and no one serving me. I'm sure they're all right. Thank you, friend, but you do not know. What if they're dead? What will my sacrifice to others be if I've unwittingly made the greatest sacrifice? Our talking was stopped as we heard screaming from the direction of the entrance. As we got there, we saw tramps smashing with their bare, bloodied fists strips of the door. Their strength seemed inconceivable. Was it possible that the DNA enhanced the human structure, allowing it to do things not normally applicable to man? Soon the door was removed, and the zombified tramps lined the entrance. Growling like in-pained animals, their movement was sluggish, but it was not to matter, as they had immense strength. As the angrier they got, the more it was demonstrated. More doctors, nurses, and patients and the young boy lined the opposite side of the entrance. The battle lines had been drawn. In that moment I stared at these creatures. For man they had long left. The time seemed to slow to a dull pace, and their noise I could not hear, but their faces, distorted and animalistic, the mouth roaring open, their fists clenched like a weapon, no pain felt despite the blood. What match were we humans against these new humans? We were trapped. There was something untasteful about this situation. These evolved humans and us, did they come to make us extinct? Did we have any right any more to rule this abode that span on its axis in the vastness of space? Some of the doctors and able patients ran at the monster, but were soon thrown back. We had no chance, but their sluggish movement gave us at least one advantage: speed. We retreated to the next set of doors and used beds and tables on the doors and the corridors in between, where a set of makeshift guards were placed. Many patients unable to move were easily agitated. One man with the pipe down his throat to his lungs managed to get himself up and waved his arms about as he coughed up his pipe a little with each movement, before a nurse restrained him and laid him back down again. But the patients were now the least of our worries, for if we could not formulate a plan, soon all of us would be beyond medical help. The boy was clearly shaken by this whole affair. He was shaking and needed to sit down and drink hot drink before he was calm again. I held his hand and looked into his eyes, and told him a lie which I had no right to tell, that I could not bring true. I told him everything would be all right, but inside I knew this was far from the truth. As the creatures broke through the first set of doors, we scuffled off to the next set of rooms, leaving some patients we could not remove in time to the mercy of the creatures. We couldn't stay in this adjacent set of rooms for long, as the noise of the zombified tramps breaking the bones of the paralyzed patients and sucking on them, like a tramp does methylated spirits. I could not let the boy hear these sounds, though I was sure he'd probably heard worse. But we moved up a flight of stairs, this time taking the much valuable time to take everyone with us, even if we had to use our very own backs to carry each bed and patient and set of life-saving machines that they were connected with. Each life was precious, and where there was no choice, it was regrettable. When there was, it would be a crime not to save them. The creatures I imagined smashed their way through walls and through equipment attached to the dead bodies that had displayed about the rooms as their anger multiplied, their eyes shining white, their mouths dribbling, and a roar, a sound more akin with an animal than a man. We went through all the rooms available to us, taking chemicals, using a biochemist to mix explosions and corroding agents that would be our weapons, along with wood, sticks, and metal rods. Each person was given some form of a weapon, and in a crowd we got together and decided now was the time we would face these monsters. We charged with the battle cry down 3 flights of stairs, down a corridor and into a room where the creatures were enjoying a meal they just murdered. I struck one of them with a metal rod and quickly with my other hand threw a bottle which smashed on his back with impact. Smoke rose from the chemical. It began to burn a hole through his shirt, then his back, until in a second I could see right the way through him, as blood continued with the aid of gravity to pump up his body and out the hole and onto the floor. He turned slowly and looked at me, roared. I imagined he was angry and about to snap my neck off. When the roar finished, he fell to the ground, dead. Yes, dead. He was dead. These creatures had inherited our vulnerability, and with the first of them dead, we began vigilantly to beat the life out of these once human beings. But this moment of success, of joy, was short-lived, for they soon outnumbered us. It was as if there were more than we had seen in the foyer of the hospital. Maybe more had come. We had not taken account of these increased numbers, and soon they were knocking us off like flies. Bodies of doctors, nurses, patients, indiscriminately of medical condition, lay dead side by side. It appeared we were lost, as the zombified creatures grouped together and began to descend towards us. We were pinned in by a wall. Darkness came about us as the creatures' taller bodies blocked the door where the sun was shining. Their shadows crossed our faces. We were doomed. I held onto the boy's hand, thinking of the false promise I had made him, and thinking I was soon to receive the reward of that lie in my death. But how unfair he should experience it too, when all he did was believe me. The moment seemed lost. There was no more able men to fight these creatures. "Get down!" shouted a distant voice. We did as it said, not knowing who it was or even where the voice had come from, but we obeyed nevertheless. An explosion ripped the back off one of the creatures, and the rest of it slid to the ground. Then a round of machine bullets flew across the room from the doorway, and the creatures turned to face their new enemy. I pulled hold of the boy to my chest and decided to make my promise come true. It was not right of me to leave this moment, but I had to make sure the boy was safe. I darted past the creature, through another door, and down the stairs to the front. There were more creatures coming through the door. I fell in between them and struggled past them, only to notice that once outside, the boy was no longer clinging to my chest. I heard his scream. We must have been parted during the struggle. With the creature in the doorway, I could see him. I had no time to think clearly. I knew it would almost certainly be death for me, but I charged towards the creature to save the boy. I found my body and the creature untangled as I tried to use all the brute force I could muster to defeat this monster. He soon had me in a bear hug, and my body, like putty, seemed to deflate. I had not much time to live. My lungs would pop and I would be dead. I launched my teeth straight into his hairy chest, and he squealed like a little dog, and his grip was gone. I shot under his legs and up to meet the creature that had the boy in his grip. I launched a surprise punch at the tramp. It felt as if it hit a brick wall. The blood of my hand on hitting him splattered on a nearby wall, and I took hold of the boy and pulled him towards me. I roared at the creature almost instinctively, and it wasn't until after the machine gun men who had saved us before came and finished these monsters off that I realized in that moment I had become like one of these creatures in order to defeat it. Or was it more than that? Was it that inside us all was this evil creature? Just these creatures were more consumed by it, and I controlled it until I needed to unleash it to save the boy. But I had made my promise true. "It's you," said one of the men with the machine gun. "Sorry," I said, bemused of his words and situation. "You don't remember me. Suppose you wouldn't." "The Premier." "You?" I said angrily, fully remembering them, the 4 men who had brutally killed the Premier and later launched a missile at a hotel I was staying in, nearly killing me. "You nearly killed me." "We were saving a life." "I don't mean now. I mean in that hotel. It was you in the tank, wasn't it?" "Oops," he said almost joyfully in a very remissive tone. "Oops." "You were in that building?" "Yes," I said, slowly emphasizing all the sounds. "Sorry, we thought it was empty. It was the Premier's whilst we lived in poverty, and he bleated about more taxes for this and that. He had his pa and lived like a king. Once he was dead, all his memory had to be eradicated." I didn't bother to listen any more. That night we all sat around a long table, and with candles as the power was destroyed in the battle, we ate a final dinner at St. Mary's Hospital. The boy and I left the following morning, leaving the 4 men and a few extra they had obtained to stay there as security and protect the doctors and patients, as they carried on selfishly saving people's lives. I shook the doctor's hand and offered to take him, as he couldn't drive, to find his wife and family, but he said he had to stay and help set the hospital up first. So we both parted first by foot until we purchased another car. As we drove in the car down a familiar road, it began to snow. It was an amazing sight to see the white particles from high above drop so gracefully, unlike their cousins, rain. And on the ground came their pattern, until a carpet was made, but strangely it made the landscape even more bleak than it had appeared before. All that touched snow that would remain like that till it turned to ice, then sleet, and disappeared as if it had never come. We drove past a bridge. There I saw my bus covered in snow. We swapped over and drove across the bridge. The boy wiped the dirt from one of the windows and looked at the now frozen water below. We drove into the center, snow covering its surface. Even the bodies of the fallen comrades lay under snow. Buildings with large holes gaping in them, sprinkled with snow. I stopped the white-coated double-decker, as the boy wanted to play out in the snow. And after all he had been through, he deserved it, and much more than that. So did I. We made snowballs and threw them at each other. We fell to the ground and picked each other up, and the hours went by as if they were days. We ended up putting the finishing touches to a snowman as the sun began to descend for another day. We both lay the snow on the snowman's side, building him up, when from behind us a shadow was cast. We turned around fearing the worst, and maybe for me it was, for it was the child's father. The boy jumped into his father's outstretched arms, and they began laughing. Their happiness was most obvious. And in that moment, unlike the one before, it was as if the boy had forgotten I'd even existed. I wondered to myself in sad reflection what role I had played for the boy, whether he cared at all for me. He certainly didn't when his father had come, but I could not blame him, for as much as I had enjoyed being the father to this boy, for however short, it was not my job. It was already taken. Eventually the father came to me and hugged me, thanking me for looking after the boy. He told me he had managed to escape from his captors when they got ill and died. The boy stood close to his father at his feet. The boy smiled at me, but it was not in the same way as before. The father told the boy to say thank you to me. "Thanks, mister," he said. The father picked up his child and they walked off, throwing balls of snow at each other, laughing. I watched every minute as they walked away, and only their footprints in the snow remained. The boy never looked back, not even to wave goodbye. My heart felt heavy. I had always wanted a son, but could never have one, and the time we had spent felt so special to me, but for him I was an artificial replacement, and now that his father was back, my time was at an end. The darkness descended. I got back in the bus and slumped on the wheel and fell to sleep. In the morning I drove the bus through the blizzard snow back to the hospital and persuaded the doctor, who I found out from his pass on his coat was Dr. Jamie Lance. We got in the bus and drove him with the help of his direction to his family house. When we got there, it was noticeable from the front, which was battered, that something terrible had happened there. We went in full of trepidation, and it was silent and empty. The doctor looked at the items on the mantelpiece. It was a mural of photographs of the loved ones he left behind, those that he had to sacrifice while he made the sick better. How selfless was this man! I felt in my heart a great sadness, for there were not many I had known in my short life who would do so much for others even against their own needs. I was just about to put my hand on his shoulder to console him, when from what must be the basement area came a crowd of people. They were strangers to me, but to him they were his family, his wife, parents, children, all of them living in the basement. During a spot of tea they explained the creatures which we knew were those zombified tramps that called at the house, and they had hidden down below while they trashed the house. I looked at the doctor's face, which now looked tranquil. I left him with his family and was back on the bus on my way. After that day I drove on the road for a few days as far as I could, and passed a sign saying a city was a mile up the road. I took the slip road when it came, and into the city I went. I, accustomed with not looking really where I was going, stopped the bus crashing into a post. I opened the doors to go out and fix it. As I did, two ladies pushed past a crowd of people, swiped their passes on the bus ticket meter, and went and sat in their seats. I opened my eyes to the world I had found myself in. There was a crowd of people waiting at a bus stop, which I had crashed into, A man entered the bus and told me my sign was wrong on the front of my bus, and asked me whether I was the E5 or 92 service, which meant nothing to me, and I told him, "Sorry, I can't drive actually." Had I really found somewhere which had been unaffected by the fog? I pushed my way off the bus and onto the pavement, and turned my head a full 360 degrees to encompass all that had once been gone. I saw people busying about their lives, as once I had done, even down to a tramp begging for money right next to a bank. It felt as if I was being given a second chance, being able to see that which is the beauty of life before it is taken away. They say that one can only really take granted for something once it has been taken away from you, and this is exactly as it felt. I felt dizzy, surrounded by all these people and all the noise that were a distant memory to me. I immediately started to run down the street. I ran down 10 or 11 different streets. At each corner I would see people, ordinary people, well people, talking about what they did yesterday, what they would do the next day, kids playing marbles on the streets, a man drinking his coffee with a cake outside a cafe. I saw the ordinary trappings of life. But then it dawned upon me. They were living their life unaware what had happened far away from them, something that was on its way to take their lives just as it had taken before. I felt a sense of great urgency to run to the center of one area and started to shout out to the people, at first a normal level, but no one listened to me. I shouted that the fog was coming. It would kill them all. They must act now before it was too late. I shouted from the top of my voice, but they just smirked and laughed. One even pushed me to the ground. Then I realized they would not believe me. How could I make them listen to something that only I knew would happen, and that no sane man could ever believe would occur? I felt there was no sense in trying to make them understand. I had to find their leader, the people in charge, and convince them, but I knew time was against me. I knew not when the fog, which I had left far away, would come to this land. I started once again to run down streets, trying to find government-looking buildings. Briefly I found a television center and tried to explain what had happened, but they laughed, holding their fat stomachs, telling me if such a thing had happened, they would know about it, and yet they admitted they hadn't heard from some of their journos from the area I had been, but decided on their part to put it down to more rational reasons. I knew there were even less chance of these types of people to report the truth that I knew. They would only bring the image of carnage when it was too late, and maybe to save the lives of these people in exchange for those great images was not in truth what lied in their heart. I ran down a few more streets, crashing past people. I had no care for the flying people I left behind. I knew few scratches I left them, had no concern for what awaited them, if I could not find those that might listen to what I had to say. I finally tracked down a government building and burst my way through guards and secretaries to the meeting room where some governors met. I told them what I knew, how it happened, where to check, who to call. They looked at me with worried face, and yet they still questioned my validity. I cried out at them that they didn't have the time to balance my words over their ideas of me. It was a matter of trust, and if I were wrong, what harm could it do compared to that which would come if I were right? Listen, I felt the fog. For all I know, I might be dying. You got to listen to me, and listen carefully. It will come in waves. It will kill those first dead in the most horrific way. Then some will die in days, then some in weeks, some in months, I don't know. At the beginning I saw white flashes, felt ill, but I haven't felt the same since I visited the Scrags. But you don't need to know of me. You need to know the force that is coming will destroy everyone, and you have a chance to flee it. Maybe it's just borrowed time, who knows? I didn't get to finish my unprepared and emotional-led speech before one of the governors patted me on the shoulder and said, "You take a seat outside and let us discuss it." I felt from his insincere hand gesture that he didn't believe me. "Please, for God's sake, I'm telling you the truth. Don't make the mistake by not heeding what I've told you. It's not just the cost of your lives that are at stake here. It's thousands, millions you govern. If you don't listen, believe me, your death are only the beginning and not the end. Others will die after you until this planet will soak with man's blood, until it fades into dust and is known no more." One of the men in the background, who seemed to believe me more than the man who had met face to face with me, suddenly got agitated and banged his fist on the table, and then with horror I noticed his uniform was that of a soldier.
"Then we will meet this force,"
he rattled out of his harsh voice box. I was marched out of the room, and in those hours that took place from my meeting to now, I imagined the general had talked to people around the country. They had confirmation of some of what I had told them, yet they didn't believe that one of their centers had caused this devastation. Instead, they thought that this had been some kind of attack, someone from inside working from without. He immediately raised the nuclear alert, prepared the nuclear weapons for warm-up, ready to strike the 3 hottest targets to which he believed this had occurred. I waited in the foyer, unable to eat anything, waiting to find out what they would do with my information, when the general came out and patted me on the same shoulder the governor had, and told me I had done the right thing, and that it was now under his control, and I didn't need to worry about anything. When I tried to ask him what he was to do, he would not tell me, and instead asked 2 of his guards to escort me off the premises, which I did, kicking and screaming. "What are you going to do? Tell me!" I got no answer, and found myself, not for the first time, head down on the dusty floor. I picked myself up and brushed the dirt off my long coat that I had obtained from the foyer, left by someone I did not even know. I walked only a few minutes away from the building to see a crowd of people standing around a shop which had 5 televisions showing them the same picture. It struck me then that maybe they had known about this all along and were preparing for the right moment. Maybe they just needed confirmation. It was inconceivable to me now that people in power could be so neglectful of the truth. Was it right to hide it from the people who had elected them? In that meeting room it was filled with generals. This was no longer the elected government, but martial law. Even the television must have been self-supplied, so the programs, the news, everything, all the ways of life continued in complete bliss of what was happening. I went over to join the TV viewers to see what caused this commotion. I couldn't make out what was being said, and so pushed my way through the crowds that had entered the shop to do the very same thing I did, and heard the voice of the general ending some speech. Then I saw what looked like an aerial view from some plane. Then, in the silence, came a massive explosion that ripped the very image and then went off. The image I saw was unmistakable. It was a nuclear explosion. Then the picture faded back onto the general, who spoke again.
"Let this be a lesson to those who think they can attack us and have no fear of reprisal. Our enemy is now gone. The whole continent has been destroyed by our high-class nuclear bomb. And for those who think that we will hesitate even for a moment to use a second one, think again. I have a report in my hand that shows beyond doubt that a terrorist under the name of Jeremy Harkin infiltrated a military base down south and set up a chemical weapon able to alter genetic DNA to kill a certain type of people, but he failed to assign it to the correct DNA pattern, leaving the chemical fog that was left of this mass explosion to kill all that inhale it, some by stealth, some by length. But we survived and waited our time, while we put together a plan who to attack. Now we've taken this first step in order to revenge those that have already died from the country's sponsored attack upon our shores." I left the shop before he had finished his diatribe. I just stood there as people in the shop began to cheer. What had he done? What had he done? Launched a nuclear bomb upon an innocent continent, killing billions of people and leaving them in the same condition as the chemical bomb that had destroyed the dead city. I walked back to the government building and began to shout, "I'll be glad when the fog comes and takes your life. What have you done? Harkin was one of your men. He wasn't a terrorist. He told me what happened. You deserve to die. I wish I had never warned you. But your nuclear weapons, however strong, will not save you from the wind that is coming this way, and I pray to God that your death is the most painful." The general came out of the balcony of the building. "This man's delusional. Listen to how he speaks. The fog is gone. It is not coming. It dissipated. Have you no respect for one who has served his nation, his country, his world?" "Your world? I have no need of a world like yours. You can take it and shove it. It's worthless." "You'll be wise to watch your words, stranger." "Why? You want to nuke me as well? Do you know what you've done? All those men, women, and children you've killed. They had nothing to do with this, and even if they did they all deserve to die in this way? Right now, at this minute, people would be burning to death trying to reach water, their bodies dying from within.
At least what Harkin did was an accident. Before the general was able to reply to me, in the skies above us a booming sound was heard. Suddenly the clouds began to go grey and the streets went silent. I turned around to see in the background between two buildings the fog that carried the virus that had infected us already. I turned towards the general and began to laugh uncontrollably. "This is your fate, General. Now die, die, you rat, die in your own mess." I turned again to see the fog. In the distance it had met a few people. They instantly fell to their feet and mounted. Some cried and screamed out in pain. I turned around to see the general and his men leave the building and get into an armor-plated van. I ran over and caught the general's coat. I pulled at his jacket, which broke off in my hand. I launched myself at him inside the van and pulled him out, writhing in my grip. I pushed him out in front of me, away from the van. "Now let's face this together, you and me, General. I will be your executioner. I will watch you die. Even if it's my life you take with me, in respect of those billions you doomed to their death. Let this be your lesson, never to be repeated." "No, you fool," stuttered the general. "Let me go. You have no right. Get out of my way." He got up and I pushed him back down again. I used all my might despite him being a lot stronger a man than I, but my motion far outweighed his muscles and he fell down to the ground. "Get out of my way. Get out." "Shut up, you foul piece of human forming. You don't deserve these final words. Now face your death as you made those you killed face theirs. Now find your honor in death. See how precious is life when it is taken away from you. Feel it, you bastard. Feel it for all the pain you have caused man. Feel it. Feel it." The fog creeping ever further. I got up again and he pushed me. I fell straight into the van. As I did so, my jacket got caught inside the handle of the door and it closed behind me, leaving the general stranded outside. I sat there amongst his guards as we all heard his desperate cries to try and get inside the van. His fingernails scraping furiously at the metal of his van, his whimpering frustration as he could not get in. Then it stopped, silent. The fog passed over the van and began to rattle with the pressure. Then we were still. After a few hours, maybe it was more, maybe a day, it was hard to count time within that container that had saved our lives. We opened the door and stepped into the ash below us. It was then I realized I was stepping into the human remains of the general. The guards and I surveyed the area. It looked as if a bomb had hit it, and in all truth it had. A small rumble of the ground began and finished briefly, which showed the sure power of this chemical, which not just affected human DNA, but nature as well. It was still dark and grey, and a dust filled the air. In the distance we heard noises, as a few people like myself had managed to survive the initial wave of terror. The guard went and rounded them up. I sat on the dusty floor and looked about me at the city I had tried and failed to save. I got up from where I sat for what seemed an age. The city appeared darker than before, as if the clouds had suddenly appeared and blocked out the sun. Maybe this was the fine particles of the radioactive fog, but whatever it was, it felt eerie, ominous, deadly. I kept expecting rain to suddenly fall from the sky, as it had done whilst I was in the cave, way back when I can't remember, but instead a light snow drizzle fell and began to coat this dead city. Even the guards of the general looked lost, but I had little sympathy for them, as I expected they had for me. I'm sure they'd rather the general had survived. Nothing was spoken whilst I was in the van with them, but it was a silence. If I could read their thoughts, I'm sure they were cursing me, blaming me, but I felt no shame nor guilt at his death, as he had only reaped what he himself had sowed. I walked through the streets which had once been full of joy and life. I saw people crying and wailing on the streets, clutching to rags and their children. They were experiencing what I had all that time ago, but I had no words to offer them. I, myself, was still not over the consequence of the dead city. I found myself leaning up against a shiny car that appeared from the outside not to be too damaged, but inside I could not say the same. A man sat clutching what looked like his rib cage. His left hand was held against the closed glass window. The window nearest to me was open. I tried to comfort him, to speak to him softly, but I found myself lost for words. It was not a situation one was trained for, or indeed one had to come up against all that often. To make matters worse, I could not hold his hand, as the nearest one to me was already occupied. His face was badly scarred, blackened like charcoal, his eyes weak and insipid. They looked upon me. He asked me to pass him a cigarette, which I found on the floor by his feet. I placed it in his swollen lip, also black, as he asked me to light the cigarette. The pupil in his left eye rolled up, and I never saw it again. I can only assume I had witnessed his eye going blind. He started to quiver and shouted as much as he could, with a gravely voice, "Give me a light." I took no offence in his tone, due to his condition, but smelling the petrol that was pouring from his car, I told him I could not find it. But I had, and carefully removed it with my hand, making sure I passed his left eye, which I knew could not see anything hidden within the clasp of my hand. I told him I would go to the shop across the road and find one. I walked off, and each footstep away, I contemplated what I was going to do, whether indeed I would return back. Could I face what I had seen again? These steps seemed so fake and slow. Then I sped up. I nearly reached the shop, when I heard his voice call out, "It's okay, I got one." With that, I turned around to see a glimpse of him light his cigarette before the car, draped in oil, blew up in my face and sent me straight through the shop window and onto broken glass on the floor. I got up, and from the shop I could see the car burning brightly. I could hear pops and squeals too. I hoped those squeals were the sounds of the metal reacting to the heat, but they could have easily been mistaken for the cries of a man being consumed by fire. I found a rucksack on the floor by my feet. I dusted it off and filled it with some tin food, with a tin opener that was hanging close by. I left the shop by its new entrance and decided I would need to find a place to sleep. Not ever wanting to sleep on the floor again, I broke into a house. I thought it was empty, and unbeknown to me, there was a family in the living room, which I found, and my face must have gone red with true embarrassment. It was strange to find people in houses anymore, almost like it used to be. I found the family huddled around, some in bed. It was an elderly woman. I did not have the nerve to ask what was the matter with her. To be honest, whilst I stood there staring, they continued with her as if I was not there. The woman was obviously dying. They had a cold flannel on her head and held her hand, speaking to her gently. One of them, maybe her daughter, explained to her mother that she was dying, that she would only have a few hours, maybe less, to live. I thought it was quite a harsh but brave thing to do. I wondered if I were in the same situation, whether I could break this news, but it was the elderly woman's right to know. She smiled and looked at them with her weary eyes. I felt a tear in my eye fall as I watched this family's tragedy. I wondered what were the woman's thought patterns as she knew she was dying. Possibly early on she was okay, doing the everyday normal things she would have done. Now she had the last moments of her life thrusted upon her. How could one's mind cope with such a thing? Was she going over her life? Was she in too much pain? But to just grit her teeth and bear it, just wishing the final moment to come. Did she get pains in her heart, thinking that was it only to open her eyes again and wait for the final bow? I could take it no longer and left the house so that they could grieve in peace, alone. I walked up the street. The guards were getting in the van. I went up to the driver and asked for a lift. He did not answer me, but gave a small nod. So I got inside, and he drove up the road out of the city and into a northerly direction, as I too had been travelling since I left the dead city. The night came, and I slept as I drove. As I did so along the bumpy road, I thought about the general, about my feelings towards those in power, and considered that, if it were the people to blame, not the institution, for what would a country be without a government or its leaders, law, all of these things made up a free and fair country? These ideals were right. It was the people who spoiled them, trying to become greater, richer, powerful. If governments could be ruled with men with pure hearts, then what a world we would live in, a new world. I wondered whether I wanted the general to die, what kind of a person this made me. How could I be considered good or right, with a mind that wanted to kill, despite what he had done, the millions he had killed with his nuclear weapon? I half thought to myself whether it was because of my words that the fog had returned to kill him, and all those with him. I found more difficult questions than answers. I thought of the boy Jason, now back with his father, the bitter feeling it left within me. How he seemed to forget about me so soon, as if I was never a part of his life. There seemed so many thoughts that came back to me. It made me feel terribly sad and alone, but most of all, I felt incredibly tired. When I awoke, we had arrived at an almost serene place. It looked much like a forest clearing. There were big trees to the left of me. To the right, though, was a desert-looking area, almost in a contrast of how life used to be and how it was now. I walked across the hot desert area, the sun beating down upon me. I imagined the strong winds had swept whatever once stood there away. I was sweating as I had never sweat before. It was strange coming from a place where snow was falling to a place where a hot sun rose above. More proof of the fact that this chemical weapon could not only infuse human atomic structures, but Mother Nature's as well. It was difficult to know what really was occurring and why. I had no answers. All I had was my sight, my sound, all the senses God had bestowed upon me, as well as wisdom and the knowledge from people I had spoken to. But a lot of it was my own personal conjecture. In order for me to understand what was going on, and whether indeed what I thought was right, was an entirely different question. But then I thought much of man's life is based on this fact, that we don't really know much of situations and facts. We use our own interpretations to gauge some kind of picture in our mind. Maybe each of us for the same situation has a different picture, so for me to fall into this old trap only seemed natural. I stopped thinking about this line of questioning when I was at a familiar building in front of me. I say familiar, but I had never seen it before, but it was the whereabouts was known to me. It was a radio studio, and I imagined inside I would find the disc jockey I had listened to on the radio. The hot weather also concurred with the situation. One listener reported to the DJ before the transmission was lost. I cautiously opened the door and was taken aback by the stench. There, slumped on the controls, was the DJ, still wearing his headset. The metal from it had melted into his hair. His hands and face also seemed to have melted in the mixer, which had now become his open grave. The heat at some time must have been so severe he had melted, or the mixer, and two had become one. I closed the door and left. Walking further on, I came to what looked like a waste disposal area. It stretched out for miles. Maybe it was such an area, or maybe this was the remains of one giant city, all crushed up in little insignificant pieces. I stood upon this rubble, this waste, and looked out upon it. There were plenty of black bags and what looked like rubbish, but also there was rubble and body parts. Maybe it was a mixture. Was it only fitting that human remains should find their way onto a waste disposal area? I looked across at the expanse that it covered. I felt a sense of sadness as it evoked upon me the end of a once great nation, and yet the stench reminded me of the suffering that continued whilst empires rose and fell. The children, men, and women who died of curable diseases, the countless arguments, wars, corrupt politicians and leaders. I no longer looked down upon, I looked to the beautiful sunset burning bright, hues of orange and gold, which gave me a kind of comfort that mankind might have a brighter future to come. I walked from the waste disposal area. I hadn't realized I had spent so much time there, that I must have found myself completely alone. I must have walked down the empty roads for at least 2 days. I saw a night and another day. The moon had disappeared, and soon would crescent. I found myself in another city, But this was not as the others I had ventured into. It looked remarkably clean. The devastation of the fog was there, but there were many buildings that appeared untouched. I also heard more familiar sounds of life going on as it had done. There wasn't the usual quiet or screaming that I had encountered before. This sounded like almost happy voices. I walked further in, and then I was greeted by a woman and a man dressed in clean white robes, their heads also covered. The woman said to the man, "It's him." I was, to be honest, unaware of what they meant, so rather than ignoring it, I decided to ask for an explanation, and surprisingly got one, and even more surprisingly was still baffled. "Our leader, he dreamt of you a long time ago. He drew your likeness so that we might recognize you when you came, and here you are before us, the very same." "I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean." "You will. We will take you to our leader. He is the most wise and purest of us, and after all it was his dream that you appeared in. He will confirm this and explain everything to you. We are just happy to see that you survived. He told us he was not sure you would ever come." I was taken before this man. He was indeed a charismatic man. He had a bright white beard and pure brown eyes that seemed to shine. His very face was effervescent to look at, bright. I knew I was standing in front of a very special kind of man. I felt, to be honest, nervous standing in front of him, but he soon made me feel at ease by embracing me. "I have much to explain to you." "Thanks, but the lady told me you dreamt of me." "Indeed. On the 6th of October, before I woke up, I dreamt of you. I saw your face as clear as now as it is to me. I saw you prostrating on the floor in prayer. I heard a sweet voice, which I presumed was yours or an angel, repeating your words. The words I did not wake up with, but I felt the sense that you were praying for the good of man, and that your prayer was indeed answered." "This is all well. I am flattered, but what has this to do with me?" "Please, sit. Take your time in answering. Let your mind settle. You have a world to lose before you will understand what I say." "I think I've had enough. I have to be going." "And where will you go? What is it you're looking for? Do you not already see it before you?" "What do you mean?" "What are you looking for?" "My world." "Your world as you knew it is gone. You won't find that, but I don't believe it was that you were looking for. You're looking for people like yourself, survivors, right?" "I suppose, yes. Is there a difference?" "A world." "I don't have time for these riddles." "Yes, it does sound like a riddle, but it is not. But even if it were, if we do not make time to find the answers to our own questions, will we spend our life avoiding what we already know?" "Tell me one thing. Do you people dressed in these saintly robes die as well?" "Yes." "Then you are just as us." "Us?" "Yes, you prayed to God and your people died." "Yes, we lost maybe 100 of our millions, but they were not true. Their actions might have appeared as ours did, but their intentions were not. They spoke like us, but the heart spoke a different tune. Man may not see all, as man can hide much, but God above can see all that we do, everything. Should one who is hypocritical be rewarded as one who is not? Is a person who does good and one who does bad the same?" The conversation went on like this for a while, and I knew he had a lot of important things to say, but I was not ready for this. I asked to leave and went to sleep in a house they had repaired. They even brought me a plate full of the most delicious food, despite them still observing their fast. In my bed, I stared out of the window at the stars and wondered about what he had told me. As I did so, something came back to me, like a lightning bolt. I saw an image of myself praying, asking for man to be saved from this chemical weapon, for I did not want to die. Then I saw the moment before that, and I was looking at the date which read the 7th of October. Then I saw the Scrag City. That was it. It was the day before the earthquake. I thought to myself cynically that, okay, he was close to the date when I did pray, but what did that mean? I couldn't see evidence of my prayer at all being answered. In fact, the earthquake proves it or not, as it killed many. So I closed my eyes, less restless than before, and slept soundly. In the morning I got dressed, ready to move on from the city, when a man came and took me to a lab full of scientists.
"Must you disturb us?" said one of the scientists. "It is important you tell this man what you found.
If this is about your leader's dream, I have no time for this."
"Please, I know you do not believe, but please, if you could tell this man what you've discovered, what you've been doing."
"Okay, if it will get rid of you. We have been taking and monitoring patients with symptoms of the radioactive disease that has spread this country and the world. We have collected much evidence, and it appeared that the disease was progressing and soon would kill those infected, but who would survive the first wave. Then we noticed one day that the disease stopped growing and settled and started to decline, and we expected it to disappear from the patients soon, giving them a clean bill of health, as if this never happened."
"See?" said the white-robed man.
"I should remind you this was the same with the influenza epidemic in 1918, which came on suddenly and without reason disappeared the same way."
"This is great news. Then I shall not die," I said, jubilantly.
"But I thought I had the first symptoms, tired, runny nose, cough." "I think you have a cold," the white-robed man continued.
"Tell him the date the disease stopped."
"The 7th of October, why?"
My mouth could have dropped. In fact, I could have fainted. I turned to face the white-robed man, who for the first time was smiling. I felt as if I'd seen a ghost. It took me 2 days lying down, just thinking of the scientist's words and what the leader of these white-robed men had said to sink in. How was this possible, I thought? The leader's dream, my prayer on the 7th of October. Why did I know this date? Because I saw it, the only date I had seen. All these things that a cynic would shout, coincidence. But I felt inside me that this was more than that. I had prayed for man to be saved, and on that very day, as the leader knew, it had been granted me, a man who did not even believe, that too when I had prayed in that building as it fell and survived such a large fall, whilst the building was left to rubble, how many times could I ignore that which inside I knew? I felt something special come over me like a light, and I fell to my knees and prostrated and cried like I had never cried, asking God to forgive me, my way, my ignorance. I felt so very undeserving that He had listened to me and bestowed on me my prayers, and I had not even shown Him the same respect, at least, but worse. I felt as if I was crying for every day I had sinned. When the tears finally stopped falling, my face red with exhaustion, I felt light on my feet, as if a great burden had been lifted from my shoulders. I went out into the street, which was full of white-robed people. To me now my eyes saw something that they could not see before. I saw the joy of their faces. I saw the happiness. I suddenly felt at home. I was home. I walked across the earth. As I did so, a crack appeared along the way, and there came a roar like a thunderstorm. The leader looked at the distance, and I turned, and there I saw zombified tramps that had attacked us at the hospital.
"He brought them with him,"
I heard one say.
"They are him,"
I heard another whisper. I turned around to the leader and a group of white-robed men and women and said, "We outnumber them. We will kill them once and for all." But the leader looked down as if I had disappointed him. Another said, "We cannot kill them. If they attack us, then we may defend, but we must wait to know what they shall do." "But they will kill you. I won't allow that." I ran straight towards the zombified tramps as I heard one ask the leader, "What did your dream say about this?" The leader said, "This was not there. Maybe the dream's already been fulfilled.
His future I was never told. I felt that if I were to die, then at least I would die for these pious people. I grappled with the tramp who roared and squeezed me so tight I felt the blood rush to my head. I felt the contraction of my muscle as he squashed me like a can. The clouds loomed above me, a dull, somber grey, the sun to the back of me casting my shadow, giving me the impression that this was a momentous moment. As my shadow stretched out for miles, I felt the tallness of my stature. I tried hopelessly to set myself free from these tramps. Then they let me go, and I fell to my feet. Was it all over? A test after all? But as I slowly lifted my head up, looming above me was the fog that had caused this great calamity in the first place. It was heading straight towards us. I stood up, defiant, ready to face my death. The zombified tramps became very agitated and started to squeal like animals. It was then I noticed something strange about this crowd of zombified tramps. It was spurred on by what one of the white-robed women had said when first seeing the tramps, that some looked human like us. When I looked, they all looked distorted as I had seen them before, grotesque. But now, as I looked among them up close, I noticed some of them indeed did look normal, but possessed. Some appeared like caricatures of the evilness humans express. It was as if these were indeed like us, but somehow the bacteria from the fog had made the physical form express the internal. I turned around to see the quiet of the white-robed men and women who were all prostrated on the floor in rows and rows, praying for God to protect them from the fog that carried the chemical weapon that had killed so many. I turned back around to the creatures and saw the fog touch the furthest one from me. As he squealed, as blood poured out of his mouth, a white liquid, he spluttered it up, holding his stomach, screaming, his eyes bright red and bulging. He collapsed, rattling in agony. There I was standing, the fog coming straight before me. It glistened like white-hot metal, its vapour a yellow colour, with a snake-like charm it blew, looking so innocent and yet so deadly, a thin vapour of death. I felt a tremendous energy fill my body as I stood defiant in front of the fog. I fell to my knees and placed my head firm on the floor, my nose touching the earth, and asked God to protect me. As I did so, I felt the coldness of the vapour pass over my weak body. I continued to pray over and over again, putting my trust in God above me. Then I heard screams from behind me, and my eyes caught behind me one white-robed man burst into flames. He jumped up and tried to start running. Then he exploded into a million dust particles, as if the fog had annihilated him. I continued to pray until, with all suddenness, it disappeared, along with the dead corpses of the tramps. I stood up and walked to the jubilant white-robed men and women. I went straight to the leader and asked him why one of his pious men had died. He told me, "There are always those amongst you who are not as they appear, not sincere, make a claim but do not uphold it. It is not seen by men around him, but God above can see into the very depth of our hearts. Man may only cheat another man, never God, never him alone." I walked up to the place where the tramps had been and picked up the dust of their remains which blew off my hands into the breeze that whistled through the air. I walked back into the crowd of Julian-robed men and women who, on noticing for the first time that I also was dressed in a white robe, came and hugged me, and I felt a special kind of warmth, a human kindness that was unbeknown to me. In the distance I saw the leader of these people smiling, and he went down on his knees, and I could see him moving about as if he was crying. I rushed over, I do not know why, but I could not have him crying, and I placed my hand lovingly on his shoulder, and he turned upwards, showing his tear-stained face to me. I wiped away his tears. He held on to both of my hands and looked deep within my eyes. "Your dream was right," I said. "It was not a dream. God gave it to me. I had prayed the night before continuously, all through the night, that he might give man, especially those whose hearts were pure, but had for some reason not yet found him, to allow them one final chance. I fell asleep on my prayer mat, and then I saw your face in the dream. Then I knew my dream had been accepted, for you had turned to God, and He must, I am sure, have seen something in you that was worth another chance. You too had the disease, but I do not understand. My boy, there is a time when all men shall die, and our deeds shall be judged. This planet will explode along with every planet, the sun, all will go, and then the doors of heaven and hell shall be opened, and each will welcome man. And in time hell too shall explode, and only heaven will stand in the universe's place, with God Almighty in reign. Then God showed us both that we have been given another chance, that we can still do some good, so that more can enter heaven. 1 week later, and I left this city. They drove me to the motorway where I left the red bus. I hugged them goodbye and had to say one more goodbye before I could start my new world. I got inside the red bus after pouring some petrol in that they had given me, and drove all the way back to where, for me, it all began, the dead city. I eventually arrived there, and each person that I met, I gave them directions to the white-robed city, for this was where man would once again rise, but this time it would be for the better. I had found myself where I had to be now, the grave of my dead wife. I took a tissue out and wiped the tombstone. I kneeled down by the gravel where her body lay 6 feet under. I miss you, darling, my love. You meant so much to me. I lost you, and I think I lost a bit of myself too. But I'm better now. I have found the faith that I think you always knew, and yet I would not believe. Too many times I looked away when you spoke of God, and now I paid many hard prices for it. But now I understand, at least I understand. I feel lonely still. I miss you so much, but before, when I was without you, my loneliness was complete. Now I can never be alone, now that I've found God. My darling, may you rest in peace, and one day now, I know, I will join you in heaven. A small tear trickled down my face, and behind me I imagined I felt the presence of those people I had met in the dead city. Jenny, the Overgates, Harking, Valentine, all of them, as if their ghostly presence were watching me one final time, before they drifted through the ether of their places of rest. I began to remember thoughts connected with them, the things I'd done, seen, and so forth, as if I were carrying their burdens. I felt the need to prostrate on the ground. When I got up, I could no longer feel their presence. They were gone. I straightened my legs and walked back to the bus and said my farewells to the dead city, my old world, and started the bus back to the city of the white-robed people, to start fresh, mankind's best adventure, the new world. I thought it necessary to add this epilogue, now that my story is over, for there were some apocryphal reports of my demise. I have heard that I died years ago, that my bus overturned and I died in the consuming flames, or that I was run over by a red bus. None of these facts are true. I lived out my old age. I am now dying, and I felt I could come back to this adventure that happened in my life so long ago. It's hard to remember the exact details, but I have tried my best. Please excuse any error on my part. For the mind is such a powerful computer, but like a computer, it can also lose its data, or become obsolete. I am ready for my shutdown, but I cannot complain, for I have lived a long and joyful life. Not long after I found my way in life, I was married to the woman who had first met me in the white-robed city, and we adopted Jason, who came back after his father sadly died of a heart attack. We three lived happily in our new world, a world of peace, harmony, and contentment. I can say with all honesty that the time before then was a shadow of the happiness, and the life spent thereafter has been in much better use. I would often sit by Jason as he grew up and thank God for this gift. As with my first wife, who couldn't have children, we had tried to adopt a child, but our own government, which we contributed so much, betrayed us and said no. I remember vividly when I went to ask the Home Office of this decision. The man there wouldn't let me in, spat on me, called me a mongrel, and kicked me with his government boot onto the government pavement below. How bitter I was that I paid his wage through my taxes, and this is how they treated their law-abiding citizens. When I saw so many criminals getting their own way by deception, and now I had adopted Jason, this new government showed each due respect. I remember the snotty judge in court who smiled as she jotted down 52 reasons why we couldn't adopt. A smile on her face, our heart hidden behind a desk. The law used to be an ass, which had no heart, but now people acted with truth in every matter. My death, how long it will take, no one can tell. It is a disease of cancer that will take me in the end. But all men must die, even my wife and child are gone, but I imagine they sit by my bedside right now. Soon I shall be with them in heaven, have no fear. Maybe they shall find a cure for this disease. I am sure in time they shall. But death will always be here. For it is only with that, as with life itself and the time in between, that man may reflect and best use his time given by God Almighty. But I do feel the sadness of death, of leaving this existence, before I move on to one more permanent. I shed the tears for all the memories that I cling on to, whilst I make over this passing. I am connected up to a heart monitor, my breathing is done with a tube, and soon will fade, and all will remain is the parts of my body to give on up. Throughout my many years after those events, I reflected on them, often walking from my house to the workplace, or on the single red bus they gave me to keep as a souvenir. Not that I had a driving license to be able to drive it. I would see familiar streets and remember certain things. It sometimes felt to me that it could not have happened. It seemed so distant. I remember the elderly lady I saw as she faced this moment. I remember those zombified tramps that tried to kill me, twice at the beginning and near the end. We never did see them again. I remember my first wife, unable to say goodbye to me. I remember all the times. Harkin, Jenny, the Overgates. So much happened in that short space of a time. At the time, I suspect I would have wished not to experience it, but without that, I would not have been the man I am today. I had to go through that process to be reminded of something that was always within my heart and soul, that we are part mortals travelling, that it is not of our making. We are part as the stars and the makeup of the universe. It is God Almighty who in his mercy and grace gave us all life and set in motion everything. Gave us thought, freedom, speech, all that can be perceived, and that which cannot, so that we might be. And yet I know all this deep down. I remember I prayed to God when I wanted this radiation to stop, and thought he did not hear or answer me. And when the Scrag City came to its end, I felt there could be no God above, who could let such things happen to his creation. But I turned back to him again when in trouble, when I was falling from a high-rise building. I did not think of it afterwards. I survived, and did not even think how much I should pay him. Yet he still led me to the people who brought him back to me. There are those who blame God for deaths, those for their lives. He cannot win, as man is sometimes the most ungrateful. Surely it is his choice when he takes life and gives it. Man looks at everything through his own eyes, not understanding man can only see as man does, that it is within suffering that man progresses. I remember when my wife explained this to me, how much bitter sense it did in fact make. That imagine when the first car was built and a child died inside. It was only through this suffering that man invented the safety belt. When buildings were knocked down and thousands died in earthquakes, it was this suffering that made man build stronger foundations. Man could have done these things before the deaths, but it was the suffering alone that pushed man forward. It has happened since creation, since the first death, with disease and so forth, and also in death there is a knowledge that we have a short amount of time, and to make the most of it. If it were endless and immortal, there would be no progression in mankind, and no need for rebirth. For many years in the old times, man would blame God for infanticide deaths, but as this future proved, this in fact lay at man's feet. For in this spiritual and intellectual utopia, millions less died. There was no currency, no need for aid, one product instead of millions, wasting time in manufacturing and pointless competition. No one was left to die of disease or starve. When others had cures and food, no cost was put on livelihood. Everyone was given a house, transport, medicine, hospital treatment. We had money, but only for non-essential things. Everyone is provided by the state. Money is there, but it is no longer the ruling factor. Man has retaken his claim. For years men and poets dreamed of this day, would question why God had given us free reign over this beautiful world, only for us to choose for people to die, starve, live in debt and alone. We make our own futures, and at last we made one that we could be proud of. I often thought of Harkin, and whether indeed I ever really knew him, which Harkin he was, whether he was the one the general painted of a terrorist who, with cold-blooded intentions, wanted to destroy, whether he was the fool I knew who by mistake started all of this, or whether there was a divine imprint stamped upon him, that it was always his destiny to make this mistake, to allow change to take place. There are some cynical people who think my tale was such, that I, in my illness, have invented this fable, for there are many who have forgotten this event, who deny it. For man lives by day to day, taking so much in. Some man's present is another man's past, another man's future. In my lifetime, many forgot the millions that died in the 1918 pandemic. But remember the world wars which killed but a fraction in comparison. Some say that my illness has projected itself as the chemical weapon, that my dead wife and children represent the deaths within the story. Some even believe that my illness came due to the radiation poisoning, to try and eliminate the fact that I am a believer. But so much of their talk is done without knowledge, which is very dangerous, and as I have found, erroneous. There are people who talk as if they were professional doctors and such like. How foolish are those! Yet I tell you truly this tale happened, and I relate it to thee as best as my memory at my dotage. I lost my way in life after my first wife died. I went to the streets, lived as a tramp, not wanting to accept this fate. How could such a thing happen? And if I opened my eyes, I would have seen death happening to all that day. How many I cannot count, but it was happening about this land, as was the birth of another child. This was the price to pay for life, and we had such a sweet existence. Even a second was something we could not repay back to the glorious Lord that manifested it so. I have often been on my knees in tears. Even in bed I continue to pray to him, to ask him to forgive me all the sins I committed, all the bad thoughts I had, the bad deeds and actions, and I fill up with tears, for I am but a man, who is unable to be as perfect as he. I thought when I met the white robe people that I was beyond his care, that how could I be forgiven all that I'd done? But as soon as I'd asked his forgiveness, I felt an ease of my conscience, of which the cynics that live amongst us would say proves that God is merely in the mind. But I would say yes, for he is everywhere. And as it says, he only has to say be, and it is. Since the white-robed men and women gave us back our world, put us on the right track, and taught us the teachings which man had forgotten and paid in the most painful way, we have lived a happy and a more pleasing life. A heaven on earth would be a most fitting description, where there is harmony not only between countries, but all peoples, whether they believe as I do or not. We have no burden of wealth as I knew it when I was young. We have money as man still must earn to make a living, but houses and transport is provided by the states of this world. Children are not left to die in some forgotten land. All is known, all are saved. Everybody lives a safe and healthy life. Gone are the tyrants and politicians of old who would ransom your life with soft words and smiles. All is done to please God and serve mankind, as it was intended, as we have found proof. It was better for man. We all can do as we please, but we must remember that God will hold us accountable, and has provided ways for us to find true happiness. But of course, there are still some who cannot find the way, and most are left to live on their own, but still with our wholehearted support. Some who kill or make life unpleasant are dealt with as is most humanely. We have 2 prisons on this island, barely full, but they serve as a place for those who choose to kill each other and us. One could never expect a complete heaven on this land, but it is as close as it could get, with man left in control. I often reflect on the dead city and all the people I met. The doctor who found his family, he later joined us, and all of his family too, went on to set up the hospital system so that all would get maximum treatment. No more cost cuttings or beds in corridors. Each was given the same consideration, and disease was not a worry for man. He helped pioneer cures for many diseases. He died not long ago, but they say it was with a big smile, the way I would like to be found in this bed some day. For it has been a happy existence, and a happier one even to come. I would like to hold my wife and child's hand one last time, for they gave me both so much happiness. My wife, who was one of the white robe people, explained to me so much, for even though I believed, I found things difficult to understand, but she explained them to me, and with her explanation came sense and truth. We had many happy days and nights. I remember one day when we sat outside on a hot June night, and each counted all the stars we could see above us, her from the left, me the right, until we bumped into each other in the middle. And my son, as I called him, Jason, to see him come running back to me was such a wonderful experience. I thought he'd forgotten about me. But he told me when explaining to my wife who he was, that I had shown him such warmth and care, that after his father died, he wanted to find me. It brought tears to our eyes, and we sought to adopt him, which was granted to us, and then we felt so complete and happy. And to know that our new world would be such a beautiful place for him made us even more joyous. That day we had a barbecue and played sports, cricket and football. We ran about the acre fields connected to my residence, with the other families there. It was a true blessing that day, an answer I felt to so many prayers. It is true what my wife said, that sometimes it seems we pray and pray, and it appears to us our prayer is not accepted. Some are not, if it is not in our best interests. But some take their time, and in God's grace they come. And if you have continued with patience, the reward is even more sweeter. How true, I thought, for who, anyway, are we, to ask for things and expect? Even a stranger, if we ask him a favor, and he says no, It would be rude to shout at him, for we should accept a yes like a no, and vice versa. But this was no stranger. This was God, our Lord, our Creator. How ungrateful it would be to not graciously accept a no when He has given us life, each other, and everything. One can touch, feel, smell, see, think, the whole lot. I feel tired now, and it is time for one of my naps. Suffice to say, I hope I have cleared up any confusion of my demise, only to say it won't be long away. And the tale I have told had much more to it, but this is enough to explain to you what it felt like, how as men we were poor in the sight of each other until that fateful day when our notice was given up, and those who were of evil intent were no more, and those who favoured in their hearts good intent survived. That was the day that I found myself in the dead city alive.